A Pail of Air by Fritz Leiber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Nelson. A Pail of Air by Fritz Leiber. Pa had sent me out to get an extra pail of air. I just about scooped it full, and most of the warmth had leaked from my fingers when I saw the thing. You know, at first I thought it was a young lady. Yes, a beautiful young lady's face, all glowing in the dark, and looking at me from the 5th floor of the opposite apartment, which hereabouts is the floor just above the white blanket of frozen air. I'd never seen a live young lady before, except in the old magazines. Sis is just a kid, and Ma is pretty sick and miserable, and it gave me such a start that I dropped the pail. Who wouldn't, knowing everyone on earth was dead except Pa and Ma and Sis and you? Even at that, I don't suppose I should have been surprised. We all see things now and then. Ma has some pretty bad ones, to judge from the way she bugs her eyes at nothing and just screams and huddles back against the blankets hanging around the nest. Pa says it is natural we should react like that sometimes. When I'd recovered the pail and could look again at the opposite apartment, I got an idea of what Ma might be feeling at those times, for I saw it wasn't a young lady at all, but simply a light. A tiny light that moved stealthily from window to window, just as if one of the cruel little stars had come down out of the airless sky to investigate why the earth had gone away from the sun, and maybe to hunt down something to torment or terrify, now that the earth didn't have the sun's protection. I tell you, the thought of it gave me the creeps. I just stood there shaking and almost froze my feet, and did frost my helmet so solid on the inside that I couldn't have seen the light even if it had come out of one of the windows to get me. Then I had the wit to go back inside. Pretty soon I was feeling my familiar way through the 30 or so blankets and rugs Pa has got hung around to slow down the escape of air from the nest, and I wasn't quite so scared. I began to hear the tick-ticking of the clocks in the nest, and I knew I was getting back into air, because there's no sound outside in the vacuum, of course. But my mind was still crawly and uneasy as I pushed through the last blankets. Pa's got them faced with aluminum foil to hold in the heat, and came into the nest. Let me tell you about the nest. It's low and snug, just room for the 4 of us and our things. The floor is covered with thick, woolly rugs. 3 of the sides are blankets, and the blankets roofing it touch Pa's head. He tells me it's inside a much bigger room, but I've never seen the real walls or ceiling. Against one of the blanket walls is a big set of shelves, with tools and books and other stuff, and on top of it a whole row of clocks. Pa's very fussy about keeping them wound. He says we must never forget time, and without a sun or moon that would be easy to do. The 4th wall has blankets all over except around the fireplace, in which there is a fire that must never go out. It keeps us from freezing, and does a lot more besides. One of us must always watch it. Some of the clocks are alarm, and we can use them to remind us. In the early days, there was only Ma to take turns with Pa. I think of that when she gets difficult, but now there's me to help, and Sis too. It's Pa who is the chief guardian of the fire, though. I always think of him that way. A tall man sitting cross-legged, frowning anxiously at the fire, his lined face golden in its light, and every so often carefully placing on it a piece of coal from the big heap beside it. Pa tells me there used to be guardians of the fire sometimes in the very old days, Vestal Virgins he calls them, although there was unfrozen air all around then and you didn't really need one. He was sitting just that way now, though he got up quick to take the pail from me and bawl me out for loitering. He'd spotted my frozen helmet right off. That roused Ma, and she joined in picking on me. She's always trying to get the load off her feelings, Pa explains. He shut her up pretty fast. Sis let off a couple of silly squeals, too. Pa handled the pail of air in a twist of cloth. Now that it was inside the nest, you could really feel its coldness. It just seemed to suck the heat out of everything. Even the flames cringed away from it as Pa put it down close by the fire. Yet it's that glimmery white stuff in the pail that keeps us alive. It slowly melts and vanishes and refreshes the nest and feeds the fire. The blankets keep it from escaping too fast. Pa'd like to seal the whole place, but he can't. Building's too earthquake-twisted, and besides, he has to leave the chimney open for smoke. Pa says air is tiny molecules that fly away like a flash if there isn't something to stop them. We have to watch sharp not to let the air run low. Pa always keeps a big reserve supply of it in buckets behind the first blankets, along with extra coal and cans of food and other things, such as pails of snow to melt for water. We have to go way down to the bottom floor for that stuff, which is a mean trip, and get it through a door to outside. You see, when the earth got cold, all the water in the air froze first and made a blanket 10 feet thick or so everywhere, and then down on top of that dropped the crystals of frozen air, making another white blanket 60 or 70 feet thick maybe. Of course, all the parts of the air didn't freeze and snow down at the same time. First to drop out was the carbon dioxide. When you're shoveling for water, you have to make sure you don't get too high and get any of that stuff mixed in, for it would put you to sleep, maybe for good, and make the fire go out. Next there's nitrogen, which doesn't count one way or the other, though it's the biggest part of the blanket. On top of that, and easy to get at, which is lucky for us, there's the oxygen that keeps us alive. Pa says we live better than kings ever did, breathing pure oxygen, but we're used to it and don't notice. Finally, at the very top, there's a slick of liquid helium, which is funny stuff. All of these gases in neat separate layers, like a pussy cafe, Pa laughingly says, whatever that is. I was buzzing to tell him all about what I'd seen, and so soon as I ducked out of my helmet and while I was still climbing out of my suit, I cut loose. Right away, Ma got nervous and began making eyes at the entry slit in the blankets and wringing her hands together, the hand where she lost 3 fingers from frostbite inside the good one, as usual. I could tell that Pa was annoyed at me for scaring her and wanted to explain it all away quickly, yet could see I wasn't fooling. "And you watched this light for some time, son?" he asked when I finished. I hadn't said anything about first thinking it was a young lady's face. Somehow, that part embarrassed me. "Long enough for it to pass 5 windows and go to the next floor. And it didn't look like stray electricity or crawling liquid or starlight focused by a growing crystal or anything like that?" He wasn't just making up those ideas. Odd things happen in a world that's about as cold as can be, and just when you think matter would be frozen dead, it takes on a strange new life. A slimy stuff comes crawling toward the nest, just like an animal snuffing for heat. That's the liquid helium. And once, when I was little, a bolt of lightning, not even Pa could figure where it came from, hit the nearby steeple and crawled up and down it for weeks, until the glow finally died. "Not like anything I ever saw," I told him. He stood for a moment, frowning. Then, "I'll go out with you, and you show it to me," he said. Ma raised a howl at the idea of being left alone, and Sis joined in too, but Pa quieted them. We started climbing into our outside clothes. Mine had been warming by the fire. Pa made them. They have plastic headpieces that were once big, double-duty transparent food cans, but they keep heat and air in and can replace the air for a little while, long enough for our trips for water and coal and food and so on. Ma started moaning again. "I've always known there was something outside there waiting to get us. I've felt it for years. Something that's part of the cold and hates all warmth and wants to destroy the nest. It's been watching us all this time, and now it's coming after us. It'll get you, and then come for me. Don't go, Harry." Pa had everything on but his helmet. He knelt by the fireplace and reached in and shook the long metal rod that goes up the chimney and knocks off the ice that keeps trying to clog it. Once a week he goes up on the roof to check if it's working all right. That's our worst trip, and Pa won't let me make it alone. "Sis," Pa said quietly, "come watch the fire. Keep an eye on the air, too. If it gets low or doesn't seem to be boiling fast enough, fetch another bucket from behind the blanket. But mind your hands. Use the cloth to pick up the bucket." Sis quit helping Ma be frightened and came over and did as she was told. Ma quieted down pretty suddenly, though her eyes were still kind of wild as she watched Pa fix on his helmet tight and pick up a pail and the two of us go out. Pa led the way, and I took hold of his belt. It's a funny thing. I'm not afraid to go by myself, but when Pa's along, I always want to hold on to him. Habit, I guess, and then there's no denying that this time I was a bit scared. You see, it's this way. We know that everything is dead out there. Pa heard the last radio voices fade away years ago, and had seen some of the last folks die who weren't as lucky or well protected as us. So we knew that if there was something groping around out there, it couldn't be anything human or friendly. Besides that, there's a feeling that comes with it always being night, cold night. Pa says there used to be some of that feeling even in the old days, but then every morning the sun would come and chase it away. I have to take his word for that, not ever remembering the sun as being anything more than a big star. You see, I hadn't been born when the dark star snatched us away from the sun, and by now it's dragged us out beyond the orbit of the planet Pluto, Pa says, taking us farther out all the time. I found myself wondering whether there mightn't be something on the dark star that wanted us, and if that was why it had captured the Earth. Just then we came to the end of the corridor, and I followed Pa out on the balcony. I don't know what the city looked like in the old days, but now it's beautiful. The starlight lets you see it pretty well. There's quite a bit of light in those steady points speckling in the blackness above. Pa says the stars used to twinkle once, but that was because there was air. We are on a hill, and the shimmery plain drops away from us and then flattens out, cut up into neat squares by the troughs that used to be streets. I sometimes make my mashed potatoes look like that before I pour on the gravy. Some taller buildings push up out of the feathery plain, topped by rounded caps of air crystals, like the fur hood Ma wears, only wider. On those buildings you can see the darker squares of windows, underlined by white dashes of air crystals. Some of them are on a slant, for many of the buildings are pretty badly twisted by the quakes and all the rest that happened when the dark star captured the Earth. Here and there a few icicles hang, water icicles from the first days of the cold, other icicles of frozen air that melted on the roofs and dripped and froze again. Sometimes one of those icicles will catch the light of a star and send it to you so brightly you think the star has swooped into the city. That was one of the things Pa had been thinking of when I told him about the light, but I had thought of it myself first and known it wasn't so. He touched his helmet to mine so we could talk easier, and he asked me to point out the windows to him. But there wasn't any light moving around inside them now, or anywhere else. To my surprise, Pa didn't bawl me out and tell me I'd been seeing things. He looked all around quite a while after filling his pail, and just as we were going inside, he whipped around without warning, as if to take some peeping thing off guard. I could feel it too. The old peace was gone. There was something lurking out there, watching, waiting, getting ready. Inside, he said to me, touching helmets, "If you see something like that again, son, don't tell the others. Your ma's sort of nervous these days, and we owe her all the feeling of safety we can give her. Once, it was when your sister was born, I was ready to give up and die, but your mother kept me trying. Another time, she kept the fire going a whole week all by herself when I was sick. Nursed me and took care of the two of you, too. You know that game we sometimes play, sitting in a square in the nest, tossing a ball around? Courage is like a ball, son. A person can hold it only so long, and then he's got to toss it to someone else. When it's tossed your way, you've got to catch it and hold it tight, and hope there'll be someone else to toss it to when you get tired of being brave." His talking to me that way made me feel grown up and good, but it didn't wipe away the thing outside from the back of my mind, or the fact that Pa took it seriously. It's hard to hide your feelings about such a thing. When we got back in the nest and took off our outside clothes, Pa laughed about it all and told them it was nothing and kidded me for having such an imagination, but his words fell flat. He didn't convince Ma and Sis any more than he did me. It looked for a minute like we were all fumbling the courage ball. Something had to be done, and almost before I knew what I was going to say, I heard myself asking Pa to tell us about the old days and how it all happened. He sometimes doesn't mind telling that story, and Sis and I sure like to listen to it, and he got my idea. So we were all settled around the fire in a wink, and Ma pushed up some cans to thaw for supper, and Pa began. Before he did, though, I noticed him casually get a hammer from the shelf and lay it down beside him. It was the same old story as always. I think I could recite the main thread of it in my sleep, though Pa always puts in a new detail or two and keeps improving it in spots. He told us how the earth had been swinging around the sun ever so steady and warm, and the people on it fixing to make money and wars and have a good time and get power and treat each other right or wrong. Then, without warning, there comes charging out of space this dead star, this burned-out sun, and upsets everything. You know, I find it hard to believe in the way those people felt, any more than I can believe in the swarming number of them. Imagine people getting ready for the horrible sort of war they were cooking up, wanting it even, or at least wishing it were over so as to end their nervousness. As if all folks didn't have to hang together and pool every bit of warmth just to keep alive. And how can they have hoped to end danger any more than we can hope to end the cold? Sometimes I think Pa exaggerates and makes things out too black. He's cross with us once in a while, and was probably cross with all those folks. Still, some of the things I read in the old magazine sound pretty wild. He may be right. The dark star, as Pa went on telling it, rushed in pretty fast, and there wasn't much time to get ready. At the beginning, they tried to keep it a secret from most people, but then the truth came out, what with the earthquakes and floods. Imagine oceans of unfrozen water, and people seeing stars blotted out by something on a clear night. First off, they thought it would hit the sun, and then they thought it would hit the earth. There was even the start of a rush to get to a place called China, because people thought the star would hit on the other side. But then they found it wasn't going to hit either side, but was going to come very close to the earth. Most of the other planets were on the other side of the sun and didn't get involved. The sun and the newcomer fought over the earth for a little while, pulling it this way and that, like two dogs growling over a bone, Pa described it this time, and then the newcomer won and carried us off. The sun got a consolation prize, though. At the last minute, he managed to hold on to the moon. That was the time of the monster earthquakes and floods, 20 times worse than anything before. It was also the time of the big jerk, as Paul calls it, when all Earth got yanked suddenly, just as Pa has done to me once or twice, grabbing me by the collar to do it, when we've been sitting too far from the fire. You see, the dark star was going through space faster than the sun, and in the opposite direction, and it had to wrench the world considerably in order to take it away. The big jerk didn't last long. It was over as soon as the Earth was settled down in its new orbit around the dark star. But it was pretty terrible while it lasted. Pa says that all sorts of cliffs and buildings toppled, oceans slopped over, swamps and sandy deserts gave great sliding surges that buried nearby lands. Earth was almost jerked out of its atmosphere blanket, and the air got so thin in spots that people keeled over and fainted, though, of course, at the same time, they were getting knocked down by the big jerk, and maybe their bones broke or skulls cracked. We've often asked Pa how people acted during that time, whether they were scared or brave or crazy or stunned or all four, but he's sort of leery of the subject, and he was again tonight. He says he was mostly too busy to notice. You see, Pa and some scientist friends of his figured out part of what was going to happen. They'd known we'd get captured and our air would freeze, and they'd been working like mad to fix up a place with airtight walls and doors, and insulation against the cold, and big supplies of food and fuel and water and bottled air. But the place got smashed in the last earthquakes, and all Pa's friends were killed then, and in the big jerk. So he had to start over and throw the nest together quick without any advantages, just using any stuff he could lay his hands on. I guess he's telling pretty much the truth when he says he didn't have any time to keep an eye on how other folks behaved, either then or in the big freeze that followed. Followed very quick, you know, both because the dark star was pulling us away very fast, and because Earth's rotation had been slowed in the tug-of-war, so that the nights were 10 old nights long. Still, I've got an idea of some of the things that happened from the frozen folk I've seen, a few of them in other rooms in our building, others clustered around the furnaces in the basements where we go for coal. In one of the rooms, an old man sits stiff in a chair, with an arm and a leg in splints. In another, a man and woman are huddled together in a bed with heaps of covers over them. You can just see their heads peeking out close together. And in another, a beautiful young lady is sitting with a pile of wraps huddled around her, looking hopefully toward the door, as if waiting for someone who never came back with warmth and food. They're all still and stiff as statues, of course, but just like life. Pa showed them to me once in quick winks of his flashlight, when he still had a fair supply of batteries and could afford to waste a little light. They scared me pretty bad and made my heart pound, especially the young lady. Now, with Pa telling his story for the umpteenth time to take our minds off another scare, I got to thinking of the frozen folk again. All of a sudden, I got an idea that scared me worse than anything yet. You see, I just remembered the face I thought I'd seen in the window. I'd forgotten about that on account of trying to hide it from the others. What, I asked myself, if the frozen folks were coming to life? What if they were like the liquid helium that got a new lease on life and started crawling toward the heat just when you thought its molecules ought to freeze solid forever? Or like the electricity that moves endlessly when it's just about as cold as that? What if the ever-growing cold, with the temperature creeping down the last few degrees to the last zero, had mysteriously wakened the frozen folk to life? Not warm-blooded life, but something icy and horrible. That was a worse idea than the one about something coming down from the dark star to get us. Or maybe, I thought, both ideas might be true. Something coming down from the dark star and making the frozen folk move, using them to do its work. That would fit with both things I'd seen, the beautiful young lady and the moving star-like light. The frozen folk with minds from the dark star behind their unwinking eyes, creeping, crawling, snuffing their way, following the heat to the nest. I tell you, that thought gave me a very bad turn, and I wanted very badly to tell the others my fears, but I remembered what Pa had said and clenched my teeth and didn't speak. We were all sitting very still. Even the fire was burning silently. There was just the sound of Pa's voice and the clocks. And then, from beyond the blankets, I thought I heard a tiny noise. My skin tightened all over me. Pa was telling about the early years in the nest and had come to the place where he philosophizes. "So I asked myself then," he said, "what's the use of going on? What's the use of dragging it out for a few years? Why prolong a doomed existence of hard work and cold and loneliness? The human race is done. The earth is done. Why not give up, I asked myself, and all of a sudden I got the answer. Again I heard the noise, louder this time, a kind of uncertain, shuffling tread, coming closer. I couldn't breathe. "Life's always been a business of working hard and fighting the cold," Pa was saying. "The Earth's always been a lonely place, millions of miles from the next planet, and no matter how long the human race might have lived, the end would have come some night. Those things don't matter. What matters is that life is good. It has a lovely texture, like some rich cloth or fur, or the petals of flowers. You've seen pictures of those, but I can't describe how they feel. Or the fire's glow. It makes everything else worthwhile. And that's as true for the last man as the first." And still the steps kept shuffling closer. It seemed to me that the inmost blanket trembled and bulged a little. Just as if they were burned into my imagination, I kept seeing those peering, frozen eyes. "So right then and there," Paul went on, and now I could tell that he heard the steps too, and was talking loud so we maybe wouldn't hear them. "Right then and there, I told myself that I was going on as if we had all eternity ahead of us. I'd have children and teach them all I could. I'd get them to read books. I'd plan for the future, try to enlarge and seal the nest. I'd do what I could to keep everything beautiful and growing. I'd keep alive my feeling of wonder, even at the cold and the dark and the distant stars." But then the blanket actually did move and lift, and there was a bright light somewhere behind it. Pa's voice stopped, and his eyes turned to the widening slit, and his hand went out until it touched and gripped the handle of the hammer beside him. In through the blanket stepped the beautiful young lady. She stood there looking at us the strangest way, and she carried something bright and unwinking in her hand, and two other faces peered over her shoulders, men's faces, white and staring. Well, my heart couldn't have stopped for more than 4 or 5 beats before I realized she was wearing a suit and helmet like Pa's homemade ones, only fancier, and that the men were too, and that the frozen folk certainly wouldn't be wearing those. Also, I noticed that the bright thing in her hand was just a kind of flashlight. The silence kept on while I swallowed hard a couple of times, and after that there was all sorts of jabbering and commotion. They were simply people, you see. We hadn't been the only ones to survive. We'd just thought so, for natural enough reasons. These 3 people had survived, and quite a few others with them. And when we found out how they'd survived, Paul let out the biggest whoop of joy. They were from Los Alamos, and they were getting their heat and power from atomic energy. Just using the uranium and plutonium intended for bombs, they had enough to go on for thousands of years. They had a regular little airtight city, with airlocks and all. They even generated electric light and grew plants and animals by it. At this, Paul let out a second whoop, waking Ma from her faint. But if we were flabbergasted at them, they were double flabbergasted at us. One of the men kept saying, "But it's impossible, I tell you. You can't maintain an air supply without hermetic sealing. It's simply impossible." That was after he had got his helmet off and was using our air. Meanwhile, the young lady kept looking around at us as if we were saints, and telling us we'd done something amazing, and suddenly she broke down and cried. They'd been scouting around for survivors, but they never expected to find any in a place like this. They had rocket ships at Los Alamos and plenty of chemical fuel. As for liquid oxygen, all you had to do was go out and shovel the air blanket at the top level. So after they'd got those things working smoothly at Los Alamos, which had taken years, they decided to make some trips to likely places where there might be other survivors. No good trying long-distance radio signals, of course, since there was no atmosphere to carry them around the curve of the Earth. Well, they found other colonies at Argonne and Brookhaven and way around the world at Harwell and Tanatuva. And now they've been giving our city a look, not really expecting to find anything. But they had an instrument that noticed the faintest heat waves, and it had told them there was something warm down here, so they'd landed to investigate. Of course, we hadn't heard them land, since there was no air to carry the sound, and they'd had to investigate around quite a while before finding us. Their instruments had given them a wrong steer, and they'd wasted some time in the building across the street. By now, all 5 adults were talking like 60. Paul was demonstrating to the men how he'd worked the fire and got rid of the ice in the chimney and all that. Ma had perked up wonderfully and was showing the young lady her cooking and sewing stuff, and even asking about how the women dressed at Los Alamos. The strangers marveled at everything and praised it to the skies. I could tell from the way they wrinkled their noses that they found the nest a bit smelly, but they never mentioned that at all and just asked bushels of questions. In fact, there was so much talking and excitement that Pa forgot about things, and it wasn't until they were all getting groggy that he looked and found the air had all boiled away in the pail. He got another bucket of air quick from behind the blankets. Of course, that started them all laughing and jabbering again. The newcomers even got a little drunk. They weren't used to so much oxygen. Funny thing, though, I didn't do much talking at all, and Sis hung on to Ma all the time and hid her face when anybody looked at her. I felt pretty uncomfortable and disturbed myself, even about the young lady. Glimpsing her outside there, I'd had all sorts of mushy thoughts, but now I was just embarrassed and scared of her, even though she tried to be nice as anything to me. I started wishing they'd all quit crowding the nest and let us be alone and get our feelings straightened out. And when the newcomers began to talk about our all going to Los Alamos, as if that were taken for granted, I could see that something of the same feeling struck Pa and Ma, too. Pa got very silent all of a sudden, and Ma kept telling the young lady, "But I wouldn't know how to act there, and I haven't any clothes." The strangers were puzzled like anything at first, but then they got the idea, as Pa kept saying, "It doesn't seem right to let this fire go out." Well, the strangers are gone, but they're coming back. It hasn't been decided yet just what will happen. Maybe the nest will be kept up as what one of the strangers called a survival school. Or maybe we will join the pioneers who are going to try to establish a new colony at the uranium mines at Great Slave Lake or in the Congo. Of course, now that the strangers are gone, I've been thinking a lot about Los Alamos and those other tremendous colonies. I have a hankering to see them for myself. You ask me, Paul wants to see them too. He's been getting pretty thoughtful, watching Ma and Sis perk up. It's different, now that we know others are alive, he explains to me. Your mother doesn't feel so hopeless anymore. Neither do I, for that matter, not having to carry the whole responsibility for keeping the human race going, so to speak. It scares a person. I looked around at the blanket walls and the fire and the pails of air boiling away, and Ma and Sis sleeping in the warmth and the flickering light. It's not going to be easy to leave the nest, I said, wanting to cry, kind of. It's so small, and there's just the four of us. I get scared at the idea of big places and a lot of strangers. He nodded and put another piece of coal on the fire. Then he looked at the little pile and grinned suddenly and put a couple of handfuls on, just as if it was one of our birthdays or Christmas. "You'll quickly get over that feeling, son," he said. "The trouble with the world was that it kept getting smaller and smaller, till it ended with just the nest. Now it'll be good to have a real huge world again, the way it was in the beginning." I guess he's right. You think the beautiful young lady will wait for me till I grow up? I'll be 20 in only 10 years. The end of A Pail of Air by Fritz Leiber.
The Peacemaker by Alfred Koppel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michael A. The Peacemaker by Alfred Koppel. We humans are a strange breed, unique in the universe. Of all the races met among the stars, only Homo sapiens thrives on deliberate self-delusion. Perhaps this is the secret of our greatness, for we are great, in power if not in supernal wisdom. Legends, I think, are our strength. If one day a man stands on the rim of the galaxy and looks out across the gulfs towards the seedy suns of Andromeda, it will be legends that drove him there. They are odd things, these legends, peopled with unreal creatures, magnificent heroes, and despicable villains. We stand for no nonsense where our mythology is concerned. A man becoming part of our folklore becomes a fey, one-dimensional shadow image of reality. Jack Merrill, the Jack Merrill of the history books, is such an image. History, folklore's jade, has daubed Merrill with the rouge of myth, and it does not become him. The Peacemaker, the chronicles have named him, and that at least is accurate in point of fact, but it was not through choice that he became the Peacemaker, and when his peace descended over the worlds of space, Merrill, the man, was finished. This I know, for I rode with him, his lieutenant in a dozen and more bloody fights that earned him his ironically Pacific laurels. Not many now living will remember the Wall Decade. History, ever pliable, is rewritten often, and facts are forgotten. When it was gone, the Wall Decade was remembered with shame, and so was expunged from the record of time. But I remember it well. It was an era compounded of stupidity and grandeur, of brilliant discovery and grimy political maneuver. We, the greedy men of space, and that includes Jack Merrill, saw it end with sorrow in our hearts, knowing that we had killed it. If you will think back to the years immediately preceding the Age of Space, you may remember the Iron Curtain. Among the nations of Earth, a great schism had arisen, and a wall of ideas was built between East and West. Hydrogen bombs were stockpiled, and armies marched and countermarched threateningly. Men lived with fear and hatred and distrust. Then, suddenly, came the years of spaceflight and the expanding frontiers. Luna was past. Mars and Venus and the Jovian moons felt the tread of living beings for the first time since the dawn of time. The larger asteroids were taken, and even the cold moonlets of Saturn and Uranus trembled under the blast of Terran rockets. But the Iron Curtain still existed. It was extended out into the gulf of space, an intangible wall of fear and suspicion. Thus was born the Wall Decade. Jack Merrill was made for that epoch. Ever in human history there are those who profit from the stupidity of their fellows. Jack Merrill so profited. He dredged up the riches of space and took them for his own, and his weapon was man's fear of his brothers. It was in Yaqui, down canal from the Terran settlement at Canalopolis, that Merrill's plan was born. His ship, the Arrow, stood on the red sands of Syrtis Major, waiting for a payload to the outer system. It stood among a good many like it, the Moon Maid, the Gay Lady, the Argonaut, and my own vessel, the Starhound. We, the captains, had gathered in the Spaceman's Rest, a tinkling gin mill peopled with human wrecks and hungry-eyed, dusty-skinned women who had come out to Mars hoping for riches and had found only the same squalor they had left behind. I remember the look in Merrill's eyes as he spoke of the treasures of space that would never be ours, of the gold and sapphires, the rubies and unearthly gems of fragile beauty and great price. All the riches of the worlds of space passing through our hands and into the vaults of the stay-at-homes who owned our ships and our very lives. It seemed to me that Merrill suffered as though from physical pain as he spoke of riches. He was nothing if not rapacious. Greedy, venal, ruthless, all of that. 5 of us, he said in a hard voice. Captains all, with ships and men. We carry the riches of the universe, and let it slip through our fingers. What greater fools could there be? Oh, he was right enough. We had the power to command in our hands without the sense to grasp it firmly and take what we chose. And mark you, my friends, Merrill said. A wall has been built around Mars. A wall that weakens rather than strengthens. A wonderful, stupid wall. He laughed and glanced around the table at our faces, flushed with wine and greed. With all space full of walls, he said softly, who could unite against us? The question struck home. I thought of the 5 ships standing out there on the rusty desert across the silted canal. 5 tall ships against the stars. We felt no kinship to those at home who clung to creature comforts while we bucketed among the stars, risking our lives and more. We, the spacemen, had become a race apart from that of the home planet. And Merrill saw this in our faces that night so long ago, and he knew that he had spoken our thoughts. Thus was born the Compact. Gods of space, but I must laugh when I read what history has recorded of the Compact. Merrill, filled with the wonder of his great dream, spoke his mind to the captains. He told them of the sorrow in his heart for his divided fellow men, and his face grew stern when he urged them to put aside ideology and prejudice and join with him in the Compact. So speaks Quintus Bland, historian of the age of space. I imagine that I hear Merrill's laughter even as I write. Oh, we put aside ideology and prejudice, all right. That night in Yaqui, the 5 captains clasped hands over the formation of the first and only compact of space piracy in history. It was an all-or-nothing venture. Our crews were told nothing, but their pockets were emptied and their pittances joined with ours. We loaded the 5 ships with supplies and thundered off into the cobalt Martian sky to seek a stronghold. We found one readily enough. The chronicles do not record it accurately. They say that the fleet of the Compact based itself on Eros. This is incorrect. We wanted no base that would bring us so close to the home planet every year. The asteroid we chose was nameless and remained so. We spoke of it seldom a space, but it was ever in our minds. There was no space wall there to divide us one from the other. It was a fortress against the rest of mankind, and in it we were brothers. When we struck for the first time, it was not at a Russian missile post, as the histories say. It was at the Queen of Heaven, an undefended and unsuspecting merchantman. The records of Earth say the Queen was lost in space between Uranus and Mars, and this is so. but she was listed lost only because no Russian or American patrol found her gutted hulk. I imagine that at this very moment she hangs out beyond Pluto, rounding the bend of the long ellipse we sent her on that day we stripped her bones. She carried gold and precious stones, and more important yet, women being furloughed home after forced labor in the mines of Soviet Umbriel. The Starhound and the Arrow bracketed her 1,000,000 miles above the planet of the ecliptic near Saturn's orbit and killed her. We drew abreast of her and forced her valves. We boarded her and took what we chose. Then we slaughtered her men and sent them on their long voyage. That was the beginning. The attack against Corfu was our next move. This is the battle that Celia Whitmar Day has described in verse. Very bad verse. Corfu slumbered, gorged and proud, while Arrow, Hound, and Maid marshaled freedom's might above the tyrant's ground, and rained down death. There is much more, of course. Brave phrases of emotion and fanciful unreality written by one who never saw the night of space agleam with stars. There was no talk of tyranny or liberty aboard the Hound that day we leveled with the Maid and the Arrow 1,000 miles over the Russian base of Corfu. There was talk of the bullion stored under the fortress's turrets. Merrill's face appeared in my visor screen, superimposed on the image of the grimy little asteroid floating darkly against the star fields. Their radar has picked us up by now, and they're wondering who we are, he said. Take the Hound out on tangent left and join the Maid. Cover my attack and stand by to put a landing party aground. I watched the image of the Arrow, a sliver of darkness against the crescent of Corfu, lancing down at the fortress. Her forward tubes were glowing with the familiar pre-discharge emanation. Below us, confusion reigned. For the first time in memory, an asteroid base was under attack. Merrill brought the Arrow in to within 50 miles, and then unleashed the fury of his forward tubes. Hellfire coruscated over the steel turrets and stone walls of Corfu. It splashed like a liquid flame over men and metal, and twisted the towers and buttresses into spidery tendrils of glowing thread. Corfu died without firing a shot. We put a party from the Hound aground 10 hours later. Even then, we had to wear insulated suits to walk in that still molten inferno. Charred bodies had become one with the stuff of the fortress, and nothing living was left within the keep. We looted Corfu's treasure and lifted into space, heavy with gold. Time passed in an orgy of looting for the men of the Compact. We grew rich and arrogant, for in space we were kings. Torn by suspicion of one another, America and Russia could do nothing against us. They had built an iron curtain in space, and it kept them divided and weak. Endymion felt our blasts, and Clio. Then came Tethys, Rhea, Iapetus. We cared nothing for the flag these bases flew. They were the gathering points for all the gold and treasure of space, and we of the Compact took what we wished of it, leaving a trail of blood and rapine behind us. No nation claimed our loyalty. Space was our mother and lust our father. Thus the peacemakers. For 5 full years, the long years of the Outer Belt, the Arrow, the Starhound, the Moon Maid, the Lady, and the Argonaut were the scourges of the space lanes. No patrol could find us, and no defense could contain us. I recall how we laughed at the angry sputtering of Earth's radio. Vast sums were spent in searches and new weapons to protect the meek and the mutually distrustful from Merrill and the men of the Compact. Budgets, already strained to the breaking point by generations of the Cold War, creaked and groaned as Russians and Americans spent furiously to build up their defenses against our depredations. But though we were few, and they many, space was large, and it hit us well. And then, one darkling day, Jack Merrill and I stood on the thin methane snow that carpeted our base's landing ramp, waiting under our own blue-black sky for the return of the Argonaut. Merrill had sent her sunward to strike at the mines of Loki, an asteroid where Russian commissars rolled in mountains of blood-red rubies. We waited through the day and into the sable night, but the Argonaut did not return. For the first time since the formation of the Compact, we had lost a ship, and something like unease crept into our hearts. The carousal that night had no gaiety, and there was the sound of bereaved women weeping. Merrill could learn nothing of the Argonaut's fate. It was as though she had dropped through a hole in the fabric of space itself and vanished from the ken of men. To me, he said, "I fear a new weapon." But to the rest he kept his peace and let the work of the compact continue. There was nothing else to be done. Our wall decade was waning, and when a man or a compact outlives the age that gave him or it birth, there is nothing to do but go forward and meet the new day dawning. So it was with the compact. We lived on as we had lived before, looting and killing and draining the wealth of space into our coffers. But in the back of our minds, a shadow was lurking. On the next raid, the lady was lost. I saw it happen, as did Merrill. There was nothing we could do to help her, and she died, spilling men into the void as she ruptured in her last agony. It was off Hyperion, whence we had come to loot the trove built there by the prospectors of the Saturnian moons, and it was a trap. The arrow, the hound, and the lady circled the moonlit, swinging inward to the attack. It was the lady who was to put aground the raiding party, and her valves hung open while men readied the assault boats. Our radar screens showed nothing of danger. There was only the bloated giant in the sky, a ringed monster of yellow gold against the starry velvet of space. The lady dropped her boats, the hound and the arrow hovering by to watch over their sister. And suddenly the jagged moonscape below erupted, belching streaks of fire that sought us like probing fingers. I knew in one single instant of terror that this was the new weapon that had killed the Argonaut, for it sliced into the lady's flanks as though the steelite hull were cheese. She bulged, glowing like an ember. There was a sudden nimbus of snow about her as her air escaped and froze, and then she rolled into her death dance, open from bow to stern, spilling scorched corpse into the void. The arrow and the hound drove off into space like furies, leaving the spinning body of their sister ship behind, not waiting to watch her crash down onto the rocky face of Hyperion. And now the 5 of the compact were only 3, and again there was the sound of weeping among our women. 2 months after that engagement, a single assault boat returned to base. It was the lone survivor of the ladies' landing party. By some miracle, the 3 men aboard had escaped the Holocaust. They had landed and been captured, and then they had fought their way free and into the void once more. They were half dead from starvation and exposure, but they had brought word to Merrill that the wall that had so long protected us was crumbling. Merrill sought me out, his lean, hard face grim and set. "There was a Russian among the Americans on Hyperion," he said. "A prisoner?" It was my hope that spoke so, not my sure knowledge of what was to come. Merrill shook his head slowly. "A technician. They developed the beam that killed the Argonaut and the lady, together." His voice was harsh and bleak. Then suddenly he laughed. "We've touched them," he said. "Touched them on their tender spot, their purses." He bowed low, filled with bitter mockery. "Behold the diplomats, the men who are accomplishing the impossible." And I knew that his words spelt doom. Doom for the compact and for the wall decade that was our life. Yet we did not stint. In that year we raided Dione, Io, Ganymede, and even the American naval base on Callisto. We gutted 6 Russian and 4 American rockets filled with treasure, and we ventured sunward as far as the moons of Mars. We dared battles with patrol ships and won. We killed the destroyer Alexei Tolstoy off Europa, and we shattered an American monitor over Syrtis itself and watched the wreckage rain down on Yaqui, the place where the compact was born. And we lost the Moon Maid. The radio told us the story. Other new weapons were being developed against us, and here and there American and Russian spacecraft were seen in company for the first time in the history of the age of space. Convoys were formed from ships of both flags to protect spatial commerce from the imagined Great Fleet of the compact. None knew that only the Arrow and the Starhound, small ships, weary ships, were left to face the slowly combining might of Earth. And then at last the pickings, growing slimmer always, diminished to the vanishing point. Merrill stood before us and gave the assembled crews their option. "The treasure hunt is over," our captain told us, "and those who wish may withdraw now. Take your women and the spaceboats and return to Mars. You have your shares, and you can live in comfort wherever you may choose. If you wish it, go now." Some few did go, but most remained. I watched Merrill's face and saw one last plan maturing there. Then he spoke again, and we all understood. One last raid, to take Luna and command the world. "Still the unity of mankind was not secure, and Merrill, filled with impatience for his great dream, decided on one final stroke. He would descend on Luna Base itself with his fleet, and commanding all Earth, he would drive men together, even though it might mean his own death. With this plan of self-immolation in his heart, the peacemaker ordered his hosts and sought the pumice soil of the mother planet's moon." This is the way Quintus Bland, historian and scholar, puts it down for posterity. I, one of his hosts, would say it another way. We had gutted the solar system of its treasure, and at last men were uniting against us. Our fleet was reduced to 2 small ships and a bare handful of men and women to fight them. Jack Merrill could see the handwriting on the wall, and he knew that all must be gambled on one last throw of the dice. Only with Terra herself under our guns could we hope to continue sucking the juice of the worlds into our mouths. It was all or nothing, for we had grown used to our life, and we could no longer change it to meet the demands of the dawning age of Soviet-American amity. Side by side, the Arrow and the Hound slanted sunward. Mars behind us, ahead lay the Earth-Moon system. 10 years had passed since any of us aboard the compact ships had seen the home world, and though we no longer felt a part of it, the sight of the silvery, cloud-flecked globe touched our hearts, touched them as the sapphires of Mimas or the gold of Corfu touched them. We saw the planet that gave us birth, and we were filled with hunger for it, to own it, command it, make it our own. Luna's mountains were white and stark under our keels as Merrill led us across the curve of the southern horizon, seeking to put us into position to attack the UN moon base in Clavius from the direction of the moon's hidden face. We swung low across unnamed mountain ranges and deep sheer valleys steeped in shadow. The voice of the ranger in the Arrow came softly through the open intercom into the tiny control room of the Hound. A woman's voice, tense with excitement, but disciplined and controlled. "Range 500 miles, 475, 450. And then Merrill's voice, calm and reassuring, giving heart to all the untried ones aboard with his steady, conning commands. 4 o'clock jet. Easy. Hold her. Driver's up 1/2 standard. Steady goes. Meet her. Steady." Line astern now, the 2 ships flashing low across the jagged lunar landscape, and a world in the balance. An alarm bell ringing suddenly, and my screen showing the fleeting outline of a Russian monitor above, running across our stern. My own voice, sharp with command. "Gun pointer." "Here, sir." "Get me that gunboat." The Hound's turret wound about with agonizing slowness as the monitor reached for the sky, clawing for altitude and safety. And then there came a searing blast of fire, and the fragments of the Russian gunboat raining down lazily, seeking their eternal rest in the pumice of Luna's hidden face. But they had been warned at the UN base. The monitor had left one dying shriek in the ether, and the waiting garrison had heard. Merrill knew it, and so did I. We moved forward calmly into the jaws of hell. The Arrow attacked from 10 o'clock, low on the horizon, the Hound from 12 o'clock, high. We swept in over the batteries of pulsating projectors, raining down our bombs. The ground shuddered and shook with the fury of exploding uranium, and the sky was laced with a net of fiery death. The Hound shrieked her protest as I swung her about for another attack. There was a sickening swerve and the smell of ozone in my ship. Somewhere, deep within her, a woman screamed, and I felt the deck under me give as one of the questing beams from the fortress below cut into the hull. Airtight doors slammed throughout the wounded vessel, and I drove her to the attack again, hard. The last of the bombs clattered out of the vents, sending mushrooms of pumice miles into the black sky. One battery of guns below fell silent. The Arrow vanished into the night above, and as suddenly reappeared, her forward tubes spewing red fire onto the base below. Then Merrill pulled her up again and disappeared among the pale stars. The Hound's hurt was mortal. I could feel her dying under my hands, and tears streaked my face. Below decks she was a shambles where the cutting beam from the ground had torn part of her heart out. Still I fought her. There was no retreat from this last raid, nor did I wish any. There was a madness in us, a bloodlust as hot and demanding as ever our lust for gold and treasure might have been. I lashed the face of the fortress with the Hound's forward tubes, frantically, filled with a hateful anguish. I felt my ship losing way, twisting and seeking rest on the jagged ground below, and thinking he had deserted us, I cursed Merrill in an ecstasy of blind fury. Again and again the Hound was hit. I knew then that Merrill's plan had been madness, a last gesture of defiance to the new age of unity among men. The Hound fell at last, spitting fire and gall in a futile dance of death. She struck on a high plateau, grinding into the pumice, rolling with macabre abandon across the face of the high tableland. Then, at last, she was still, hissing and groaning fitfully as she died, her buccaneering days gone forever. I donned a suit and staggered, half-dazed, out into the lunar night. A half-dozen men and women from the crew had survived the impact, and they stood by the wreckage, faces under the plastic helmets turned skyward. They were one and all stunned and bleeding from the violence of the Hound's end, but they looked neither back nor around them. Their eyes were filled with the insane glory of the drama being enacted in the sky. The Arrow had returned. She lanced down out of the night like a spear of flame, vengeful and deadly. Straight into the mouth of the screaming guns she dove, death spilling from her tubes. She bathed the moon base in fire, searing the men within, Russian and American alike, into the brotherhood of death. Miraculously, she pulled up out of her encircling net of flame. We watched in open-mouthed wonder as she reached with sobbing heart for the sky just once again, and then, failing, crippled and dying, she hung above the crater's rim, framed with deadly beams from below, but radiant in her own right, gleaming in the light of the sun. This was defeat. We knew it as we stood by the tangled pile of steelite that had been the Hound, and watched the Arrow die. But nothing in this life that I have lived ever told me so grandly that the wall decade was ended, and our life of buccaneering with it, as the thing that happened next. The Arrow's valve opened, and a tiny figure stepped out, into space. I did not need to be told that Jack Merrill was coming to meet the men he had welded together against him. Lazily, unreally, the tiny shape twisted over and over as it fell, until at last it vanished amid the raw welter of craters and ridges beyond the razor wall of Clavius. But men are ashamed, and the chronicles of history must be rewritten to hide their weaknesses. Jack Merrill has become a legend, and the man that I knew is forgotten. Merrill, pirate, fighter, grandiose dreamer. That was my captain. Not the colorless do-good creature of the legend. Merrill fought for lust and greed, and these are the things that will one day take men to the stars. He knew this truth, of course, and that was the substance of his great dream. Because of it, there are no longer walls in space, and the men who united to fight the peacemaker will one day rule the universe. Meanwhile, chroniclers will write lies about him, and Jack Merrill's laughter will echo in some ghostly Valhalla beyond the farthest star. End of The Peacemaker by Alfred Koppel. Read by Michael A.
Pictures Don't Lie by Catherine MacLean. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pictures Don't Lie by Catherine MacLean. Excerpt from Galaxy Science Fiction, August 1951. Pictures, that is, that one can test and measure, and these pictures positively, absolutely could not lie. The man from The News asked, "What do you think of the aliens, Mr. Nathan? Are they friendly? Do they look human?" "Very human," said the thin young man. Outside, rain sleeted across the big windows with a steady faint drumming, blurring and dimming the view of the airfield where they would arrive. On the concrete runways the puddles were pockmarked with rain, and the grass growing untouched between the runways of the unused field glistened wetly, bending before gusts of wind. Back at a respectful distance from where the huge spaceship would land were the grey shapes of trucks where TV camera crews huddled inside their mobile units, waiting. Farther back in the deserted sandy landscape behind distant sandy hills, artillery was ringed in a great circle, and in the distance across the horizon bombers stood ready at airfields, guarding the world against possible treachery from the first alien ship ever to land from space. "Do you know anything about their home planet?" asked the man from Herald. The Times man stood with the others, listening absently, thinking of questions but reserving them. Joseph R. Nathan, the thin young man with the straight black hair and the tired lines on his face, was being treated with respect by his interviewers. He was obviously on edge, and they did not want to harry him with too many questions to answer at once. They wanted to keep his goodwill. Tomorrow he would be one of the biggest celebrities ever to appear in headlines. "No, nothing directly." "Any ideas or deductions?" Harold persisted. "Their world must be Earth-like to them," the weary-looking young man answered uncertainly. "The environment evolves the animal, but only in relative terms, of course." He looked at them with a quick glance, and then looked away evasively, his lank black hair beginning to cling to his forehead with sweat. "That doesn't necessarily mean anything." "Earth-like," muttered a reporter, writing it down as if he had noticed nothing more in the reply. The Timesman glanced at the Herald, wondering if he had noticed, and received a quick glance in exchange. The Herald asked Nathan, "You think they are dangerous, then?" It was the kind of question, assuming much, which usually broke reticence and brought forth quick facts when it hit the mark. They all knew of the military precautions, although they were not supposed to know. The question missed. Nathan glanced out the window vaguely. "No, I wouldn't say so." "You think they are friendly, then?" said the Herald, equally positive on the opposite track. A fleeting smile touched Nathan's lips. "Those I know are." There was no lead in this direction, and they had to get the basic facts of the story before the ship came. The Times asked, "What led up to your contacting them?" Nathan answered after a hesitation, "Static, radio static." "The army told you my job, didn't they?" The army had told them nothing at all. The officer who had conducted them in for the interview stood glowering watchfully, as if he objected by instinct to telling anything to the public. Nathan glanced at him doubtfully. "My job is radio decoder for the Department of Military Intelligence. I use a directional pickup, tune in on foreign bands, record any scrambled or coded messages I hear, and build automatic decoders and descramblers for all the basic scramble patterns." The officer cleared his throat but said nothing. The reporter smiled, noting that down. Security regulations had changed since arms inspection had been legalized by the UN, complete information being the only public security against secret rearmament. Spying and prying had come to seem a public service. Its aura had changed. It was good public relations to admit to it. Nathan continued, "I started directing the pickup at stars in my spare time. There's radio noise from stars, you know. Just stuff that sounds like spatter static and an occasional squawk. People have been listening to it for a long time, and researching, trying to work out why stellar radiation on those bands comes in such jagged bursts. It didn't seem natural." He paused and smiled uncertainly, aware that the next thing he would say was the thing that would make him famous. An idea that had come to him while he listened. An idea as simple and as perfect as the one that came to Newton when he saw the apple fall. "I decided it wasn't natural. I tried decoding it." Hurriedly he tried to explain it away and make it seem obvious. "You see, there's an old intelligence trick, speeding up a message on a record until it sounds just like that, a short squawk of static, and then broadcasting it. Undergrounds use it. I'd heard that kind of screech before." "You mean they broadcast at us in code?" asked the News. "It's not exactly code. All you need to do is record it and slow it down. They are not broadcasting at us. If a star has planets, inhabited planets, and there is broadcasting between them, they would send it on a tight beam to save power." He looked for comprehension. "You know, like a spotlight. Theoretically, a tight beam can go on forever without losing power. But aiming would be difficult from planet to planet. You can't expect a beam to stay on target over such distances more than a few seconds at a time. So they'd naturally compress each message into a short half-second or 1 second length package and send it a few hundred times in one long blast to make sure it is picked up during the instant the beam swings across the target." He was talking slowly and carefully, remembering that this explanation was for the newspapers. "When a stray beam swings through our section of space, there is a sharp peak in noise level from that direction. The beams are swinging to follow their own planets at home, and the distance between there and here exaggerates the speed of swing tremendously, so we wouldn't pick up more than a bip as it passes." "How do you account for the number of squawks coming in?" the Times asked. "Do stellar systems rotate on the plane of the galaxy?" It was a private question. He spoke impulsively from interest and excitement. The radio decoder grinned, the lines of strain vanishing from his face for a moment. "Maybe we're intercepting everybody's telephone calls, and the whole galaxy is swarming with races that spend all day yakking at each other over the radio. Maybe the human type is standard model." "It would take something like that," the Times agreed. They smiled at each other. The News asked, "How did you happen to pick up television instead of voices?" "Not by accident," Nathan explained patiently. "I'd recognized a scanning pattern, and I wanted pictures. Pictures are understandable in any language." Near the interviewers, a senator paced back and forth, muttering his memorized speech of welcome and nervously glancing out the wide streaming windows into the grey sleeting rain. Opposite the windows of the long room was a small raised platform flanked by the tall shapes of TV cameras and sound pickups on booms, and darkened floodlights, arranged and ready for the senator to make his speech of welcome to the aliens and the world. A shabby radio sending set stood beside it without a case to conceal its parts, 2 cathode television tubes flickering nakedly on one side and the speaker humming on the other. A vertical panel of dials and knobs jutted up before them, and a small hand mic sat ready on the table before the panel. It was connected to a box-like, expensively cased piece of equipment with "Radiolab, U.S. Property" stenciled on it. "I recorded a couple of packaged screeches from Sagittarius and began working on them," Nathan added. "It took a couple of months to find the synchronizing signals and set the scanners close enough to the right time to even get a pattern. When I showed the pattern to the department, they gave me full time to work on it and an assistant to help. It took 8 months to pick out the color bands and assign them the right colors to get anything intelligible on the screen." The shabby-looking mess of exposed parts was the original receiver that they had labored over for 10 months. adjusting and readjusting to reduce the maddening rippling plates of unsynchronized color scanners to some kind of sane picture. "Trial and error," said Nathan, "but it came out all right. The wideband spread of the squawks had suggested color TV from the beginning." He walked over and touched the set. The speaker bipped slightly and the gray screen flickered with a flash of color at the touch. The set was awake and sensitive, tuned to receive from the great interstellar spaceship which now circled the atmosphere. We wondered why there were so many bands, but when we got the set working and started recording and playing everything that came in, we found we tapped something like a landing library line. It was all fiction, plays. Between the pauses in Nathan's voice, the Times found himself unconsciously listening for the sound of roaring, swiftly approaching rocket jets. The Post asked, "How did you contact the spaceship?" "I scanned and recorded a film copy of Rite of Spring, the Disney-Stravinsky combination, and sent it back along the same line we were receiving from. Just testing. It wouldn't get there for a good number of years, if it got there at all, but I thought it would please the library to get a new record in." 2 weeks later, when we caught and slowed a new batch of recordings, we found an answer. It was obviously meant for us. It was a flash of the Disney being played to a large audience, and then the audience sitting and waiting before a blank screen. The signal was very clear and loud. We'd intercepted a spaceship. They were asking for an encore, you see. They liked the film and wanted more. He smiled at them in sudden thought. "You can see them for yourself. It's all right down the hall where the linguists are working on the automatic translator." The listening officer frowned and cleared his throat, and the thin young man turned to him quickly. "No security reason why they should not see the broadcasts, is there? Perhaps you should show them." He said to the reporters reassuringly, "It's right down the hall. You will be informed the moment the spaceship approaches." The interview was very definitely over. The lank-haired, nervous young man turned away and seated himself at the radio set, while the officer swallowed his objections and showed them dourly down the hall to a closed door. They opened it and fumbled into a darkened room crowded with empty folding chairs, dominated by a glowing bright screen. The door closed behind them, bringing total darkness. There was the sound of reporters fumbling their way into seats around him, but the Times man remained standing, aware of an enormous surprise, as if he had been asleep and wakened to find himself in the wrong country. The bright colors of the double image seemed the only real thing in the darkened room. Even blurred as they were, he could see that the action was subtly different, the shapes subtly not right. He was looking at aliens. The impression was of two humans disguised, humans moving oddly, half dancing, half crippled. Carefully, afraid the images would go away, he reached up to his breast pocket, took out his polarized glasses, rotated one lens at right angles to the other and put them on. Immediately the two beings came into sharp focus, real and solid, and the screen became a wide, elusively near window through which he watched them. They were conversing with each other in a grey-walled room, discussing something with restrained excitement. The large man in the green tunic closed his purple eyes for an instant at something the other said, and grimaced, making a motion with his fingers as if shoving something away from him. Melodrama. The second, smaller, with yellowish-green eyes, stepped closer, talking more rapidly in a lower voice. The first stood very still, not trying to interrupt. Obviously, the proposal was some advantageous treachery, and he wanted to be persuaded. The Times groped for a chair and sat down. Perhaps gesture is universal, desire and aversion, a leaning forward or a leaning back, tension, relaxation. Perhaps these actors were masters. The scenes changed. A corridor, a park-like place in what he began to realize was a spaceship, a lecture room. There were others talking and working, speaking to the man in the green tunic, and never was it unclear what was happening or how they felt. They talked a flowing language with many short vowels and shifts of pitch, and they gestured in the heat of talk, their hands moving with an odd lagging difference of motion, not slow but somehow drifting. He ignored the language, but after a time the difference in motion began to arouse his interest. Something in the way they walked. With an effort he pulled his mind from the plot and forced his attention to the physical difference. Brown hair in short silky crew cuts, varied eye colors, the colors showing clearly because their irises were very large, their round eyes set very widely apart in tapering light brown faces. Their necks and shoulders were thick in a way that would indicate unusual strength for a human, but their wrists were narrow and their fingers long and thin and delicate. There seemed to be more than the usual number of fingers. Since he came in, a machine had been whirring and a voice muttering beside him. He called his attention from counting their fingers and looked around. Beside him sat an alert-looking man wearing earphones, watching and listening with hawk-like concentration. Beside him was a tall, streamlined box. From the screen came the sound of the alien language. The man abruptly flipped the switch on the box, muttered a word into a small hand microphone, and flipped the switch back with nervous rapidity. He reminded the Times men of the earphoned interpreters at the UN. The machine was probably a vocal translator, and the mutterer a linguist adding to its vocabulary. Near the screen were two other linguists taking notes. The Times remembered the senator pacing in the observatory room, rehearsing his speech of welcome. The speech would not be just the empty pompous gesture he had expected. It would be translated mechanically and understood by the aliens. On the other side of the glowing window that was the stereo screen, the large protagonist in the green tunic was speaking to a pilot in a grey uniform. They stood in a brightly lit, canary yellow control room in a spaceship. The Times tried to pick up the thread of the plot. Already he was interested in the fate of the hero and liked him. That was the effect of good acting, probably, for part of the art of acting is to win affection from the audience, and this actor might be the matinee idol of whole solar systems. Controlled tension, betraying itself by a jerk of the hands, a too quick answer to a question. The uniformed one, not suspicious, turned his back, busying himself at some task involving a map lit with glowing red points, his motions sharing the same fluid dragging grace of the others, as if they were under water or on a slow-motion film. The other was watching a switch set into a panel, moving closer to it, talking casually. Background music coming and rising in thin chords of tension. There was a close-up of the alien's face watching the switch, and the Times noted that his ears were symmetrically half circles, almost perfect with no earholes visible. The voice of the uniformed one answered, a brief word in a preoccupied deep voice. His back was still turned. The other glanced at the switch, moving closer to it, talking casually. The switch coming closer and closer stereoscopically. It was in reach, filling the screen. His hand came into view, darting out, closed over the switch. There was a sharp clap of sound and his hand opened in a frozen shape of pain. Beyond him, as his gaze swung up, stood the figure of the uniformed officer, unmoving, a weapon rigid in his hand in the startled position in which he had turned and fired, watching with widening eyes as the man in the green tunic swayed and fell. The tableau held, the uniformed one drooping, looking down at his hand, holding the weapon which had killed, and music began to build in from the background. Just for an instant the room and the things within it flashed into one of those bewildering color changes which were the bane of color television, and switched to a color negative of itself, A green man standing in a violet control room, looking down at the body of a green man in a red tunic. It held for less than a second, then the color band alternator fell back into phase and the colors reversed to normal. Another uniformed man came and took the weapon from the limp hand of the other, who began to explain dejectedly in a low voice, while the music mounted and covered his words, and the screen slowly went blank, like a window that slowly filmed over with grey fog. The music faded. In the dark someone clapped appreciatively. The earphoned man beside the Times shifted his earphones back from his ears and spoke briskly. "I can't get any more. Either of you want a replay?" There was a short silence until the linguist nearest the set said, "I guess we've squeezed that one dry. Let's run the tape where Nathan and that ship radio boy are kidding around CQing and tuning their beams in closer. I have a hunch the boy is talking routine ham talk and giving the old radio count. 1, 2, 3, testing." There was some fumbling in the semi-dark, and then the screen came to life again. It showed a flash of an audience sitting before a screen and gave a clipped chord of some familiar symphony. "Crazy about Stravinsky and Mozart," remarked the earphoned linguist to the Times, resettling his earphones. "Can't stand Gershwin. Can you beat that?" He turned his attention back to the screen as the right sequence came on. The post, who was sitting just in front of him, turned to the Times and said, "Funny how much they look like people." He was writing, making notes to telephone his report. "What color hair did that character have?" "I didn't notice." He wondered if he should remind the reporter that Nathan had said he assigned the color bands on guess, choosing the colors that gave the most plausible images. The guests, when they arrived, could turn out to be bright green with blue hair. Only the gradations of color in the picture were sure. Only the similarities and contrasts, the relationship of one color to another. From the screen came the sound of the alien language again. This race averaged deeper voices than human. He liked deep voices. Could he write that? No, there was something wrong with that too. How had Nathan established the right soundtrack pitch? Was it a matter of taking the modulation as it came in, or some sort of heterodyning up and down by trial and error? Probably. It might be safer to assume that Nathan had simply preferred deep voices. As he sat there, doubting, an uneasiness he had seen in Nathan came back to add to his own uncertainty, and he remembered just how close that uneasiness had come to something that looked like restrained fear. "What I don't get is why he went to all the trouble of picking up TV shows instead of just contacting them," the news complained. "They are good shows, but what's the point?" "Maybe so we'd get to learn their language too," said the Herald. On the screen now was the obviously unstaged and genuine scene of a young alien working over a bank of apparatus. He turned and waved and opened his mouth in the comical O shape, which the Times was beginning to recognize as their equivalent of a smile, then went back to trying to explain something about the equipment in elaborate awkward gestures and carefully mouthed words. The Times got up quietly, went out into the bright white stone corridor, and walked back the way he had come, thoughtfully folding his stereo glasses and putting them away. No one stopped him. Secrecy restrictions were ambiguous here. The reticence of the army seemed more a matter of habit, mere reflex from the fact that it had all originated in the intelligence department, than any reasoned policy of keeping the landing a secret. The main room was more crowded than he had left it. The TV camera and sound crew stood near their apparatus. The senator had found a chair and was reading, and at the far end of the room 8 men were grouped in a circle of chairs, arguing something with impassioned concentration. The Times recognized a few he knew personally, eminent names in science, workers in field theory. A stray phrase reached him. Reference to the universal constants as ratio. It was probably a discussion of ways of converting formulas from one mathematics to another for a rapid exchange of information. They had reason to be intent, aware of the flood of insights that novel viewpoints could bring if they could grasp them. He would have liked to go over and listen, but there was too little time left before the spaceship was due, and he had a question to ask. The hand-rigged transceiver was still humming, tuned to the sending band of the circling ship, and the young man who had started it all was sitting on the edge of the TV platform with his chin resting in one hand. He did not look up as the Times approached, but it was the indifference of preoccupation, not discourtesy. The Times sat down on the edge of the platform beside him and took out a pack of cigarettes, then remembered the coming TV broadcast and the ban on smoking. He put them away, thoughtfully watching the diminishing rain spray against the streaming windows. "What's wrong?" he asked. Nathan showed that he was aware and friendly by a slight motion of his head. "You tell me." "Hunch," said the Timesman. "Sheer hunch. Everything sailing along too smoothly. Everyone taking too much for granted." Nathan relaxed slightly. "I'm still listening." "Something about the way they move." Nathan shifted to glance at him. "That's bothered me too." "Are you sure they are adjusted to the right speed?" Nathan clenched his hands out in front of him and looked at them consideringly. "I don't know. When I turn the tape faster, they are all rushing, and you begin to wonder why their clothes don't stream behind them, why the doors close so quickly and yet you can't hear them slam, why things fall so fast. If I turn it slower, they all seem to be swimming." He gave the Times a considering sidewise glance. "Didn't catch the name." "Country-bred guy," thought the Times. "Jacob Luke, Times," he said, extending his hand. Nathan gave the hand a quick, hard grip, identifying the name. "Sunday Science Section editor. I read it. Surprised to meet you here." "Likewise," the Times smiled. "Look, have you gone into this rationally with formulas?" He found a pencil in his pocket. "Obviously there's something wrong with our judgment of their weight to speed to momentum ratio. Maybe it's something simple like low gravity aboard ship with magnetic shoes. Maybe they are floating slightly." "Why worry?" Nathan cut in. "I don't see any reason to try to figure it out now." He laughed and shoved back his black hair nervously. "We'll see them in 20 minutes." "Will we?" asked the Times slowly. There was a silence while the senator turned a page of his magazine with a slight crackling of paper, and the scientists argued at the other end of the room. Nathan pushed at his lank black hair again, as if it were trying to fall forward in front of his eyes and keep him from seeing. "Sure," the young man laughed suddenly, talked rapidly. "Sure we'll see them. Why shouldn't we, with all the government ready with welcome speeches? The whole army turned out and hiding over the hill, reporters all around, newsreel cameras, everything set up to broadcast the landing to the world. The president himself shaking hands with me and waiting in Washington." He came to the truth without pausing for breath. He said, "Hell no, they won't get here. There's some mistake somewhere. Something's wrong. I should have told the brass heads yesterday when I started adding it up. Don't know why I didn't say anything. Scared, I guess. Too much top rank around here. Lost my nerve." He clutched the Timesman's sleeve. "Look, I don't know what—" A green light flashed on the sending receiving set. Nathan didn't look at it, but he stopped talking. The loudspeaker on the set broke into a voice speaking in the alien's language. The senator started and looked nervously at it, straightening his tie. The voice stopped. Nathan turned and looked at the loudspeaker. His worry seemed to be gone. "What is it?" the Times asked anxiously. "He says they've slowed enough to enter the atmosphere now. They'll be here in 5 to 10 minutes, I guess. That's Bud. He's all excited. He says, holy smoke, what a murky-looking planet we live on." Nathan smiled. "Kidding." The Times was puzzled. What does he mean, murky? It can't be raining over much territory on Earth. Outside the rain was slowing and bright blue patches of sky were shining through breaks in the cloud blanket, glittering blue light from the drops that ran down the window. He tried to think of an explanation. Maybe they are trying to land on Venus. The thought was ridiculous, he knew. The spaceship was following Nathan's sending beam. It couldn't miss Earth. But had to be kidding. The green light glowed on the set again, and they stopped speaking, waiting for the message to be recorded, slowed and replayed. The cathode screen came to life suddenly, with a picture of the young man sitting at his sending set, his back turned, watching a screen at one side which showed a glimpse of a huge dark plane approaching. As the ship plunged down toward it, the illusion of solidity melted into a boiling turbulence of black clouds. They expanded in an inky swirl, looking huge for an instant, and then blackness swallowed the screen. The young alien swung around to face the camera, speaking a few words as he moved, made the O of a smile again, then flipped the switch, and the screen went gray. Nathan's voice was suddenly toneless and strained. He said something like, "Break out the drinks, here they come." "The atmosphere doesn't look like that," the Times said at random, knowing he was saying something too obvious even to think about. Not Earth atmosphere. Some people drifted up. What did they say? "Entering the atmosphere, ought to be landing in 5 or 10 minutes, Nathan told them. A ripple of heightened excitement ran through the room. Cameramen began adjusting the lens angles again, turning on the mic and checking it, turning on the floodlights. The scientists rose and stood near the window, still talking. The reporters trooped in from the hall and went to the windows to watch for the great event. The 3 linguists came in, trundling a large wheeled box that was the mechanical translator, supervising while it was hitched into the sound broadcasting system. "Landing where?" the Times asked Nathan brutally. "Why don't you do something?" "Tell me what to do and I'll do it," Nathan said quietly, not moving. It was not sarcasm. Jacob Luke of the Times looked sidewise at the strained whiteness of his face and moderated his tone. "Can't you contact them?" "Not while they are landing." "What now?" The Times took out a pack of cigarettes, remembered the rule against smoking and put it back. "We just wait." Nathan leaned his elbow on one knee and his chin in his hand. They waited. All the people in the room were waiting. There was no more conversation. A bald man of the scientist group was automatically buffing his fingernails over and over and inspecting them without seeing them. Another absently polished his glasses, held them up to the light, put them on, and then a moment later took them off and began polishing again. The television crew concentrated on their jobs, moving quietly and efficiently, with perfectionist care, minutely arranging things which did not need to be arranged, checking things that had already been checked. This was to be one of the great moments of human history, and they were all trying to forget that fact and remain impassive and wrapped up in the problems of their jobs, as good specialists should. After an interminable age, the Times consulted his watch. 3 minutes had passed. He tried holding his breath a moment, listening for a distant approaching thunder of jets. There was no sound. The sun came out from behind the clouds and lit up the field like a great spotlight on an empty stage. Abruptly the green light shone on the set again, indicating that a squawk message had been received. The recorder recorded it, slowed it and fed it back to the speaker. It clicked and the sound was very loud in the still tense room. The screen remained grey, but Bud's voice spoke a few words in the alien language. He stopped. The speaker clicked and the light went out. When it was plain that nothing more would occur and no announcement was to be made of what was said, the people in the room turned back to the windows. Talk picked up again. Somebody told a joke and laughed alone. One of the linguists remained turned toward the loudspeaker, then looked at the widening patches of blue sky showing out the window, his expression puzzled. He had understood. "It's dark," the thin intelligence department decoder translated, low-voiced, to the man from the Times. "Your atmosphere is thick." That's precisely what Bud said. Another 3 minutes. The Times caught himself about to light a cigarette and swore silently, blowing the match out and putting the cigarette back into its package. He listened for the sound of rocket jets. It was time for the landing, yet he heard no blasts. The green light came on in the transceiver. Message in. Instinctively he came to his feet. Nathan abruptly was standing beside him. Then the message came in the voice he was coming to think of as Bud. It spoke and paused. Suddenly the Times knew. "We've landed," Nathan whispered the words. The wind blew across the open spaces of white concrete and damp soil that was the empty airfield, swaying the wet, shiny grass. The people in the room looked out, listening for the roar of jets, looking for the silver bulk of a spaceship in the sky. Nathan moved, seating himself at the transmitter, switching it on to warm up, checking and balancing dials. Jacob Luke of the Times moved softly to stand behind his right shoulder, hoping he could be useful. Nathan made a half motion of his head as if to glance back at him, unhooked 2 of the earphone sets hanging on the side of the tall streamlined box that was the automatic translator, plugged them in and handed one back over his shoulder to the Times man. The voice began to come from the speaker again. Hastily Jacob Luke fitted the earphones over his ears. He fancied he could hear Bud's voice tremble. For a moment it was just Bud's voice speaking the alien language, and then, very distant and clear in his earphones, he heard the recorded voice of the linguist say an English word, then a mechanical click and another clear word in the voice of one of the other translators. Then another as the alien's voice flowed from the loudspeaker, the cool single words barely audible, overlapping and blending with it like translating thought, skipping unfamiliar words, yet quite astonishingly clear. "Radar shows no buildings or civilization near. The atmosphere around us registers as thick as glue. Tremendous gas pressure, low gravity, no light at all. You didn't describe it like this. Where are you, Joe? This isn't some kind of trick, is it?" But hesitated, was prompted by a deeper official voice, and jerked out the words, "If it is a trick, we are ready to repel attack." The linguist stood listening. He whitened slowly and beckoned the other linguists over to him and whispered to them. Joseph Nathan looked at them with unwarranted bitter hostility while he picked up the hand mic, plugging it into the translator. "Joe calling," he said quietly into it in clear, slow English. "No trick. We don't know where you are. I am trying to get a direction fix from your signal. Describe your surroundings to us if at all possible." Nearby, the floodlights blazed steadily on the television platform, ready for the official welcome of the aliens to Earth. The television channels of the world had been alerted to set aside their scheduled programs for an unscheduled great event. In the long room the people waited, listening for the swelling sound of rocket jets. This time, after the light came on, there was a long delay. The speaker sputtered and sputtered again, building to a steady scratching they could barely sense as a dim voice. It came through in a few tinny words and then wavered back to inaudibility. The machine translated in their earphones. "Try seemed repair. Suddenly it came in clearly. Can't tell if the auxiliary blew too. We'll try it. We might pick you up clearly on the next try. I have the volume down. Where is the landing port? Repeat. Where is the landing port? Where are you? Nathan put down the hand mic and carefully set a dial on the recording box and flipped the switch, speaking over his shoulder. This sets it to repeat what I said the last time. It keeps repeating. Then he sat with unnatural stillness, his head still half turned, as if he had suddenly caught a glimpse of answer and was trying with no success whatever to grasp it. The green warning light cut in, the recording clicked, and the playback of Bud's face and voice appeared on the screen. "We heard a few words, Joe, and then the receiver blew again. We are adjusting a viewing screen to pick up the long waves that go through the murk and convert them to visible light. We'll be able to see out soon. The engineer says that something is wrong with his stern jets, and the captain has had me broadcast a help call to our nearest space base." He made the mouth O of a grin. "The message won't reach it for some years. I trust you, Joe. But get us out of here, will you? They are buzzing that the screen is finally ready." The screen went grey and the green light went off. The Times considered the lag required for the help call, the speaking and recording of the message just received, the time needed to reconvert a viewing screen. "They work fast." He shifted uneasily and added at random, "Something wrong with the time factor. All wrong. They work too fast." The green light came on again immediately. Nathan half turned to him, sliding his words hastily into the gap of time as the message was recorded and slowed. "They are close enough for our transmission power to blow their receiver." If it was on Earth, why the darkness around the ship? Maybe they see in the high ultraviolet. The atmosphere is opaque to that band, the Times suggested hastily as the speaker began to talk in the young extraterrestrial's voice. It was shaking now. "Stand by for the description." They tensed, waiting. The Times brought a map of the state before his mind's eye. A half circle of cliffs around the horizon. A wide muddy lake swarming with swimming things. Huge strange white foliage all around the ship, and incredibly huge pulpy monsters attacking and eating each other on all sides. We almost landed in the lake, right on the soft edge. The mud can't hold the ship's weight and we are sinking. The engineer says we might be able to blast free, but the tubes are mud clogged and might blow up the ship. When can you reach us? The Times thought vaguely of the Carboniferous era. Nathan obviously had seen something he had not. "Where are they?" the Times asked him quietly. Nathan pointed to the antenna position indicators. The Times let his eyes follow the converging imaginary lines of focus out the window to the sunlit airfield, the empty airfield, the drying concrete and green waving grass where the lines met. Where the lines met, the spaceship was there. The fear of something unknown gripped him suddenly. The spaceship was broadcasting again. "Where are you? Answer if possible. We are sinking. Where are you?" He saw that Nathan knew. "What is it?" the Times asked hoarsely. "Are they in another dimension or the past or on another world or what?" Nathan was smiling bitterly, and Jacob Luke remembered that the young man had a friend in that spaceship. "My guess is that they evolved on a high-gravity planet with a thin atmosphere near a blue-white star. Sure, they see in the ultraviolet range. Our sun is abnormally small and dim and yellow. Our atmosphere is so thick it screens out ultraviolet." He laughed harshly. "A good joke on us. The weird place we evolved in, the thing it did to us." "Where are you?" called the alien spaceship. "Hurry up, please, we're sinking." The decoder slowed his tumbled frightened words and looked up into the Times face for understanding. "We'll rescue them," he said quietly. You were right about the time factor, right about them moving at a different speed. I misunderstood. This business about squawk coding, speeding for better transmission to counteract beam waver. I was wrong. What do you mean? They don't speed up their broadcasts. They don't? Suddenly, in his mind's eye, the Times began to see again the play he had just seen. But the actors were moving at blurring speed, the words jerking out in a fluting, dizzying stream, thoughts and decisions passing with unfollowable rapidity, rippling faces in a twisting blur of expressions, doors slamming wildly, shatteringly, as the actors leaped in and out of rooms. No, faster, faster. He wasn't visualizing it as rapidly as it was. An hour of talk and action in one almost instantaneous squawk. A narrow peak of noise, interfering with a single word in an Earth broadcast. Faster, faster. It was impossible. Matter could not stand such stress, inertia, momentum, abrupt weight. It was insane. Why, he asked. How? Nathan laughed again harshly, reaching for the mic. Get them out? There isn't a lake or river within hundreds of miles from here. A shiver of unreality went down the Time's spine. Automatically and inanely he found himself delving in his pocket for a cigarette while he tried to grasp what had happened. Where are they then? Why can't we see their spaceship? Nathan switched the microphone on in a gesture that showed the bitterness of his disappointment. We'll need a magnifying glass for that. End of Pictures Don't Lie by Catherine MacLean. Recording by Hihikitty.
Rough Beast by Roger D. Aycock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Rough Beast. The field of the experimental Telethink station in the Florida Keys caught the fleeing Morid's attention just as its stolen Federation lifeboat plunged into the outer reaches of night-side atmosphere. The Morid reacted with the instant decision of a harried wolf stumbling upon a dark cave that offers not only sanctuary, but a lost lamb for supper as well. With the pursuing Federation ship hot on its taloned heels, the Morid zeroed on the Telethink signals, fuzzy and incomprehensibly alien to its viciously direct mentality, but indicating life and therefore food, and aimed straight for their source. The lifeboat crashed headlong in the mangroves fringing Dutchman's Key, perhaps 10 miles west of the Oversea Highway and less than 2 from the Telethink station. The Morid emerged in snarling haste, anticipating the power plant's explosion by a matter of seconds, and vanished like a magenta-furred juggernaut into the moonlit riot of vegetation that crowded back from the mangroved strip of beach. The Morid considered it a success. The lifeboat went up in a cataclysmic roar and flare of bluish light that brought Van, the Telethink operator on duty, out of his Goldberg helmet with a prickly conviction of runaway range missiles. It all but blinded and deafened Ellis, his partner, who was cruising with a portable Telethink in the station launch through a low-lying maze of islands a quarter of a mile from Dutchman's Key. Their joint consternation was lost on the Morid because both at the moment were outside its avid reach. The teeming welter of life on Dutchman's Key was not. The Morid headed inland, sensing abundant quarry to satisfy the ravening hunger that drove it, and, that craving satisfied, to offer ample scope to its joy of killing. The Morid's escape left Zaxtal, Federation ship's commander, in a dilemma bordering upon the insoluble. It would have been bad enough to lose so rare a specimen even on a barren world, but to have one so voracious at large upon one so teeming, as the primitive Telethink signals demonstrated, with previously unsuspected intelligence was unthinkable. This, at the outset, was Zaxtal's problem. Forbidden by strictest galactic injunction, he could not make planetfall and interfere with a previously unscouted primitive culture. Contrariwise, neither could civilized ethic condone his abandoning such an unsuspecting culture to the bloody mercies of a Morid without every effort to correct his blunder. Hanging in stationary orbit in order to keep a fixed relation to the Morid's landing site, the Federation commander debated earnestly with his staff until a sudden quickening of the barbarous telethink net made action imperative. 2 of the autochthons were isolated on a small island with the Morid. Unwarned, they were doomed. So he grouped his staff about him, sitting, crouching, coiling, or hovering, as individual necessity demanded, and as one entity put the whole into rapport with the all but meaningless signals that funneled up from the telethink station in the Florida Keys. And in doing so, roused a consternation as great as his own and infinitely more immediate. The flash brought Van away from the telethink console and out of the Quonset station to stare shakenly across the tangle of mangroved islands to the west. Wayman came out a moment later on the run, when the teeth-jarring blast of the explosion woke him. They stood together on the moon-bright sand, and Van relayed in 4 words the total of his information. "It fell over there," Van said. A pale pinkish cloud of smoke and steam rose and drifted phosphorescently toward a non-committal moon. "The second key out," Wayman said. "That would be Dutchman's, where the hermit lives." Van nodded, drawing minimal reassurance from the fact that there had been no mushroom. "It shouldn't be atomic." The Gulf breeze was steady out of the west, freighted with its perpetual salt and mangrove smell. "The Geigers would tell us soon enough," Wayman said. "Not that it'll help us, with Ellis out in the launch." They looked at each other in sudden shock of joint realization. "The launch," Van said. "Ellis is out there with the portable telethink rig. We were working out field strength ratios for personal equipment." They dived for the Quonset together. Van, smaller and more agile than the deliberate Wayman, reached the telethink first. "Nothing but the regular standby carrier from Washington," Van said. "Ellis may have been directly under the thing when it struck. He was working toward Dutchman's Key, hoping for a glimpse of the hermit." "Maybe he wasn't wearing the telethink when the blast came," Wayman said. Then, with characteristic practicality, "Better image Washington about this while we're waiting for Ellis to report in. Can't use the net radio. We'd start a panic." Van settled himself at the console. "I'll try. That is, if I can get across anything beyond the sort of subliminal rot we've been trading lately." He signaled for contact and felt the Washington operator's answering surge of subconscious resentment at being disturbed. With the closing of the net, the now familiar giddiness of partial rapport came on him, together with the oppressive sense of bodily sharing. There was a sudden trickle of saliva in his mouth, and he resisted the desire to spit. "Washington is having a midnight snack," Van said. "Rotted sardines and Limburger, I think." He made correction when the Washington operator radiated indignation. "Goose liver and dill pickles, then, but you wouldn't guess it. Salt tastes like brass filings." Wayman said shortly, "Get on with it. You can clown later." Van visualized the flare of explosion and winced at the panicky, hammer-and-sickled surmise that came back to him. "How would I know?" he said aloud. "We have a man out." He recalled the inherent limitation of phonetics then and fell back upon imagery, picturing Ellis' launch heading toward an island luridly lighted by the blast. For effect he added, on the Key's minuscule beach, a totally imaginary shack of driftwood, complete with bearded hermit. He knew immediately when authority arrived at the other end of the net. There was a mental backwash of conversation that told him his orders even before the Washington operator set himself for their relay. "They want an eyewitness account from Ellis," he told Wayman. "As if—" Ellis broke into the net at that moment, radiating a hazy image. He was still partially blinded from the glare of the blast, of a lowering key overhung by a dwindling pall of pinkish smoke. In the foreground of lagoon and mangroves stood a stilted shack not unlike the one Van had pictured, but without the hermit. Instead, the rickety elevation of thatched porch was a blot of sable darkness, relieved only by a pair of slanted yellow eyes gleaming close to the floor. Climactically, Zaxtal entered the net then with an impact of total information that was more than the human psyche, conditioned to serialized thinking by years of phonetic communication, could bear. The Washington operator screamed and tore off his helmet, requiring restraint until he could compose himself enough to relay his message. Ellis, in his launch, fainted dead away and ran the boat headlong aground on the beach of Dutchman's Key. Van reeled in his chair, teetering between shock and lunacy, until Wayman caught him and slid the telethink from his head. It was minutes before Van could speak. When he did, it was with a macabre flippancy that Wayman found more convincing than any dramatics. "It's come," Van said. "There's an interstellar ship out there with 1,000-odd crew that would give Dolly himself nightmares." Wayman had to shake him forcibly before he could continue. "They're sorry they can't put down and help us," Van said. "Galactic regulations, it seems. But they feel they should warn us that they've let some sort of bloodthirsty jungle monster, a specimen they were freighting to an interplanetary zoo, escape in a lifeboat. It's loose down here." "Dutchman's Key," Wayman breathed. "What kind of brute could live through a blast like that?" "It left the lifeboat before the power plant blew," Van said. "They're tracking its aura now. It's intelligent to a degree, about on par with ourselves, I gather, and it's big. It's the largest and most vicious life form they've met in kilo-years of star trading." He frowned over a concept unsuited to words. "Longer than thousands. Their culture goes back so far that the term doesn't register." "Ellis," Wayman said, "tell him to sheer off. Tell him to keep away from that island." Van clapped on the telethink helmet and felt real panic when he found the net vacant except for a near-hysterical Washington operator. "Aliens are off the air," he said, "but I can't feel Ellis." "Maybe he isn't wearing his telethink. I'll try his launch radio." He had the microphone in his hand when Van said, "They got the message in Washington, and they're petrified. I asked for a copter to pick up Ellis, and the Hermit if they can reach them before this thing does, but they're thinking along different lines. They're sending a squadron of jet bombers and a non-atomic HE to make sure the beast doesn't escape to the mainland and devastate the countryside." Wayman said incredulously, "They'll blow the Key to bits. What about Ellis and the Hermit?" "Ellis is to evacuate him if possible. They're giving us 20 minutes before the jets come. After that—" He didn't have to finish. At midnight, old Charlie Trask was wading knee-deep in the east side grass flats of his private lagoon, methodically netting shrimp that darted to the ooze-clouded area stirred up by his ragged wading shoes. An empty gunny sack hung across one shoulder, ready for the coon oysters he would pick up from mangrove roots on his way back to his shack. In his dour and antisocial way, Charlie was content. He had nearly enough shrimp for boiling and for bait, with the prospect of coon oyster stew in the offing. He had tobacco for his pipe and cartridges for his single-shot .22 rifle and a batch of potent homebrew ready for the bottling. What more could a man want? The blast and glare of the Morehead's Landing on the western fringe of his key jarred Charlie from his mellow mood like a clear-sky thunderbolt. The concussion rattled what teeth remained to him and brought a distant squall from his cat, a scarred and cynical old Tom named Max, at the shack. "Damn rockets," was Charlie's instant thought. "Fool around till they blow us all to hell." The rosy phosphorescence drifting up from the mangroves a quarter of a mile away colored his resentment with alarm. A blast like that could start a fire, burn across the key, and gut his shack. Grumbling at the interruption of his midnight foray, Charlie crimped the lid tight on his shrimp bucket and stalked back along the lagoon toward his shack. The coon oysters would have to wait. 5 minutes later he reached his personal castle, perched on precarious piling in a gap hewn from the mangroves. The moon made it, to Charlie, a thing of black and silver beauty, with Max's yellow eyes gleaming from the porch floor like wicked, welcoming beacons. Still muttering, Charlie waded out of the shallow water ooze and stomped in squishing shoes up the ladder to his shack. The shrimp bucket he hung on a wall peg out of Max's calculating reach. He found his pipe in the kitchen and loaded and lighted it, deliberately because the capacity for haste was not in him. His homebrew crock bubbled seductively, and he took time out to raise the grimy toweling that covered it and sniff appreciatively. "Ready to cap by the time I come back and get the shrimp grated," he told Max. He changed his dripping brogans for a pair of snake-proof boots and took down his .22 rifle from its pegs, not because he really imagined that anyone might have lived through such a blast, but because strangers, them radio fellows 2 keys east, for instance, might take it into their heads to come prying around. He was halfway across the key when the drone of Ellis' launch entering his lagoon justified his suspicions. Charlie's investigation was soon over. A dying plume of steam rising from a circle of battered mangroves told him that no danger of fire impended, and he turned back in relief. It did not occur to him that the pilot of his hypothetical rocket might be lying desperately injured in the shallow water, at the mercy of sharks and crocodiles. If it had, he would not have moved to help. Any fool who got himself into such a spot, in Charlie's rude philosophy, could get himself out. The drone of the launch's engine was loud when he reached his shack. The boat, handled by a pilot grotesque in what Charlie took at first for a diver's helmet, was heading directly for his landing at an unsafe speed. "Serve him right if he shoals on an oyster bed and rips his bottom," Charlie said. As if on cue, the boat swerved sharply. Its pilot came half erect, arms flung wide in a convulsive gesture. The engine roared wildly. The boat heeled, slamming its occupant against the right gunwale, and blasted straight for Charlie's shack. Miraculously, it missed the shack's piling and lunged half its length upon the sand. The engine roar died instantly. The pilot was thrown headlong overside, Goldberg helmet flying off in mid-arc, to lie stunned at the foot of Charlie's ladder. Callously, Charlie stepped over Ellis' twitching form and stumped up the ladder to his shack. Max, who had taken to the porch rafters at the crash of the launch, came meowing gingerly down to meet him. "It's all right," Charlie told him. "Just some fool that don't know how to handle a boat." He leaned his rifle against the wall and brought a split bamboo chair from the kitchen. He was not too late. The bucket, when he took it from its peg, still slithered satisfactorily with live shrimp. The squawking of the launch radio roused Ellis. He groaned and sat up, dazed and disoriented by the combined shock of Zaxdal's telepathic bombshell and his own rude landing, just as Wayman gave up his attempt at radio contact. In the silence that fell, Ellis would have fainted again except for the chilling knowledge that he was unarmed and afoot on the same key with a man-eating alien monster that might make its appearance at any moment. He collected wits and breath to stave off the black pall of shock that still threatened. "Come down from there and help me push the launch off," he called up to Charlie Trask. "We've got to get off this key, fast." Charlie separated a menu-sized shrimp from his bucket. "You grounded her," he said sourly. "Push her off yourself." "Listen," Ellis said desperately. "That blast was a ship from space, from another star. A wild animal escaped from it, something worse than you ever dreamed of. We've got to get out of here before it finds us." Charlie grunted and chose another shrimp. The Morid, as Zaxdal had pictured it, rose vividly in Ellis' memory. Fanged and shaggy and insatiably voracious. A magenta-furred Urson embodiment of bloodlust made the worst by its near-human intelligence. He described it in dogged haste, his eyes frozen to the tangle of inland underbrush behind the shack. "No such varmint in these Ks," old Charlie said. The launch radio blared again in Wayman's voice, speaking urgently of jet bombers and deadlines. A glance at his watch brought Ellis up from the sand in galvanic resolution. "In 12 minutes," he said grimly, "a squadron of planes will pinpoint this key and blast it out of the water. I'm not going to be eaten alive or blown to bits arguing with you. If I can't push the launch off alone, I'll swim." He scooped up his fallen telethink helmet and ran for the launch. At the fourth step, his foot caught in the iron-hard stump of a mangrove root that had been chopped off inches above the sand, and he fell heavily. Pain blinded him. His right ankle lanced with fire and went numb. He fought to rise and fell again when the ankle collapsed under him. "Hell," he said just before blackness claimed him for the second time. "I've broken my leg." His 12 minutes had dwindled to 7 when Ellis roused. He tried to stand, his twisted ankle momentarily forgotten, and gave it up when the mangroves spun dizzily before his eyes. He couldn't afford to pass out again. He made one last-ditch bid for help. "My leg's broken," he yelled up at old Charlie Trask. "Get down here and lend a hand." Charlie glowered and said nothing. Max bounded down the ladder, tail stiffly erect and scarred ears cocked at the underbrush in baleful curiosity. "The thing is coming this way," Ellis called. "Your cats sense it. Will you let us all be killed?" Charlie Trask grated another shrimp. Swearing bitterly, Ellis caught up his telethink helmet and slid it over his head. He found the net in a welter of confusion. Washington demanded further information. Van at the station was calling him frantically. His own scramble for help images only added to the mental babble. On the Federation ship, confusion was nearly as rampant. Zaxtal's dilemma still held. He could not make planetfall. Time was too short for aid now in any case, but neither could he, with clear galactic conscience, desert the hairy primitives below while hope remained. Ellis' predicament forced Zaxtal to decision. He could only follow the Morid's aura and relay its progress. It could not be helped that the relayed image was blurred of definition and weirdly askew. The Morid's visual and auditory range differed so sharply from either human or galactic that even over the ship's wonderfully selective telecommunicator little of the Morid's immediate surroundings came through clearly. Its aura arrived with a burning intensity that turned Zaxtal and his group faint with empathetic horror, but the fact that the Morid had just made its first kill obliterated all detail for the moment beyond a shocking welter of blood and torn flesh. Ellis fared a little better under the second telepathic blast than under the first. He managed to snatch off his telethink helmet just in time. "The thing just killed something out there," he yelled at Charlie Trask. "It's coming this way. Are you going to sit there and—" Charlie grated his last edible shrimp, took up his bucket, and went inside. The leisurely clinking of homebrew bottles drifted after him, clear and musical on the still, hot air. Ellis looked at his watch and considered prayer. He had 3 minutes left. When the Morid came, Ellis was sitting dumbly on the sand, nursing his broken ankle and considering with a shock-detached part of his mind a fragmentary line of some long-forgotten school-days poem. "What rough beast is this?" The rest eluded him. The underbrush beyond the shack rustled, and the Morid's ravening image sprang to Ellis' mind with a clarity that shook his 3 net participants to the core, one of them past endurance. Van, in the station, said, "Dear God," and braced himself for the end. In Washington, the operator fainted and had to be dragged from his console. Aboard the Federation ship, Zaxtal radiated a shaken "Enough!" and tentacled a stud that sent his craft flashing on its way through subspace. At Charlie Trask's shack, Max bounded across the clearing and into the brush. There followed a riot of squalling and screaming that brought Charlie out of his shack on the run. Ellis sat numbly, beyond shock, waiting for the worst. Unaccountably, the worst was delayed. Charlie came back, clutching a protesting Max by the scruff of the neck, and threw down something at Ellis' feet. Something small and limp and magenta-furred, smeared with greenish blood, and very, very dead. "There's your varmint," said Charlie. With 1 minute remaining before the promised bombers roared over, Ellis, with a frozen clarity he had not dreamed he possessed, radiated a final message before he fainted again. "Call off the jets," he said in effect. "It's over. The beast is dead. The hermit's cat killed it." An hour later, at the station, his ankle bandaged and his third cup of coffee in hand, Ellis could review it all with some coherence. "We didn't consider the business of relative size," he said. "Neither did our galactic friends. Apparently they're small, and so are all the species they've met with before. Maybe we're something unique in the universe after all. And maybe it's a good thing they didn't land and learn how unique." "It figures," Wayman said. "Washington let it out on the air that DF stations made a fix on the spaceship before it jumped off. It measured only 22 feet. Van said wonderingly, "And there were hundreds of them aboard. Gentlemen, we are Brobdingnagians in a universe of Lilliputians." "I've been trying," Ellis said irrelevantly, "to recall a poem I read once in school. I've forgotten the author and all the verse but one line. It goes, 'What a rough beast is this,'" Van quoted. "You were thinking about it hard enough when the debacle in the brush took place. The image you radiated was rough enough. It shocked the pants off us." "And off the Galactics," Wayman said. "The shoe is on the other foot now, I think." He went to the Quonset door and looked out and up, listening. "Jets. The Washington brass on its way to cross-examine us." "The other foot?" Van said. "Don't be cryptic, man. Whose foot?" "Theirs," Ellis said. "Don't you see? One of these days we'll be going out there to make our own place in the galaxy. With our size and disposition, how do you think we'll seem to those gentle little people?" Van whistled in belated understanding. "Rough," he said. The end of Rough Beast by Roger D. Aycock.
The Sargasso of Space by Edmund Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Todd Majors. The Sargasso of Space by Edmund Hamilton. Helpless, doomed, into the graveyard of space floats the wrecked freighter Pallas. Captain Crane faced his crew calmly. "We may as well face the facts, men," he said. "The ship's fuel tanks are empty, and we are drifting through space toward the dead area." The 20-odd officers and men gathered on the middle deck of the freighter Pallas made no answer, and Crane continued. "We left Jupiter with full tanks, more than enough fuel to take us to Neptune. But the leaks in the starboard tanks lost us half our supply, and we had used the other half before discovering that. Since the ship's rocket tubes cannot operate without fuel, we are simply drifting. We would drift on to Neptune if the attraction of Uranus were not pulling us to the right. That attraction alters our course so that in 3 ship days we shall drift into the dead area." Rance Kent, first officer of the Pallas, asked a question. "Couldn't we raise Neptune with the radio, sir, and have them send out a fuel ship in time to reach us?" "It's impossible, Mr. Kent," Crane answered. "Our main radio is dead without fuel to run its dynamotors, and our auxiliary set hasn't the power to reach Neptune." "Why not abandon ship and the spacesuits?" asked Liggett, the second officer, "and trust to the chance of some ship picking us up?" The captain shook his head. "It would be quite useless, for we'd simply drift on through space with the ship into the dead area." The score of members of the crew, bronzed space sailors out of every port in the solar system, had listened mutely. Now, one of them, a tall tube man, stepped forward a little. "Just what is this dead area, sir?" he asked. "I've heard of it, but as this is my first outer planet voyage, I know nothing about it." "I'll admit I know little more," said Liggett, "save that a good many disabled ships have drifted into it and have never come out." "The dead area," Crane told them, "is a region of space 90,000 miles across within Neptune's orbit in which the ordinary gravitational attractions of the solar system are dead. This is because in that region the pulls of the sun and the outer planets exactly balance each other. Because of that, anything in the dead area will stay in there until time ends, unless it has power of its own. Many wrecked spaceships have drifted into it at one time or another, none ever emerging. And it's believed there is a great mass of wrecks somewhere in the area, drawn and held together by mutual attraction. And we're drifting in to join them, Kent said. Some prospect. Then there's really no chance for us? Asked Liggett keenly. Captain Crane thought. As I see it, very little, he admitted. If our auxiliary radio can reach some nearby ship before the Pallas enters the dead area, we'll have a chance. But it seems a remote one. He addressed himself to the men. I have laid the situation frankly before you because I consider you entitled to the truth. You must remember, however, that while there is life, there is hope. There will be no change in ship routine, and the customary watches will be kept. Half rations of food and water will be the rule from now on, though. That is all. As the men moved silently off, the captain looked after them with something of pride. They're taking it like men, he told Kent and Liggett. It's a pity there's no way out for them and us. If the Pallas does enter the dead area and join the wreck pack, Liggett said, how long will we be able to live? Probably for some months on our present condensed air and food supplies, Crane answered. I would prefer myself a quicker end. So would I, said Kent. Well, there's nothing left but to pray for some kind of ship to cross our path in the next day or two. Kent's prayers were not answered in the next ship day, nor in the next, for, though one of the Pallas's radio operators was constantly at the instruments under Captain Crane's orders, the weak calls of the auxiliary set raised no response. Had they been on the Venus or Mars run, Kent told himself, there would be some chance. But out here in the vast spaces between the outer planets, ships were fewer and farther between. The big cigar-shaped freighter drifted helplessly on in a broad curve toward the dreaded area, the green light speck of Neptune swinging to their left. On the third ship day, Kent and Captain Crane stood in the pilot house behind Liggett, who sat at the now useless rocket tube controls. Their eyes were on the big glass screen of the gravograph. The black dot on it that represented their ship was crawling steadily toward the bright red circle that stood for the dead area. They watched silently until the dot had crawled over the circle's red line, heading toward its center. Well, we're in it at last, Kent commented. There seems to be no change in anything either. Crane pointed to the instrument panel. Look at the gravitiometers. Kent did. All dead. No gravitational pull from any direction. No, that one shows a slight attraction from ahead. Then gravitational attraction of some sort does exist in the dead area after all, Liggett exclaimed. You don't understand, said Crane. That attraction from ahead is the pull of the wreck pack at the dead area center. And it's pulling the Pallas toward it? Kent exclaimed. Crane nodded. We'll probably reach the wreck pack in 2 more ship days. The next 2 ship days seemed to Kent drawn out endlessly. A moody silence had grown upon the officers and men of the ship. All seemed oppressed by the strange forces of fate that had seized the ship and were carrying it smoothly and soundlessly into this region of irrevocable doom. The radio operator's vain calls had ceased. The Pallas drifted on into the dreaded area like some dumb ship laden with damned souls. It drifted on, Kent told himself, as many a wrecked and disabled ship had done before it, with the ordinary activities and life of the solar system forever behind it, and mystery and death ahead. It was toward the end of the second of those 2 ship days that Liggett's voice came down from the pilot house. Wreck pack in sight ahead. We've arrived, anyway, Kent cried as he and Crane hastened up into the pilot house. The crew was running to the deck windows. Right ahead there, about 15 degrees left, Liggett told Kent and Crane, pointing. Do you see it? Kent stared, nodded. The wreck pack was a distant, disk-like mass against the star-flecked heavens, a mass that glinted here and there in the feeble sunlight of space. It did not seem large, but as they drifted steadily closer in the next hours, they saw that in reality the wreck pack was tremendous, measuring at least 50 miles across. Its huge mass was a heterogeneous heap composed mostly of countless cigar-like spaceships in all stages of wreckage. Some appeared smashed almost out of all recognizable shape, while others were, to all appearances, unharmed. They floated together in this dense mass in space, crowded against one another by their mutual attraction. There seemed to be among them every type of ship known in the solar system, from small, swift mailboats to big freighters. And, as they drifted nearer, the three in the pilot house could see that around and between the ships of the wreck pack floated much other matter. Fragments of wreckage, meteors, small and large, and space debris of every sort. The Pallas was drifting not straight toward the wreck pack, but in a course that promised to take the ship past it. "We're not heading into the wreck pack," Liggett exclaimed. "Maybe we'll drift past it, and on out the dead area's other side." Captain Crane smiled mirthlessly. "You're forgetting your space mechanics, Liggett. We will drift along the wreck pack's edge, and then we'll curve in and go round it in a closing spiral until we reach its edge." "Lord, who'd have thought there were so many wrecks here?" Kent marveled. "There must be thousands of them." "They've been collecting here ever since the first interplanetary rocket ships went forth," Crane reminded him. "Not only meteor-wrecked ships, but ships whose mechanisms went wrong, or that ran out of fuel like ours, or that were captured and sacked and then set adrift by space pirates." The Pallas by then was drifting along the wreck pack's rim at a half-mile distance, and Kent's eyes were running over the mass. "Some of those ships look entirely undamaged. Why couldn't we find one that has fuel in its tanks, transfer it to our own tanks, and get away?" he asked. Crane's eyes lit. "Kent, that's a real chance. There must be some ships in that pack with fuel in them, and we can use the spacesuits to explore for them." "Look, we're beginning to curve in around the pack now," Liggett exclaimed. The Pallas, as though loath to pass the wreck pack, was curving inward to follow its rim. In the next hours it continued to sail slowly around the great pack, approaching closer and closer to its edge. In those hours Kent and Crane and all in the ship watched with a fascinated interest that even knowledge of their own peril could not kill. They could see swift-line passenger ships of the Pluto and Neptune runs shouldering against small space yachts with the insignia of Mars or Venus on their bows. Wrecked freighters from Saturn or Earth floated beside rotund grain boats from Jupiter. The debris among the pack's wrecks was just as varied, holding fragments of metal, dark meteors of differing size, and many human bodies. Among these were some clad in the insulated spacesuits, with their transparent glassite helmets. Kent wondered what wreck they had abandoned hastily in those suits, only to be swept with it into the dead area, to die in their suits. By the end of that ship day, the Pallas, having floated almost completely around the wreck pack, finally struck the wrecks at its edge with a jarring shock, then bobbed for a while and lay still. From pilot house and deck windows, the men looked eagerly forth. Their ship floated at the wreck pack's edge. Directly to its right floated a sleek, shining Uranus-Jupiter passenger ship whose bows had been smashed in by a meteor. On their left bobbed an unmarked freighter of the old type with projecting rocket tubes, apparently intact. Beyond them in the wreck pack lay another Uranus craft, a freighter, and, beyond it, stretched the countless other wrecks. Captain Crane summoned the crew together again on the middle deck. "Men, we've reached the wreck pack at the dead area center, and here we'll stay until the end of time unless we get out under our own power. Mr. Kent has suggested a possible way of doing so, which I consider highly feasible. He has suggested that in some of the ships in the wreck pack may be found enough fuel to enable us to escape from the dead area once it is transferred to this ship. I am going to permit him to explore the wreck pack with a party in spacesuits, and I am asking for volunteers for this service." The entire crew stepped quickly forward. Crane smiled. 12 of you will be enough," he told them. "The 8 tube men and 4 of the cargo men will go, therefore, with Mr. Kent and Mr. Liggett as leaders. Mr. Kent, you may address the men if you wish." "Get down to the lower airlock and into your spacesuits at once, then," Kent told them. "Mr. Liggett, will you supervise that?" As Liggett and the men trooped down to the airlock, Kent turned back toward his superior. "There's a very real chance of your becoming lost in this huge wreck pack, Kent," Crane told him. "So be very careful to keep your bearings at all times. I know I can depend on you." "I'll do my best," Kent was saying when Liggett's excited face reappeared suddenly at the stair. "There are men coming toward the palace along the wreck pack's edge," he reported. "A half-dozen men in spacesuits." "You must be mistaken, Liggett," exclaimed Crane. "They must be some of the bodies in spacesuits we saw in the pack." "No, they're living men," Liggett cried. "They're coming straight toward us. Come down and see." Crane and Kent followed Liggett quickly down to the airlock room, where the men who had started donning their spacesuits were now peering excitedly from the windows. Crane and Kent looked where Liggett pointed, along the wreck pack's edge to the ship's right. 6 floating shapes, men in spacesuits, were approaching along the pack's border. They floated smoothly through space, reaching the wrecked passenger ship beside the palace. They braced their feet against its side and propelled themselves on through the void like swimmers underwater, toward the palace. "They must be survivors from some wreck that drifted in here as we did," Kent exclaimed. "Maybe they've lived here for months." "It's evident they saw the palace drift into the pack and have come to investigate," Crane estimated. "Open the airlock for them, men, for they'll want to come inside." 2 of the men spun the wheels that slid aside the airlock's outer door. In a moment, the half-dozen men outside had reached the ship's side and had pulled themselves down inside the airlock. When all were in, the outer door was closed and air hissed in to fill the lock. The airlock's inner door then slid open and the newcomers stepped into the ship's interior, unscrewing their transparent helmets as they did so. For a few moments, the visitors silently surveyed their new surroundings. Their leader was a swarthy individual with sardonic black eyes who, on noticing Crane's captain insignia, came toward him with outstretched hand. His followers seemed to be cargo men or deck men, looking hardly intelligent enough to Kent's eyes to be tube men. "Welcome to our city," their leader exclaimed as he shook Crane's hand. "We saw your ship drift in, but hardly expected to find anyone living in it." "I'll confess that we're surprised ourselves to find any life here," Crane told him. "You're living on one of the wrecks?" The other nodded. "Yes, on the Martian Queen, a quarter-mile along the pack's edge. It was a Saturn-Neptune passenger ship, and about a month ago we were at this cursed dead area's edge when half our rocket tubes exploded. 18 of us escaped the explosion, the ship's walls still being tight, and we drifted into the pack here, and have been living here ever since. My name's Krell," he added, "and I was a tube man on the ship. I and another of the tube men, named Jandron, were the highest in rank left, all the officers and other tube men having been killed, so we took charge and have been keeping order." "What about your passengers?" Liggett asked. "All killed but 1, Krell answered. "When the tubes let go, they smashed up the whole lower 2 decks." Crane briefly explained to him the palace's predicament. "Mr. Kent and Mr. Liggett were on the point of starting a search of the wreck pack for fuel when you arrived," he said. "With enough fuel, we can get clear of the dead area." Krell's eyes lit up. "That would mean a getaway for all of us. It surely ought to be possible." "Do you know whether there are any ships in the pack with fuel in their tanks?" Kent asked. Krell shook his head. "We've searched through the wreck pack a good bit, but never bothered about fuel, it being no good to us. But there ought to be some, at least. There's enough wrecks in this cursed place to make it possible to find almost anything. You better not start exploring, though," he added, "without some of us along as guides, for I'm here to tell you that you can lose yourself in this wreck pack without knowing it. If you wait until tomorrow, I'll come over myself and go with you." "I think that would be wise," Crane said to Kent. "There is plenty of time." "Time is the one thing there's plenty of in this damn place," Krell agreed. "We'll be getting back to the Martian Queen now, and give the good news to Jandron and the rest." "Wouldn't mind if Liggett and I came along, would you?" Kent asked. "I'd like to see how your ship's fixed. That is, if it's all right with you, sir," he added to his superior. Crane nodded. "All right if you don't stay long," he said. But to Kent's surprise, Krell seemed reluctant to endorse his proposal. "I guess it'll be all right," he said slowly, "though there's nothing much on the Martian Queen to see." Krell and his followers replaced their helmets and returned into the airlock. Liggett followed them, and, as Kent struggled hastily into a spacesuit, he found Captain Crane at his side. "Kent, look sharp when you get over on that ship," Crane told him. "I don't like the look of this Krell, and his story about all the officers being killed in the explosion sounds fishy to me." "To me, too," Kent agreed. "But Liggett and I will have the suit phones in our spacesuits and can call you from there in case of need." Crane nodded, and Kent, with spacesuit on and transparent helmet screwed tight, stepped into the airlock with the rest. The airlock's inner door closed, the outer one opened, and as the air puffed out into space, Kent and Krell and Liggett leapt out into the void, the others following. It was no novelty to Kent to float in a spacesuit in the empty void. He and the others now floated as smoothly as though under water toward a wrecked liner at the palace's right. They reached it, pulled themselves around it, and, with feet braced against its side, propelled themselves on through space along the border of the wreck pack. They passed a half-dozen wrecks thus before coming to the Martian Queen. It was a silvery, glistening ship whose stern and lower walls were bulging and strained, but not cracked. Kent told himself that Krell had spoken truth about the exploding rocket tubes, at least. They struck the Martian Queen's side and entered the upper airlock open for them. Once through the airlock, they found themselves on the ship's upper deck. And when Kent and Liggett removed their helmets with the others, they found a full dozen men confronting them, a brutal-faced group who exhibited some surprise at sight of them. Foremost among them stood a tall, heavy individual who regarded Kent and Liggett with the cold, suspicious eyes of an animal. "My comrade and fellow ruler here, Wald Jandron," said Krell. To Jandron he explained rapidly, "The whole crew of the palace is alive, and they say if they can find fuel in the wreck pack, their ship can get out of here." "Good," grunted Jandron. "The sooner they can do it, the better it will be for us." Kent saw Liggett flush angrily, but he ignored Jandron and spoke to Krell. "You said one of your passengers had escaped the explosion?" To Kent's amazement, a girl stepped from behind the group of men, a slim girl with pale face and steady, dark eyes. "I'm the passenger," she told him. "My name's Marta Mallon." Kent and Liggett stared, astounded. "Good Lord," Kent exclaimed. "A girl like you on this ship?" "Miss Mallon happened to be on the upper deck at the time of the explosion, and so escaped when the other passengers were killed," Krell explained smoothly. "Isn't that so, Miss Mallon?" The girl's eyes had not left Kent's, but at Krell's words she nodded. "Yes, that is so," she said mechanically. Kent collected his whirling thoughts. "But wouldn't you rather go back to the palace with us?" he asked. "I'm sure you'd be more comfortable there." "She doesn't go," grunted Jandron. Kent turned in quick wrath toward him, but Krell intervened. "Jandron only means that Miss Mallon is much more comfortable on this passenger ship than she'd be in your freighter." He shot a glance at the girl as he spoke, and Kent saw her wince. "I'm afraid that's so," she said. "But I thank you for the offer, Mr. Kent." Kent could have sworn there was an appeal in her eyes, and he stood for a moment, indecisive, Jandron's stare upon him. After a moment's thought, he turned to Krell. "You were going to show me the damage the exploding tubes did," he said, and Krell nodded quickly. "Of course. You can see from the head of the stair back in the afterdeck." He led the way along a corridor, Jandron and the girl and 2 of the men coming with them. Kent's thoughts were still chaotic as he walked between Krell and Liggett. What was this girl doing amid the men of the Martian Queen? What had her eyes tried to tell him? Liggett nudged his side in the dim corridor, and Kent, looking down, saw dark splotches on its metal floor. Bloodstains. His suspicions strengthened. They might be from the bleeding of those wounded in the tube explosions. But were they? They reached the afterdeck, whose stairs head gave a view of the wrecked tube rooms beneath. The lower decks had been smashed by terrific forces. Kent's practiced eyes ran rapidly over the shattered rocket tubes. "They've backblasted from being fired too fast," he said. "Who was controlling the ship when this happened?" "Garling, our second officer," answered Krell. "He had found us routed too close to the dead area's edge and was trying to get away from it in a hurry when he used the tubes too fast, and half of them backblasted." "If Garling was at the controls in the pilot house, how did the explosion kill him?" asked Liggett skeptically. Krell turned quickly. "The shock threw him against the pilot house wall and fractured his skull. He died in an hour," he said. Liggett was silent. "Well, this ship will never move again," Kent said. "It's too bad that the explosion blew out your tanks, but we ought to find fuel somewhere in the wreck pack for the Pallas. And now we'd best get back." As they returned up the dim corridor, Kent managed to walk beside Marta Malin, and, without being seen, he contrived to detach his suit phone, the compact little radio phone case inside his spacesuit's neck, and slip it into the girl's grasp. He dared utter no word of explanation, but apparently she understood, for she had concealed the suit phone by the time they reached the upper deck. Kent and Liggett prepared to don their space helmets, and before entering the airlock, Kent turned to Krell. "We'll expect you at the Pallas first hour tomorrow, and we'll start searching the wreck pack with a dozen of our men," he said. He then extended his hand to the girl. "Goodbye, Miss Malin. I hope we can have a talk soon." He had said the words with double meaning, and saw understanding in her eyes. "I hope we can, too," she said. Kent's nod to Jandron went unanswered, and he and Liggett adjusted their helmets and entered the airlock. Once out of it, they kicked rapidly away from the Martian Queen, floating along with the wreck pack's huge mass to their right, and only the star-flecked emptiness of infinity to their left. In a few minutes they reached the airlock of the Pallas. They found Captain Crane awaiting them anxiously. Briefly, Kent reported everything. "I'm certain there has been foul play aboard the Martian Queen," he said. "Krell, you saw for yourself. Jandron is pure brute, and their men seem capable of anything. I gave the suit phone to the girl, however, and if she can call us with it, we can get the truth from her. She dared not tell me anything there in the presence of Krell and Jandron." Crane nodded, his face grave. "We'll see whether or not she calls," he said. Kent took a suit phone from one of their spacesuits and rapidly tuned it to match the one he had left with Marta Malin. Almost at once they heard her voice from it, and Kent answered rapidly. "I'm so glad I got you," she exclaimed. "Mr. Kent, I dared not tell you the truth about this ship when you were here, or Krell and the rest would have killed you at once." "I thought that was it, and that's why I left the suit phone for you," Kent said. "Just what is the truth?" "Krell and Jandron and these men of theirs are the ones who killed the officers and passengers of the Martian Queen. What they told you about the explosion was true enough, for the explosion did happen that way, and because of it, the ship drifted into the dead area. But the only ones killed by it were some of the tube men and 3 passengers. Then, while the ship was drifting into the dead area, Krell told the men that the fewer aboard, the longer they could live on the ship's food and air.
Krell and Jandron led the men in a surprise attack and killed all the officers and passengers and threw their bodies out into space. I was the only passenger they spared because both Krell and Jandron want me."
There was a silence, and Kent felt a red anger rising in him. "Have they dared harm you?" he asked after a moment.
"No, for Krell and Jandron are too jealous of each other to permit the other to touch me. But it's been terrible living with them in this awful place."
"Ask her if she knows what their plans are in regard to us," Crane told Kent. Marta had apparently overheard the question.
"I don't know that, for they shut me in my cabin as soon as you left," she said. "I've heard them talking and arguing excitedly, though. I know that if you do find fuel, they'll try to kill you all and escape from here in your ship."
"Pleasant prospect," Kent commented. "Do you think they plan an attack on us now?"
"No. I think that they'll wait until you've refueled your ship, if you are able to do that, and then try treachery."
"Well, they'll find us ready. Miss Mallon, you have the suit phone. Keep it hidden in your cabin, and I'll call you first thing tomorrow. We're going to get you out of there, but we don't want to break with Krell until we're ready. Will you be all right until then?"
"Of course I will," she answered. "There's another thing, though. My name isn't Miss Mallon. It's Marta."
"Mine's Rance," said Kent, smiling. "Goodbye until tomorrow, then, Marta."
"Goodbye, Rance."
Kent rose from the instrument with the smile still in his eyes, but with his lips compressed. "Damn it! There's the bravest and finest girl in the solar system," he exclaimed. "Over there with those brutes." "We'll have her out, never fear," Crane reassured him. "The main thing is to determine our course toward Krell and Jandron." Kent thought. "As I see it, Krell can help us immeasurably in our search through the wreck pack for fuel," he said. "I think it would be best to keep on good terms with him until we've found fuel and have it in our tanks. Then we can turn the tables on them before they can do anything." Crane nodded thoughtfully. "I think you're right. Then you and Liggett and Krell can head our search party tomorrow." Crane established watches on a new schedule, and Kent and Liggett and the dozen men chosen for the exploring party of the next day ate a scanty meal and turned in for some sleep. When Kent woke and glimpsed the massed wrecks through the window, he was for the moment amazed, but rapidly remembered. He and Liggett were finishing their morning ration when Crane pointed to a window. "There comes Krell now," he said, indicating the single space-suited figure approaching along the wreck pack's edge. "I'll call Marta before he gets here," said Kent hastily. The girl answered on the suit phone immediately, and it occurred to Kent that she must have spent the night without sleeping.
"Krell left a few minutes ago," she said.
"Yes, he's coming now. You heard nothing of their plans?"
"No. They've kept me shut in my cabin. However, I did hear Krell giving Jandron and the rest directions. I'm sure they're plotting something."
"We're prepared for them," Kent reassured her. "If all goes well, before you realize it, you'll be sailing out of here with us in the palace."
"I hope so," she said. "Rance, be careful with Krell in the wreck pack. He's dangerous."
"I'll be watching him," he promised. "Goodbye, Marta." Kent reached the lower deck just as Krell entered from the airlock, his swarthy face smiling as he removed his helmet. He carried a pointed steel bar. Liggett and the others were donning their suits. "All ready to go, Kent?" Krell asked. Kent nodded. "All ready," he said shortly. Since hearing Marta's story, he found it hard to dissimulate with Krell. "You'll want bars like mine," Krell continued, "for they're damned handy when you get jammed between wreckage masses. Exploring this wreck pack is no soft job, I can tell you from experience." Liggett and the rest had their suits adjusted, and with bars in their grasp, followed Krell into the airlock. Kent hung back for a last word with Crane, who, with his half-dozen remaining men, was watching. "Marta just told me that Krell and Jandron have been plotting something," he told the captain. "So I'd keep a close watch outside." Don't worry, Kent. We'll let no one inside the palace until you and Liggett and the men get back. In a few minutes they were out of the ship, with Krell and Kent and Liggett leading, and the 12 members of the palace's crew following closely. The 3 leaders climbed up on the Uranus-Jupiter passenger ship that lay beside the palace, the others moving on and exploring the neighboring wrecks in parties of 2 and 3. From the top of the passenger ship, when they gained it, Kent and his 2 companions could look far out over the wreck pack. It was an extraordinary spectacle, this stupendous mass of dead ships floating motionless in the depths of space, with the burning stars above and below them. His companions and the other men clambering over the neighboring wrecks seemed weird figures in their bulky suits and transparent helmets. Kent looked back at the palace, and then along the wreck pack's edge to where he could glimpse the silvery side of the Martian Queen. But now Krell and Liggett were descending into the ship's interior, through the great opening smashed in its bows, and Kent followed. They found themselves in the liner's upper navigation rooms. Officers and men lay about, frozen to death at the instant the meteor-struck vessel's air had rushed out, and the cold of space had entered. Krell led the way on, down into the ship's lower decks, where they found the bodies of the crew and passengers lying in the same silent death. The salons held beautifully dressed women, distinguished-looking men, lying about as the meteor's shock had hurled them. One group lay around a card table, their game interrupted. A woman still held a small child, both seemingly asleep. Kent tried to shake off the oppression he felt as he and Krell and Liggett continued down to the tank rooms. They found their quest there useless, for the tanks had been strained by the meteor's shock and were empty. Kent felt Liggett's grasp on his hand and heard him speak, the sound vibrations coming through their contacting suits. "Nothing here. And we'll find it much the same through all these wrecks if I'm not wrong. Tanks always give it a shock." "There must be some ships with fuel still in them among all these," Kent answered. They climbed back, up to the ship's top, and leapt off it toward a Jupiter freighter lying a little farther inside the pack. As they floated toward it, Kent saw their men moving on with them from ship to ship, progressing inward into the pack. Both Kent and Liggett kept Krell always ahead of them, knowing that a blow from his bar, shattering their glassite helmets, meant instant death. But Krell seemed quite intent on the search for fuel. The big Jupiter freighter seemed intact from above, but when they penetrated into it, they found its whole underside blown away, apparently by an explosion of its tanks. They moved on to the next ship, a private space yacht, small in size, but luxurious in fittings. It had been abandoned in space, its rocket tubes burst, and tanks strained. They went on, working deeper into the wreck pack. Kent almost forgot the paramount importance of their search and the fascination of it. They explored almost every known type of ship: freighters, liners, cold storage boats, and grain boats. Kent's muscles ached from the arduous work of climbing over and exploring the wrecks. He and Liggett had become accustomed to the sight of frozen, motionless bodies. As they worked deeper into the pack, they noticed that the ships were of increasingly older types, and at last Krell signaled a halt. "We're almost a mile in," he told them, gripping their hands. "We'd better work back out, taking a different section of the pack as we do." Kent nodded. "It may change our luck," he said. It did, for when they had gone not more than a half-mile back, they glimpsed one of their men waving excitedly from the top of a Pluto liner. They hastened at once toward him, the other men gathering also, and when Kent grasped the man's hand, he heard his excited voice. "Fuel tanks here are more than half full, sir." They descended quickly into the liner, finding that though its whole stern had been sheared away by a meteor, its tanks had remained miraculously unstrained. "Enough fuel here to take the Pallas to Neptune," Kent exclaimed. "How will you get it over to your ship?" Krell asked. Kent pointed to great reels of flexible metal tubing hanging near their tanks. "We'll pump it over. The Pallas has tubing like this ship's, for taking on fuel in space, and, by joining its tubing to this, we'll have a tube line between the two ships. It's hardly more than a quarter mile."
"Let's get back and let them know about it," Liggett urged, and they climbed back out of the liner. They worked their way out of the wreck pack with much greater speed than that with which they had entered, needing only an occasional brace against a ship's side to send them floating over the wrecks. They came to the wreck pack's edge at a little distance from the palace and hastened toward it. They found the outer door of the palace's airlock open and entered, Krell remaining with them. As the outer door closed and air hissed into the lock, Kent and the rest removed their helmets. The inner door slid open as they were doing this, and from inside almost a score of men leapt upon them. Kent, stunned for a moment, saw Jandron among their attackers, bellowing orders to them, and even as he struck out furiously, he comprehended. Jandron and the men of the Martian Queen had somehow captured the palace from Crane and had been awaiting their return. The struggle was almost instantly over, for, outnumbered and hampered as they were by their heavy spacesuits, Kent and Liggett and their followers had no chance. Their hands, still in the suits, were bound quickly behind them at Jandron's orders. Kent heard an exclamation and saw Marta starting toward them from behind Jandron's men. But a sweep of Jandron's arm brushed her rudely back. Kent strained madly at his bonds. Krell's face had a triumphant look. "Did it all work as I told you it would, Jandron?" he asked. "It worked," Jandron answered impassively. "When they saw 15 of us coming from the wreck pack in spacesuits, they opened right up to us." Kent understood and cursed Krell's cunning. Crane, seeing the 15 figures approaching from the wreck pack, had naturally thought they were Kent's party and had let them enter to overwhelm his half-dozen men. "We put Crane and his men over in the Martian Queen," Jandron continued, "and took all their helmets so they can't escape. The girl we brought over here. Did you find a wreck with fuel?" Krell nodded. "A Pluto liner a quarter-mile back, and we can pump the fuel over here by connecting tube lines." "What the devil?" Jandron had made a signal at which 3 of his men had leapt forward on Krell, securing his hands like those of the others. "Have you gone crazy, Jandron?" cried Krell, his face red with anger and surprise. "No," Jandron replied impassively. "But the men are as tired as I am of your bossing ways, and have chosen me as their sole leader." "You dirty double-crosser!" Krell raged. "Are you men going to let him get away with this?" The men paid no attention, and Jandron motioned to the airlock. "Take them over to the Martian Queen, too," he ordered, "and make sure there's no space helmet left there. Then get back at once, for we've got to get the fuel into this ship and make a getaway." The helmets of Kent and Krell and the other helpless prisoners were put upon them, and, with hands still bound, they were herded into the airlock by 8 of Jandron's men, attired in spacesuits also. The prisoners were then joined one to another by a strand of metal cable. Kent, glancing back into the ship as the airlock's inner door closed, saw Jandron giving rapid orders to his followers, and noticed Marta held back from the airlock by one of them. Krell's eyes glittered venomously through his helmet. The outer door opened, and their guards jerked them forth into space by the connecting cable. They were towed helplessly along the wreck pack's rim toward the Martian Queen. Once inside its airlock, Jandron's men removed the prisoners' space helmets and then used the duplicate control inside the airlock itself to open the inner door. Through this opening they thrust the captives, those inside the ship not daring to enter the airlock. Jandron's men then closed the inner door, reopened the outer one, and started back toward the palace with the helmets of Kent and his companions. Kent and the others soon found Crane and his half-dozen men, who rapidly undid their bonds. Crane's men still wore their spacesuits, but, like Kent's companions, were without space helmets. "Kent, I was afraid they'd get you and your men too," Crane exclaimed. "It's all my fault. For when I saw Jandron and his men coming from the wreck pack, I never doubted but that it was you." "It's no one's fault," Kent told him. "It's just something that we couldn't foresee." Crane's eyes fell on Krell. "But what's he doing here?" he exclaimed. Kent briefly explained Jandron's treachery toward Krell, and Crane's brows drew ominously together.
So Jandron put you here with us. Krell, I am a commissioned captain of a spaceship, and as such can legally try you and sentence you to death here without further formalities. Krell did not answer, but Kent intervened. There's hardly time for that now, sir, he said. I'm as anxious to settle with Krell as anyone, but right now our main enemy is Jandron, and Krell hates Jandron worse than we do, if I'm not mistaken. You're not, said Krell grimly. All I want right now is to get within reach of Jandron. There's small chance of any of us doing that, Crane told them. There's not a single space helmet on the Martian Queen. You searched? Liggett asked. Every cubic inch of the ship, Crane told him. No, Jandron's men made sure there were no helmets left here, and without helmets, this ship is an inescapable prison. Damn it, there must be some way out, Kent exclaimed. Why, Jandron and his men must be starting to pump that fuel into the palace by now. They'll be sailing off as soon as they do it. Crane's face was sad. I'm afraid this is the end, Kent. Without helmets, the space between the Martian Queen and the palace is a greater barrier to us than a mile-thick wall of steel. And this ship will stay until the air and food give out and death releases us. Damn it, I'm not thinking of myself, Kent cried. I'm thinking of Marta. The palace will sail out of here with her and Jandron's power. The girl, Liggett exclaimed. If she could bring us over space helmets from the palace, we could get out of here. Kent was thoughtful. If we could talk to her. She must still have that suit phone I gave her. Where's another? Crane quickly detached the compact suit phone from inside the neck of his own spacesuit, and Kent rapidly tuned it to the one he had given Marta Mallon. His heart leapt as her voice came instantly from it. Rance! Rance Kent! Marta, this is Rance, he cried. He heard a sob of relief. I've been calling you for minutes. I was hoping that you'd remember to listen. Jandron and 10 of the others have gone to that wreck in which you found the fuel, she added swiftly. They unreeled a tube line behind them as they went, and I can hear them pumping in the fuel now. Are the others guarding you? Kent asked quickly. They're down on the lower deck at the tanks and airlocks. They won't allow me down on that deck. I'm up here in the middle deck, absolutely alone. Jandron told me that we'd start out of here as soon as the fuel was in, she added, and he and the men were laughing about Krell. Marta, could you in any way get space helmets and get out to bring them over here to us? Kent asked eagerly. There's a lot of spacesuits and helmets here, she answered, but I couldn't get out with them, Rance. I couldn't get to the airlocks with Jandron's 7 or 8 men down there guarding them. Kent felt despair. Then, as an idea suddenly flamed in him, he almost shouted into the instrument, Marta, unless you can get over here with helmets for us, we're all lost. I want you to put on a spacesuit and helmet at once. There was a short silence, and then her voice came, a little muffled. I've got the suit and helmet on, Rance. I'm wearing the suit phone inside it. Good. Now, can you get up to the pilot house? There's no one guarding it or the upper deck. Hurry up there, then, at once. Crane and the rest were staring at Kent. Kent, what are you going to have her do? Crane exclaimed. It'll do no good for her to start the palace. Those guards will be up there in a minute. I'm not going to have her start the palace, said Kent grimly. Marta, you're in the pilot house? Do you see the heavy little steel door in the wall beside the instrument panel? I'm at it, but it's locked with a combination lock, she said. The combination is 6, 34, 77, 81, Kent told her swiftly. Open it as quickly as you can. Good God, Kent, cried Crane. You're going to have her? Get out of there the only way she can, Kent finished fiercely. You have the door open, Marta? Yes. There are 6 or 7 control wheels inside. Those wheels control the palace's exhaust valves, Kent told her. Each wheel opens the valves of one of the ship's decks or compartments and allows its air to escape into space.
They're used for testing leaks in the different deck and compartment divisions. Marta, you must turn all those wheels as far as you can to the right. But all the ship's air will rush out. The guards below have no suits on, and they'll be... she was exclaiming. Kent interrupted. It's the only chance for you, for all of us. Turn them. There was a moment of silence, and Kent was going to repeat the order when her voice came, lower in tone, a little strange. I understand, Rance. I'm going to turn them. There was silence again, and Kent and the men grouped round him were tense. All were envisioning the same thing, the air rushing out of the palace's valves, and the unsuspecting guards in its lower deck smitten suddenly by an instantaneous death. Then Marta's voice, almost a sob. I turned them, Rance. The air puffed out all around me. Your spacesuit is working all right? Perfectly, she said. Then go down and tie together as many space helmets as you can manage. Get out of the airlock and try to get over here to the Martian Queen with them. Do you think you can do that, Marta? I'm going to try, she said steadily. But I'll have to pass those men in the lower deck I just... killed. Don't be anxious if I don't talk for a little. Yet her voice came again almost immediately. Rance, the pumping has stopped. They must have pumped all the fuel into the palace. Then Jandron and the rest will be coming back to the palace at once, Kent cried. Hurry, Marta. The suit phone was silent, and Kent and the rest, their faces closely pressed against the deck windows, peered intently along the wreck pack's edge. The palace was hidden from their view by the wrecks between, and there was no sign as yet of the girl. Kent felt his heart beating rapidly. Crane and Liggett pressed beside him, the men around them. Krell's face was a mask as he, too, gazed. Kent was rapidly becoming convinced that some mischance had overtaken the girl when an exclamation came from Liggett. He pointed excitedly. She was in sight, unrecognizable in spacesuit and helmet, floating along the wreck pack's edge toward them. A mass of the glassite space helmets tied together was in her grasp. She climbed bravely over the stern of a projecting wreck and shot on toward the Martian Queen. The airlock's door was open for her, and, when she was inside it, the outer door closed and air hissed into the lock. In a moment she was in among them, still clinging to the helmets. Kent grasped her swaying figure and removed her helmet. Marta, you're all right? He cried. She nodded a little weakly. I'm all right. It was just that I had to go over those guards that were all frozen. Terrible. Get these helmets on, Crane was crying. There's a dozen of them, and 12 of us can stop Jandron's men if we get back in time. Kent and Liggett and the nearer of their men were swiftly donning the helmets. Krell grasped one, and Crane sought to snatch it. Let that go. We'll not have you with us when we haven't enough helmets for our own men. You'll have me or kill me here, Krell cried, his eyes hate-mad. I've got my own account to settle with Jandron. Let 'em have it, Liggett cried. We've no time now to argue. Kent reached toward the girl. Marta, give one of the men your helmet, he ordered, but she shook her head. I'm going with you. Before Kent could dispute, she had the helmet on again, and Crane was pushing them into the airlock. The 9 or 10 left inside without helmets hastily thrust steel bars into the men's hands before the inner door closed. The outer one opened, and they leapt forth into space, floating smoothly along the wreck pack's border with bars in their grasp, 13 strong. Kent found the slowness with which they floated forward torturing. He glimpsed Crane and Liggett ahead, Marta beside him, Krell floating behind him to the left. They reached the projecting freighters, climbed over and around them, braced against them, and shot on. They sighted the palace ahead now. Suddenly, they discerned another group of 11 figures in spacesuits approaching it from the wreck pack's interior, rolling up the tube line that led from the palace as they did so. Jandron's party. Jandron and his men had seen them and were suddenly making greater efforts to reach the palace. Kent and his companions,
propelling themselves frenziedly on from another wreck, reached the ship's side at the same time as Jandron's men. The two groups mixed and mingled, twisted and turned in a mad space combat. Kent had been grasped by one of Jandron's men and raised his bar to crack the other's glassite helmet. His opponent caught the bar, and they struggled, twisting and turning over and over, far up in space amid a half-score similar struggles. Kent wrenched his bar free at last from the other's grasp and brought it down on his helmet. The glassite cracked, and he caught a glimpse of the man's hate-distorted face frozen instantly in death. Kent released him and propelled himself toward a struggling trio nearby. As he floated toward them, he saw Jandron beyond them, making wild gestures of command, and saw Krell approaching Jandron with upraised bar. Kent, on reaching the three combatants, found them to be two of Jandron's men overcoming Crane. He shattered one's helmet as he reached them, but saw the other's bar go up for a blow. Kent twisted frantically, uselessly, to escape it, but before the blow could descend, a bar shattered his opponent's helmet from behind. As the man froze in instant death, Kent saw that it was Marta who had struck him from behind. He jerked her to his side. The struggles in space around them seemed to be ending. 6 of Jandron's party had been slain, and 3 of Kent's companions. Jandron's 4 other followers were giving up the combat, floating off into the wreck pack in clumsy, hasty flight. Someone grasped Kent's arm, and he turned to find it was Liggett. "They're beaten," Liggett's voice came to him. "They're all killed but those 4. "What about Jandron himself?" Kent cried. Liggett pointed to 2 space-suited bodies twisting together in space, with bars still in their lifeless grasp. Kent saw through their shattered helmets the stiffened faces of Jandron and Krell, their helmets having apparently been broken by each other's simultaneous blows. Crane had gripped Kent's arm also. "Kent, it's over," he was exclaiming. "Liggett and I will close the palace's exhaust valves and release new air in it. You take over helmets for the rest of our men in the Martian Queen." In several minutes, Kent was back with the men from the Martian Queen. The palace was ready, with Liggett in its pilot house, the men taking their stations, and Crane and Marta awaiting Kent. "We've enough fuel to take us out of the dead area and to Neptune without trouble," Crane declared. "But what about those 4 of Jandron's men that got away?" "The best we can do is leave them here," Kent told him. "Best for them, too, for at Neptune they'd be executed, while they can live indefinitely in the wreck pack." "I've seen so many men killed on the Martian Queen and here," pleaded Marta. "Please don't take them to Neptune." "All right, we'll leave them," Crane agreed, "though the scoundrels ought to meet justice." He hastened up to the pilot house after Liggett. In a moment came the familiar blast of the rocket tubes, and the palace shot out cleanly from the wreck pack's edge. A scattered cheer came from the crew. With gathering speed, the ship arrowed out, its rocket tubes blasting now in steady succession. Kent, with his arm across Marta's shoulders, watched the wreck pack grow smaller behind. It lay as when he first had seen it, a strange great mass, floating forever motionless among the brilliant stars. He felt the girl beside him shiver, and swung her quickly around. "Let's not look back or remember now, Marta," he said. "Let's look ahead." She nestled closer inside his arm. "Yes, Rance, let's look ahead." End of The Sargasso of Space by Edmund Hamilton. Recording by Todd Majors.
Survival Kit by Frederick Pohl. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Loving. Survival Kit by Frederick Pohl. It wasn't fair. A smart but luckless man like Mooney had to scrounge, while Harse always made out just because he had a survival kit. By Frederick Pohl. Chapter 1. Mooney looked out of his window, and the sky was white. It was a sudden, bright, cold flare, and it was gone again. It had no more features than a fog, at least not through the window that was showered with snow and patterned with spray from the windy sea. Mooney blew in his hands and frowned at the window. "Son of a gun," he said, and thought for a moment about phoning the Coast Guard station. Of course, that meant going out a quarter of a mile in the storm to reach the only other house nearby that was occupied. The Hansons had a phone that worked, but a quarter of a mile was a long way in the face of a December gale, and it was all dark out there now. Less than 20 miles across the bay was New York, but this Jersey Shore coast was harsh as the face of the moon. Mooney decided it was none of his business. He shook the kettle, holding it with an old dish towel because it was sizzling hot. It was nearly empty, so he filled it again and put it back on the stove. He had all 4 top burners in the oven going, which made the kitchen tolerably warm, as long as he wore the scarf and the heavy quilted jacket and kept his hands in his pockets, and there was plenty of tea. Uncle Lester had left that much behind him, plenty of tea, nearly a dozen boxes of assorted cookies and a few odds and ends of canned goods, and God's own quantity of sugar. It wasn't exactly a balanced diet, but Mooney had lived on it for 3 weeks now, smoked turkey sausages for breakfast, and oatmeal cookies for lunch, and canned black olives for dinner, and always plenty of tea. The wind screamed at him as he poured the dregs of his last cup of tea into the sink and spooned sugar into the cup for the next one. It was, he calculated, close to midnight. If the damn wind hadn't blown down the TV antenna, he could be watching the late movies now. It helped pass the time. The last movie was off the air at 2 or 3 o'clock, and then he could go to bed and, with any luck, sleep till past noon. And Uncle Lester had left a couple of decks of sticky, child-handled cards behind him, too, when the family went back to the city at the end of the summer. So what with 4 kinds of solitaire, and solo bridge, and television, and a few more naps, Mooney could get through to the next 2 or 3 a.m. again, if only the wind hadn't blown down the antenna. But as it was, all he could get on the cheap little set his uncle had left behind was a faint gray herringbone pattern. He straightened up with the kettle in his hand, listening. It was almost as though somebody was knocking at the door. "That's crazy," Mooney said out loud after a moment. He poured the water over the tea bag, tearing a little corner off the paper tag on the end of the string to mark the fact that this was the 2nd cup he had made with the bag. He had found he could get 3 cups out of a single bag, but even loaded with sugar, the 4th cup was no longer very good. Still, he had carefully saved all the used, dried-out bags against the difficult future day when even the tea would be gone. That was going to be one bad day for Howard Mooney. Rap, tap. It really was someone at the door. Not knocking exactly, but either kicking at it or striking it with a stick. Mooney pulled his jacket tight around him and walked out into the frigid living room, not quite so frigid as his heart. "Damn," he said. "Damn, damn." What Mooney knew for sure was that nothing good could be coming in that door for him. It might be a policeman from Seabright, wondering about the light in the house. It might be a member of his uncle's family. It was even possible that one of the stockholders who had put up the money for that unfortunate venture into frozen food club management had tracked him down as far as the Jersey Shore. It could be almost anything or anybody, but it couldn't be good. All the same, Mooney hadn't expected it to turn out to be a tall, lean man with angry, pale eyes, wearing a silvery sort of leotard. "I come in," said the angry man, and did. Mooney slammed the door behind him. Too bad, but he couldn't keep it open, even if he was conceding a sort of moral right to enter to the stranger. He couldn't have all that cold air coming in to dilute his little bubble of warmth. "What the devil do you want?" Mooney demanded. The angry man looked at him with an expression of revulsion. He pointed to the kitchen. "Is warmer in there?" "I suppose so. What do?" But the stranger was already walking into the kitchen. Mooney scowled and started to follow, and stopped and scowled even more. The stranger was leaving footprints behind him, or anyway some kind of rug marks that showed black on the faded summer rug. True, he was speckled with snow, but that much snow? The man was drenched. It looked as though he had just come out of the ocean. The stranger stood by the stove and glanced at Mooney warily. Mooney stood 6 feet, but this man was bigger. The silvery sort of thing he had on covered his legs as far as the feet, and he wore no shoes. It covered his body and his arms, and he had silvery gloves on his hands. It stopped at the neck in a collar of what looked like pure silver, but could not have been because it gave with every breath the man took and every tensed muscle or tendon in his neck. His head was bare, and his hair was black, cut very short. He was carrying something flat and shiny by a molded handle. If it had been made of pigskin, it would have resembled a junior executive's briefcase. The man said explosively, "You will help me." Mooney cleared his throat. "Listen, I don't know what you want, but this is my house, and you will help me," the man said positively. "I will pay you. Very well?" He had a peculiar way of parting his sentences in the middle, but Mooney didn't care about that. He suddenly cared about one thing, and that was the word pay. "What do you want me to do?" The angry-eyed man ran his gloved hands across his head and sluiced drops of water onto the scuffed linoleum and the bedding of the cot Mooney had dragged into the kitchen. He said irritably, "I am wayfarer who needs a guide. I will pay you for your assistance." The question that rose to Mooney's lips was, "How much?" But he fought it back. Instead, he asked, "Where do you want to go?" "One moment." The stranger sat damply on the edge of Mooney's cot, and click, snap, the shiny sort of briefcase opened itself in his hands. He took out a flat, round thing like a mirror and looked into it, squeezing it by the edges and holding it this way and that. Finally he said, "I must go to Wednesday, the 26th of December at—" He tilted the little round thing again. "Brooklyn," he finished triumphantly. Mooney said, after a second, "That's a funny way to put it." "Question?" "I mean," said Mooney, "I know where Brooklyn is, and I know when the 26th of December is. It's next week. But you have to admit that's an odd way of putting it. I mean, you don't go anywhere in time." The wet man turned his pale eyes on Mooney. "Perhaps you are wrong?" Chapter 2. Mooney stared at his napping guest in a mood of wonder and fear and delight. Time traveler! But it was hard to doubt the pale-eyed man. He had said he was from the future, and he mentioned a date that made Mooney gasp. He had said, "When you speak to me, you must know that my name is Harse." And then he had curled up on the floor, surrounding his shiny briefcase like a mother cat around a kitten, and begun dozing alertly. But not before he showed Mooney just what it was he proposed to pay him with. Mooney sipped his cooling tea and forgot to shiver, though the drafts were fiercer and more biting than ever now, just before dawn. He was playing with what had looked at first like a string of steel ball bearings, a child's necklace, half-inch spheres linked together in a strand a yard long. Wampum, that's what Harse had called the spheres when he picked the string out of his little kit, and that was what they were. Each ball bearing was hollow. Open them up, and out come the treasures of the crown. Pop, and one of the spheres splits neatly in half, and out spills a star sapphire, as big as the ball of your finger, glittering like the muted lights of hell. Pop, and another sphere drops a ball of yellow gold into your palm. Pop, for a narwhal's tooth. Pop, for a cube of sugar. Pop, pop, and there on the table before Harse sparkled diamonds and lumps of coal, a packet of heroin, a sphere of silver, pearls, beads of glass, machined pellets of tungsten, lumps of saffron, and lumps of salt. "It is," said Harse, "for your pay. No?" And he headed off Mooney's greedy fingers. Click, 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 and the little pellets of treasure and trash were back in the steel balls. No, said Harse again, grinning, snapping the balls together like poppets in a string. "After you have guided me to Brooklyn and the December 26th, but I must say to you, that some of the balls contain plutonium and some radium, and I do not think that you can get them open. But if you did, you perhaps would die. Oh, ho?" And laughing, he began his taut nap. Mooney swallowed the last of his icy tea. It was full daylight outside. "Very well, Castaway," he said silently to the dozing, pale-eyed man, "I will guide you." Oh, there never was a guide like Mooney, not when a guide's fee can run so high. But when you are where you want to go, then we'll discuss the price. A hacksaw, he schemed, and a Geiger counter. He had worn his fingers raw trying to find the little button or knob that Harse had used to open them. All right, he was licked there. There are more ways than one to open a cat's eye. A hacksaw, a Geiger counter, and, Mooney speculated drowsily, maybe a gun if the pale-eyed man got tough. Mooney fell asleep in joy and anticipation for the first time in more than a dozen years. It was the next morning, bright and very cold. "Look alive," Mooney said to the pale-eyed man, shivering. It had been a long walk from Uncle Lester's house to the bridge, in that ripping, shuddering wind that came in off the Atlantic. Harse got up off his knees, from where he had been examining the asphalt pavement under the snow. He stood erect beside Mooney, while Mooney put on an egg-sucking smile and aimed his thumb down the road. The station wagon he had spotted seemed to snarl and pick up speed as it whirled past them onto the bridge. "I hope you skid into a ditch," Mooney bawled into the icy air. He was in a fury. There was a bus line that went where they wanted to go, a warm, comfortable bus that would stop for them if they signaled, that would drop them off just where they wanted to be, to convert one of Harse's ball bearings into money. The gold one, Mooney planned. Not the diamond, not the pearl, just a few dollars was all they wanted, in this Jersey Shore area where towns were small and the gossip big. Just the price of fare into New York, where they could make their way to Tiffany's. But the bus cost 35 cents apiece, total 70 cents, which they didn't have. "Here comes another car." Mooney dragged back the corners of his lips into another smile and held out his thumb. It was a panel truck, light blue with the sides lettered, Chris's Delicatessen, free deliveries. The driver slowed up, looked them over, and stopped. He leaned toward the right-hand window. He called, "I can take you as far as Red's Bay." He got a good look at Mooney's companion, then swallowed. Harse had put on an overcoat because Mooney insisted on it, and he wore a hat because Mooney had told him flatly that there would be trouble and questions if he didn't. But he hadn't taken off his own silvery leotard, which peeped through between neck and hat where the coat flapped open. "Ank," finished the driver thoughtfully. Mooney didn't give him a chance to change his mind. "Red Bank is just where we want to go. Come on." Already he had his hand on the door. He jumped in, made room for Harse, reached over him, and slammed the door. "Thank you very much," he said chattily to the driver. "Cold morning, isn't it? And that was some storm last night. Say, we really do appreciate this. Anywhere in Red Bank will be all right to drop us, anywhere at all." He leaned forward slightly, just enough to keep the driver from being able to get a really good look at his other passenger. It would have gone all right, it really would, except that just past Fairhaven, Harse suddenly announced, "It is the time for me to eat." He snip-snapped something around the edges of the gleaming sort of dispatch case, which opened. Mooney, peering over his shoulder, caught glimpses of shiny things and spinning things and things that seemed to glow. So did the driver. "Hey," he said, interested, "what have you got there?" "My business," said Harse, calmly and crushingly. The driver blinked. He opened his mouth, and then he shut it again, and his neck became rather red. Mooney said rapidly, "Say, isn't there a lot of snow?" He feigned fascination with the snow on the road, leaning forward until his face was nearly at the frosty windshield. "My gosh, I've never seen the road so snowy." Beside him, Harse was methodically taking things out of other things. A little cylinder popped open and began to steam. He put it to his lips and drank. A cube the size of a fist opened up at one end, and little pellets dropped out into a cup. Harse picked a couple up and began to chew them. A flat, round object the shape of a cafeteria pie flipped open, and something gray and doughy appeared. "Holy heaven!" Mooney's face slammed into the windshield as the driver tramped on his brakes. Not that Mooney could really blame him. The smell from that doughy mass could hardly be believed, and what made it retchingly worse was that Harse was eating it with a pearly small spoon. The driver said complainingly, Out, you guys, I don't mind giving you a lift, but I've got hard rolls in the back of the truck, and that smell's going to... Out, you heard me." "Oh," said Harse, tasting happily. "No." "No?" roared the driver. "Now listen, I don't have to take any lip from hitchhikers. I don't have to..." "One moment," said Harse. "Please." Without hurry and without delay, beaming absently at the driver, he reached into the silvery case again. Snip, snippity-snap. A jointed metal thing wriggled and snicked into place, and Harse, still beaming, pointed it at the driver. Pale blue light, and a faint whine. It was a good thing the truck was halted, because the whining blue light reached diffidently out and embraced the driver, and then there was no driver. There was nothing. He was gone beyond the reach of any further lip from hitchhikers. Chapter 3. So there was Mooney driving a stolen panel truck, Mooney the bankrupt, Mooney the ne'er-do-well, and now Mooney the accomplice murderer. Or so he thought. The pale-eyed man had laughed like a panther when he'd asked. He rehearsed little speeches all the day down US 1, Mooney did, and they all began, "Your Honor, I didn't know..." Well, he hadn't. How could a man like Mooney know that Harse was so bereft of human compassion as to snuff out a life for the sake of finishing his lunch in peace? And what could Mooney have done about it without drawing the diffident blue glow to himself? "No, Your Honor, really, Your Honor, he took me by surprise." But by the time they ditched the stolen car nearly dry of gas at the Hoboken ferry, Mooney had begun to get his nerve back. In fact, he was beginning to perceive that in the glittering silvery dispatch case that Harse hugged to him were treasures that might do wonders for a smart man unjustly dogged by hard times. The wampum alone, but beyond the wampum, the other good things that might in time be worth more than any amount of mere money. There was that weapon. Mooney cast a glance at Harse, blank-eyed and relaxed, very much disinterested in the crowds of commuters on the ferry. Nobody in all that crowd would believe that Harse could pull out a little jointed metal thing and push a button and make one of them cease to exist. Nobody would believe it, not even a jury. Corpus delicti, body of evidence, why, there would be no evidence. It was a simple, workable, foolproof way of getting any desired number of people out of the way without fuss, muss, or bother. And couldn't a smart but misfortunate man like Mooney do wonders by selectively removing those persons who stood as obstacles in his path? And there would be more, much, much more. The thing to do, Mooney schemed, was to find out just what Harse had in that kit and how to work it. And then, who could know, perhaps Harse would find himself the diffident blue light reaching out for him before the intersection of Brooklyn and December 26th. Mooney probed. "Ah," laughed Harse. "Oh, I perceive what you want. You think perhaps there is something you can use in my survival kit." "All right, Harse," Mooney said submissively. But he did have reservations. First, it was important to find out just what was in the kit. After that, well, even a man from the future had to sleep. Mooney was in a roaring rage. How dared the government stick its bureaucratic nose into a simple transaction of citizens? But it turned out to be astonishingly hard to turn Harse's wampum into money. The first jeweler asked crudely threatening questions about an emerald the size of the ball of his thumb. The second quoted chapter and verse on the laws governing possession of gold. Finally, they found a pawnbroker who knowingly accepted a diamond that might have been worth a fortune, and when they took his first offer of $1,000, the pawnbroker's suspicions were confirmed. Mooney dragged Harse away from there fast. But they did have $1,000. As the cab took them across town, Mooney simmered down, and by the time they reached the other side he was entirely content. What was a fortune more or less to a man who very nearly owned some of the secrets of the future? He sat up, lit a cigarette, waved an arm, and said expansively to Harse, "Our new home." The pale-eyed man took a glowing little affair with eyepieces away from in front of his eyes. "Ah," he said, "so." It was quite an attractive hotel, Mooney thought judiciously. It did a lot to take away the sting of those sordidly avaricious jewelers. The lobby was an impressively close approximation of a cathedral, and the bellboys looked smart and able. Harse made an asthmatic sound. "What is that?" He was pointing at a group of men standing in jovial amusement around the entrance to the hotel's grand ballroom, just off the lobby. They wore purple harem pants and floppy green hats, and every one of them carried a silver paper imitation of a scimitar. Mooney chuckled in a superior way. "You aren't up on our local customs, are you? That's a convention, Harse. They dress up that way because they belong to a lodge. A lodge is a kind of fraternal organization. A fraternal organization is," Harse said abruptly, "I want." Mooney began to feel alarm. "What?" "I want one for a specimen? Wait, I think I take the big one there." "Harse, wait a minute." Mooney clutched at him. "Hold everything, man. You can't do that." Harse stared at him. "Why?" "Because we'd upset everything, that's why. You want to get to your rendezvous, don't you? Well, if you do anything like that, we'll never get there." "Why not?" "Please," Mooney said, "please take my word for it. You hear me? I'll explain later." Harse looked by no means convinced, but he stopped opening the silvery metal case. Mooney kept an eye on him while registering. Harse continued to watch the conventioneers, but he went no further. Mooney began to breathe again. "Thank you, sir," said the desk clerk. Not every guest, even in this hotel, went for a corner suite with 2 baths. "Front." A smart-looking bellboy stepped forward, briskly took the key from the clerk, briskly nodded at Mooney and Harse. With the automatic reflex of any hotel bellhop, he reached for Harse's silvery case. Baggage was baggage, however funny it looked. But Harse was not just any old guest. The bellboy got the bag away from him, all right, but his victory was purely transitory. He yelled, dropped the bag, grabbed his fist with the other hand. "Hey, it shocked me! What kind of tricks are you trying to do with electric suitcases?" Mooney moaned softly. The whole lobby was looking at them, even the conventioneers at the entrance to the ballroom, even the man in mufti mingling with the conventioneers carrying cameras and flash guns, even the very doorman, the whole lobby away. That was bad. What was worse was that Harse was obviously getting angry. Wait, Mooney stepped in between them in a hurry. I can explain everything. My friend is, an inventor. There's some very important material in that briefcase, believe me. He winked, patted the bellhop on the shoulder, took his hand with friendly concern, and left in it a folded bill. Now, he said confidently, we don't want any disturbance. I'm sure you understand how it is, son, don't you? My friend can't take any chances with his, confidential material, you see, right? Well, let's say no more about it. Now, if you'll show us to our room... The bellhop, still stiff-backed, glanced down at the bill, and the stiffness disappeared as fast as any truck driver bathed in Harse's pale blue haze. He looked up again and grinned. "Sorry, sir," he began, but he didn't finish. Mooney had let Harse get out of his sight a moment too long. The first warning he had was when there was a sudden commotion among the Lodge brothers. Mooney turned much too late. There was Harse. He had wandered over there, curious and interested, and Harse. He had stared them up and down, but he hadn't been content to stare. He had opened the little silvery dispatch case and taken out of it the thing that looked like a film viewer, and maybe it was a camera, too, because he was looking through it at the conventioneers. He was covering them as Dixie is covered by the dew, up and down, back and forth, heels to head. And it was causing a certain amount of attention. Even one of the photographers thought maybe this funny-looking guy with the funny-looking opera glasses was curious enough to be worth a shot. After all, that was what the photographer was there for. He aimed and popped a flash gun. There was an abrupt, thin squeal from the box. Black fog sprayed out of it in a greasy jet. It billowed toward Harse. It collected around him, swirled high. Now all the flash guns were popping. It was a clear waste of a $20 bill, Mooney told himself aggrievedly out on the sidewalk. There had been no point in buttering up the bellhop as long as Harse was going to get them thrown out anyway. On the other side of the East River, in a hotel that fell considerably below Mooney's recent brief standards of excellence, Mooney cautiously tipped a bellboy, ushered him out, locked the door behind them, and, utterly exhausted, flopped on one of the twin beds. Harse glanced at him briefly, then wandered over to the window and stared incuriously at the soiled snow outside. "You were fine, Harse," said Mooney without spirit. "You didn't do anything wrong at all." "Ah," said Harse without turning. "So?" Mooney sat up, reached for the phone, demanded set-ups and a bottle from room service, and hung up. "Oh, well," he said, beginning to revive. "At least we're in Brooklyn now. Maybe it's just as well." "As well? What?" "I mean, this is where you wanted to be. Now we just have to wait 4 days until the 26th. We'll have to raise some more money, of course," he added experimentally. Harse turned and looked at him with the pale eyes. $1,000 you have is not enough?" "Oh, no, Harse," Mooney assured him. "Why, that won't be nearly enough. The room rent in this hotel alone is likely to use that up, besides all the extras, of course." "Ah." Harse, looking bored, sat down in the chair near Mooney, opened his kit, took out the thing that looked like a film viewer, and put it to his eyes. "We'll have to sell some more of those things. After all," Mooney winked and dug at the pale-eyed man's ribs with his elbow, "we'll be needing some, well, entertainment." Harse took the viewer away from his eyes. He glanced thoughtfully at the elbow, then at Mooney. "So," he said. Mooney coughed and changed the subject. "One thing, though," he begged. "Don't get me in any more trouble like you did in that hotel lobby or with that guy in the truck. Please, I mean, after all, you're making it hard for me to carry out my job." Harse was thoughtfully silent. "Promise?" Mooney urged. Harse said, after some more consideration, "It is not altogether me. That is to say, it is a matter of defense. My picture should not be photographed, so the survival kit ensures it is not. You understand?" Mooney leaned back. "You mean—" The bellboy with the drinks interrupted him. He took the bottle, signed the chit, tipped the boy, and mixed himself a reasonably stiff but not quite stupefying highball, thinking hard. "Did you say survival kit?" he asked at last. Harse was deep in the viewer again, but he looked away from it irritably. "Naturally, survival kit, so that I can survive?" He went back to the viewer. Mooney took a long, thoughtful slug of the drink. "Survival kit. Why, that made sense. When the Air Force boys went out and raided the islands in the Pacific during the war, sometimes they got shot down, and it was enemy territory, or what passed for it. Those islands were mostly held by Japanese, though their populations hardly knew it. All the aboriginals knew was that strange birds crossed the sky, and sometimes men came from them. The politics of the situation didn't interest the headhunters. What really interested them was heads. But for a palatable second choice, they would settle for trade goods, cloth, mirrors, beads. And so the bomber pilots were equipped with survival kits, maps, trade goods, rations, weapons, instructions for proceeding to a point where, God willing, a friendly submarine might put ashore a rubber dinghy to take them off. Mooney said persuasively, "Harse, I'm sorry to bother you, but we have to talk." The man with the pale eyes took them away from the viewer again and stared at Mooney. "Harse, were you shot down like an airplane pilot?" Harse frowned, not in anger, or at least not at Mooney. It was the effort to make himself understood. He said at last, "Yes, call it that." "And this place you want to go to, is that where you will be rescued?" "Yes." "Aha," thought Mooney, and the glimmerings of a new idea began to kick and stretch its fetal limbs inside him. He put it aside to bear and coddle in private. He said, "Tell me more. Is there any particular part of Brooklyn you have to go to?" "Ah, the nexus point." Harse put down the viewer, and Snap opened the gleaming kit. He took out the little round thing he had consulted in the house by the cold Jersey Sea. He tilted it this way and that, frowned, consulted a small square sparkly thing that came from another part of the case, tilted the round gadget again. "Correcting for local time," he said, "the nexus point is 1 hour and 1 minute after midnight at what is called the Vale of Kashmir." Mooney scratched his ear. The Vale of Kashmir? Where the devil is that? Somewhere in Pakistan? "Brooklyn," said Harse with an imp's grimace. "You are the guide, and you do not know where you are guiding me to?" Mooney said hastily, "All right, Harse, all right, I'll find it. But tell me one thing, will you? Just suppose I said that for some reason or other we don't make it to the what you call nexus point. Then what happens?" Harse, for once, neither laughed nor scowled. The pale eyes opened wide and glanced around the room, at the machine-made candlewick spreads on the bed, at the dusty red curtains that made a suite out of a long room, at the dog-eared Bible that lay on the night table. "Sir," he stammered, "Sir, 17 years until there is another nexus point." Mooney dreamed miraculous dreams, and not entirely because of the empty bottle that had been full that afternoon. There never was a time, never will be a time, like the future Mooney dreamed of, Mooney owned, Houri inhabited, a fair domain for a live-wire emperor of the eons. He woke up with a splitting head. Even a man from the future had to sleep, so Mooney had thought, and it had been in his mind that even this first night it might pay to stay awake a little longer than Harse, just in case it might then seem like a good idea to bash him over the head and grab the bag. But the whiskey had played him dirty, and he had passed out, drunk, blind drunk, or at least he hoped so. He hoped that he hadn't seen what he thought he had seen sober. He woke up and wondered what was wrong. Little tinkling ice spiders were moving around him. He could hear their tiny crystal sounds and feel their chill legs so lightly on him. It was still a dream, wasn't it? Or was he awake? The thing was, he couldn't tell. If he was awake, it was the middle of the night, because there was no light whatever, and besides, he didn't seem to be able to move. Thought Mooney with anger and desperation, "I'm dead, and what a time to die." But second thoughts changed his mind. There was no heaven and no hell in all the theologies he had investigated that included being walked over by tiny spiders of ice. He felt them. There was no doubt about it. It was Harse, of course. It had to be. Whatever he was up to, Mooney couldn't say, but as he lay there sweating cold sweat and feeling the crawling little feet, he knew that it was something Harse had made happen. Little by little, he began to be able to see, not much, but enough to see that there really was something crawling. Whatever the things were, they had a faint, tenuous glow, like the face of a watch just before dawn. He couldn't make out shapes, but he could tell the size, not much bigger than a man's hand, and he could tell the number, and there were dozens of them. He couldn't turn his head, but on the walls, on his chest, on his face, even on the ceiling, he could see faint moving patches of foxfire light. He took a deep breath. "Horace," he started to call. Wake him up, make him stop this, but he couldn't. He got no farther than the first huff of the aspirate when the scurrying cold feet were on his lips. Something cold and damp lay across them, and it stuck, like spider silk, but stronger. He couldn't speak, couldn't move his lips, though he almost tore the flesh. Oh, he could make a noise, all right. He started to do so, to snort and hum through his nose, but Mooney was not slow of thought, and he had a sudden, clear picture of that same cold ribbon crossing his nostrils, and what would be the use of all the time's treasures then, when it was no longer possible to breathe at all. It was quite apparent that he was not to make a noise. He had patience, the kind of patience that grows with a diet of thrice-used tea bags and soggy crackers. He waited. It wasn't the middle of the night after all, he perceived, though it was still utterly dark except for the moving blobs. He could hear sounds in the hotel corridor outside, faintly though, the sound of a vacuum cleaner, and it might have been a city block away, the tiniest whisper of someone laughing. He remembered one of his drunken fantasies of the night before, little robot mice, or so they seemed, spinning a curtain across the window, and he shuddered because that had been no fantasy. The window was curtained, and it was mid-morning at the earliest because the chambermaids were cleaning the halls. Why couldn't he move? He flexed the muscles of his arms and legs, but nothing happened. He could feel the muscles straining, he could feel his toes and fingers twitch, but he was restrained by what seemed a web of Gulliver's cords. There was a tap at the door, a pause, the scratching of a key, and the room was flooded with light from the hall. Out of the straining corner of his eye, Mooney saw a woman in a gray cotton uniform carrying fresh sheets, standing in the doorway, and her mouth was hanging slack. No wonder, for in the light from the hall, Mooney could see the room festooned with silver, with darting silvery shapes moving about. Mooney himself wore a cocoon of silver, and on the bed next to him, where Harsh slept, there was a fantastic silver hood, like the basket-work of a baby's bassinet, surrounding his head. It was a fairyland scene, and it lasted only a second, for Harsh cried out and leaped to his feet. Quick as an adder, he scooped up something from the table beside his bed and gestured with it at the door. It was, Mooney half perceived, the silvery jointed thing he had used in the truck, and he used it again. Pale blue light streamed out. It faded, and the chambermaid, popping eyes and all, was gone. It didn't hurt as much the second time. Mooney finally attracted Harsh's attention, and Harsh, with a Masonic pass over one of the little silvery things, set it to loosening and removing the silver bonds. The things were like toy tanks with jointed legs. As they spun the silver webs, they could also suck them in. In moments, the webs that held Mooney down were gone. He got up, aching in his tired muscles and his head, but this time the panic that had filled him in the truck was gone. Well, one victim, more or less, what did it matter? And besides, he clung to the fact that Harsh had not exactly said the victims were dead, so it didn't hurt as much the second time. Mooney planned. He shut the door and sat on the edge of the bed. "Shut up, you put us in a lousy fix, and I have to think a way out of it," he rasped at Harsh when Harsh started to speak, and the man from the future looked at him with opaque, pale eyes and silently opened one of the flat canisters and began to eat. "All right," Mooney said at last. "Harsh, get rid of all this stuff." "This stuff?" "The stuff on the walls, what your little spiders have been spinning, understand? Can't you get it off the walls?" Harsh leaned forward and touched the kit. The little spider things that had been aimlessly roving now began to digest what they had created, as the ones that had held Mooney had already done. It was quick. Mooney hoped it would be quick enough. There were over a dozen of the things, more than Mooney would have believed the little kit could hold, and he had seen no sign of them before. The silvery silk on the walls and aimless tracing disappeared. The thick silvery coat of the window disappeared. Harsh's bassinet hood disappeared. A construction that haloed the door disappeared, and as it dwindled, the noises from the corridor grew louder, some sort of sound-absorbing contrivance, Mooney thought, wondering. There was an elaborate silvery erector set affair on the floor between the beds. It whirled and spun silently, and the little machines took it apart again and swallowed it. Mooney had no notion of its purpose. When it was gone, he could see no change, but Harsh shuddered and shifted his position uncomfortably. "All right," said Mooney when everything was back in the kit. "Now you just keep your mouth shut. I won't ask you to lie. They'll have enough trouble understanding you if you tell the truth. Hear me?" Harsh merely stared, but that was good enough. Mooney put his hand on the phone. He took a deep breath and held it until his head began to tingle and his face turned red. Then he picked up the phone and said, when he spoke, there was authentic rage and distress in his voice, "Operator," he snarled, "give me the manager, and hurry up. I want to report a thief." When the manager had gone, along with the assistant manager, the house detective, and the ancient shrew-faced head housekeeper, Mooney extracted a promise from Harse and left him. He carefully hung a Do Not Disturb card from the doorknob, crossed his fingers, and took the elevator downstairs. The fact seemed to be that Harse didn't care about aboriginals. Mooney had arranged a system of taps on the door which, he thought, Harse would abide by, so that Mooney could get back in. Just the same, Mooney vowed to be extremely careful about how he opened the door. Whatever the pale blue light was, Mooney wanted no part of it directed at him. The elevator operator greeted him respectfully, a part of the management's policy of making amends, no doubt. Mooney returned the greeting with a barely civil nod. Sure, it had worked. He'd told the manager that he'd caught the chambermaid trying to steal something valuable that belonged to that celebrated proprietor of valuable secrets, Mr. Harse. The chambermaid had fled. How dared they employ a person like that? And he had made very sure that the manager and the house dick and all the rest had plenty of opportunity to snoop apologetically in every closet and under the beds, just so there would be no suspicion in their minds that a dismembered chambermaid torso was littering some dark corner of the room. What could they do but accept the story? The chambermaid wasn't there to defend herself, and though they might wonder how she had got out of the hotel without being noticed, it was their problem to figure it out, not Mooney's to explain it. They'd even been grateful when Mooney offered handsomely to refrain from notifying the police. "Lobby, sir," sang out the elevator operator, and Mooney stepped out, nodded to the manager, stared down the house detective, and walked out into the street. So far, so good. Now that the animal necessities of clothes and food and a place to live were taken care of, Mooney had a chance to operate. It was a field in which he always had a good deal of talent, the making of deals, the locating of contacts, the arranging of transactions that were better conducted in private. And he had a good deal of business to transact. Harse had accepted without question his statement that they would have to raise more money. "Try heroin or platinum?" he had suggested, and gone back to his viewer. "I will," Mooney assured him, and he did. He tried them both, and more besides. Not only was it good that he had such valuable commodities to vend, but it was a useful item in his total knowledge concerning Harse that the man from the future seemed to have no idea of the value of money in the 20th century Shea, USA. Mooney found a buyer for the drugs, and there was a few $1,000s there, which helped, for although the quantity was not large, the drugs were chemically pure. He found a fence to handle the jewels and precious metals, and he unloaded all the ones of moderate value, not the other diamond, not the rubies, not the star sapphire. He arranged to keep those without mentioning it to Harse. No point in selling them now, not when they had several $1,000s above any conceivable expenses, not when some future date would do just as well, just in case Harse should get away with the balance of the kit. Having concluded his business, Mooney undertook a brief but expensive shopping tour of his own and found a reasonably satisfactory place to eat. After a pleasantly stimulating cocktail, and the best meal he'd had in some years, doubly good, for there was no reek from Harse's nauseating concoctions to spoil it, he called for coffee, for brandy, for the day's papers. The disappearance of the truck driver made hardly a ripple. There were a couple of stories, but small and far in the back. Amnesia, said one, and underworld kidnapping, suggested another, but the story had nothing to feed on, and it would die. Good enough, thought Mooney, waving for another glass of that enjoyable brandy, and then he turned back to the front page and saw his own face. There was the hotel lobby of the previous day, and a pillar of churning black smoke that Mooney knew was Harse, and there in the background, mouth agape, expression worried, was Howard Mooney himself. He read it all very, very carefully. Well, he thought, at least they didn't get our names. The story was all about the Loyal and Beneficent Order of Exalted Eagles, and the only reference to the picture was a brief line about a disturbance outside the meeting hall. Nonetheless, the second glass of brandy tasted nowhere near as good as the first. Time passed. Mooney found a man who explained what was meant by the Vale of Kashmir. In Brooklyn there is a very large park. The name is Prospect Park, and in it is a little planted valley with a brook and a pool, and the name of it on the maps of Prospect Park is the Vale of Kashmir. Mooney sent out for a map, memorized it, and that was that. However, Mooney didn't really want to go to the Vale of Kashmir with Harse. What he wanted was that survival kit. Wonders kept popping out of it, and each day's supply made Mooney covet the huger store that was still inside. There had been, he guessed, something like 100 separate items that had somehow come out of that tiny box. There simply was no room for them all, but that was not a matter that Mooney concerned himself with. They were there, possible or not, because he had seen them. Mooney laid traps. The trouble was that Harse did not care for conversation. He spent endless hours with his film viewer, and when he said anything at all to Mooney, it was to complain. All he wanted was to exist for 4 days, nothing else. Mooney laid conversational traps, tried to draw him out, and there was no luck. Harse would turn his blank, pale stare on him and refuse to be drawn. At night, however hard Mooney tried, Harse was always awake past him, and in his sleep, always and always, the little metal guardian strapped Mooney tight. Survival kit? But how did the little metal things know that Mooney was a threat? It was maddening, and time was passing. There were 4 days, then only 3, then only 2. Mooney made arrangements of his own. He found 2 girls, lovely girls, the best that money could buy, and he brought them to the suite with a wink and a snigger. A little relaxation, eh, Harse? The red-haired one is named Ginger, and she's partial to men with light-colored eyes. Ginger smiled a rehearsed and lovely smile. I certainly am, Mr. Harse. Say, want to dance? But it came to nothing, though the house detective knocked deferentially on the door to ask if they could be a little more quiet, please. It wasn't the sound of celebration that the neighbors were objecting to. It was the shrill, violent noise of Harse's laughter. First he had seemed not to understand, and then he looked astonished as Mooney had ever seen him, and then the laughter. Girls didn't work. Mooney got rid of the girls. All right, Mooney was a man of infinite resource and sagacity. Hadn't he proved that many a time? He excused himself to Harse, made sure his fat new pigskin wallet was in his pocket, and took a cab to a place on Brooklyn's waterfront where cabs seldom go. The bartender had arms like beer kegs and a blue chin. Beer, said Mooney, and made sure he paid for it with a $20 bill, thumbing through a thick wad of 50s and 100s to find the smallest. He retired to a booth and nursed his beer. About 10 minutes a man stood beside him, blue-chinned and muscular enough to be the bartender's brother, which Mooney found he was. Well, said Mooney, took you long enough. Sit down. You don't have to roll me. You can earn this. Girls didn't work? Okay, if not girls, then try boys. Well, not boys exactly, hoodlums. Try hoodlums and see what Harse might do against the toughest inhabitants of the area around the Gowanus Canal. Harse, sloshing heedlessly through melted snow, spattering Mooney, grumbled, I do not see why we must wander endlessly across the face of this wretched slum. Mooney said soothingly, We have to make sure, Harse. We have to be sure it's the right place. Huff, said Harse, but he went along. They were in Prospect Park, and it was nearly dark. Hey, look, said Mooney desperately. Look at those kids on sleds. Harse glanced angrily at the kids on sleds, and even more angrily at Mooney. Still, he wasn't refusing to come, and that was something. It had been possible that Harse would sit tight in the hotel room, and it had taken all of the persuasive powers Mooney prided himself on to get him out. But Mooney was able to paint a horrible picture of getting to the wrong place, missing the nexus point, 17 long years of waiting for the next one. They crossed the sheep meadow, crossed the walk, crossed an old covered bridge, and they were at the head of a flight of shallow steps. The Vale of Kashmir, cried Mooney, as though he were announcing a miracle. Harse said nothing. Mooney licked his lips, glancing at the kid Harse carried under an arm, glancing around. No one was in sight. Mooney coughed. You're sure this is the place you mean? If it is the Vale of Kashmir? Harse looked once more down the steps, then turned. No, wait, said Mooney frantically. I mean, well, where in the Vale of Kashmir is the nexus point? This is a big place. Harse's pale eyes stared at him for a moment. No, not big. Oh, fairly big, after all, Harse said positively. Come. Mooney swore under his breath and vowed never to trust anyone again, especially a bartender's brother. But just then it happened. Out of the snowy bushes stepped a man in a red bandana holding a gun. This is a stick-up. Give me that bag. Mooney exulted. There was no chance for Harse now. The man was leaping toward him. There would be no time for him to open the bag and take out the weapon. But he didn't have to. There was a thin, singing, whining sound from the bag. It leaped out of Harse's hand, leaped free as though it had invisible wings, and flew at the man in the red bandana. The man stumbled and jumped aside, the eyes incredulous over the mask. The silvery flat metal kit spun round him, whining. It circled him once, spiraled up. Behind it, like a smoke trail from a destroyer, a pale blue mist streamed backwards. It surrounded the man and hid him. The bag flew back into Hars's hand. The violet mist thinned and disappeared. And the man was gone, as utterly and as finely as any chambermaid or driver of a truck. There was a moment of silence. Mooney stared without belief at the snow sifting down from the bushes that the man had hid in. Hars looked opaquely at Mooney. "It seems," he said, "that in these slums are many dangers?" Mooney was very quiet on the way back to the hotel. Hars, for once, was not gazing into his viewer. He sat erect and silent beside Mooney, glancing at him from time to time. Mooney did not relish the attention. The situation had deteriorated. It deteriorated even more when they entered the lobby of the hotel. The desk clerk called to Mooney. Mooney hesitated, then said to Hars, "You go ahead, I'll be up in a minute. And listen, don't forget about my knock." Hars inclined his head and strode into the elevator. Mooney sighed. "There's a gentleman to see you, Mr. Mooney," the desk clerk said civilly. Mooney swallowed. Gentleman to see me?" The clerk nodded toward the writing room. "In there, sir, a gentleman who says he knows you." Mooney pursed his lips. In the writing room? Well, that was an advantage. The writing room was off the main lobby. It would give Mooney a chance to peek in before whoever it was could see him. He approached the entrance cautiously. "Howard!" cried an accusing, familiar voice behind him. Mooney turned. A small man with curly red hair was coming out of a door marked Men. Why, Uncle Lester," said Mooney. "What a pleasant surprise." Lester, all of 5 feet tall, wispy red hair surrounding his red, plump face, looked at him belligerently. "No doubt," he snapped. "I've been waiting all day, Howard. Took the afternoon off from work to come here, and I wouldn't have been here at all if I hadn't seen this." He was holding a copy of the paper with Mooney's picture behind the pillar of black fog. "Your aunt wrapped my lunch in it, Howard. Otherwise I might have missed it. Went right to the hotel. You weren't there. The doorman helped, though. Found a cab driver. Told me where he'd taken you. Here I am." "That's nice," lied Mooney. "No, it isn't, Howard. What in the world are you up to? Do you know the Monmouth County Police are looking for you? Said there was somebody missing. Want to talk to you." The little man shook his head angrily. "Knew I shouldn't let you stay at my place. Your aunt warned me, too. Why do you make trouble for me?" "Police?" Mooney asked faintly. "At my age, police coming to the house. Who was that fellow who's missing, Howard? Where did he go? Why doesn't he go home? His wife's half crazy. He shouldn't worry her like that." Mooney clutched at his uncle's shoulder. "Do the police know where I am? You didn't tell them." "Tell them? How could I tell them? Only I saw your picture while I was eating my sandwich, so I went to the hotel and—" "Uncle Lester, listen. What did they come to see you for?" "Because I was stupid enough to let you stay in my house, that's what for," Lester said bitterly. 2 days ago, knocking on my door, hardly 8 o'clock in the morning. They said there's a man missing, driving a truck, found the truck empty. Man from the Coast Guard station knows him, saw him picking up a couple of hitchhikers at a bridge someplace. Recognized one of the hitchhikers, said the hitchhiker had been staying at my house. That's you, Howard, don't lie. He described you, pudgy, kind of a squinty look in the eyes, dressed like a bum. Oh, it was you, all right." "Wait a minute, nobody knows you've come here, right? Not even Auntie?" "No, of course not. She didn't see the picture. So how'd she know? Would have said something if she had. Now come on, Howard, we've got to go to the police. And Uncle Lester—" The little man paused and looked at him suspiciously. But that was all right. Mooney began to feel confidence flow back into him. It wasn't all over yet, not by a long shot. "Uncle Lester," he said, his voice low-pitched and persuasive, "I have to ask you a very important question. Think before you answer, please. This is the question. Have you ever belonged to any communist organization?" The old man blinked. After a moment he exploded. "Now what are you up to, Howard? You know I never—" "Think, Uncle Lester, please. Way back when you were a boy, anything like that." "Of course not." "You're sure? Because I'm warning you, Uncle Lester, you're going to have to take the strictest security check anybody ever took. You've stumbled onto something important. You'll have to prove you can be trusted or, well, I can't answer for the consequences. You see, this involves—" He looked around him furtively. "The Schenectady Project." The Schenectady Project," Mooney nodded. "You've heard of the atom bomb, Uncle Lester? This is bigger. Bigger than the bigger. It's the molecule bomb. There aren't 75 men in the country that know what the so-called driver in the truck was up to, and now you're one of them." Mooney nodded soberly, feeling his power. The old man was hooked, tied, and delivered. He could tell by the look in the eyes, by the quivering of the lips. Now was the time to slip the contract in his hand, or, in the present instance, to "tell you what to do," whispered Mooney. "Here's my key. You go up to my room. Don't knock. We don't want to attract attention. Walk right in. You'll see a man there, and he'll explain everything. Understand?" Why, sure, Howard, but why don't you come with me?" Mooney raised his hand warningly. "You might be followed. I'll have to keep a lookout." 5 minutes later, when Mooney tapped on the door of the room, 3 taps, pause, 3 taps, and cautiously pushed it open, the pale blue mist was just disappearing. Harse was standing angrily in the center of the room with the jointed metal thing thrust out ominously before him, and of Uncle Lester there was no trace at all. Chapter 5. Time passed, and then all time was gone, and it was midnight, nearly the nexus point. In front of the hotel, a drowsy cab driver gave them an argument. "The public library? Listen, the library ain't open this time of night. I oughta... Oh, thanks, hop in." He folded the $5 bill and put the cab in gear. Harse said ominously, "Library, Mooney? Why do you instruct him to take us to the library?" Mooney whispered, "There's a law against being in the park at night. We'll have to sneak in. The library's right across the street." Harse stared with his luminous pale eyes, but it was true. There was such a law, for the parks of the city lately had become fields of honor where rival gangs contended with bottle shards and zip guns, where a passer-by was odds-on to be mugged. "High Command must know this," Harse grumbled. "Must proceed, they say, to Nexus Point. But then one finds the aboriginals have made laws. Oh, I shall make a report." "Sure you will," Mooney soothed, but in his heart he was prepared to bet heavily against it. Because he had a new strategy. Clearly he couldn't get the survival kit from Harse. He had tried that and there was no luck. His arm still tingled as the bellboys had from having seemingly absent-mindedly taken the handle to help Harse. But there was a way. Get rid of this clown from the future, he thought contentedly. Meet the Nexus Point instead of Harse, and there was the future, ripe for the taking. He knew where the rescuers would be, and, above all, he knew how to talk. Every man has one talent, and Mooney's was salesmanship. All the years wasted on peddling dime-store schemes like frozen food plans, but this was the big time at last, so maybe the years of seasoning were not wasted after all. "That for you, Uncle Lester," he muttered. Harse looked up from his viewer angrily, and Mooney cleared his throat. "I said," he explained hastily, "we're almost at the Nexus Point." Snow was drifting down. The cab driver glanced at the back, quiet library, shook his head, and pulled away, leaving black, wet tracks in the thin snow. The pale-eyed man looked about him irritably. "You!" he cried, waking Mooney from a dream of possessing the next 10 years of stock market reports. "You! Where is this veil of cashmere?" "Right this way, Harse, right this way," said Mooney placatingly. There was a wide sort of traffic circle. Grand Army Plaza was the name of it, and there were a few cars going around it, but not many, and none of them looked like police cars. Mooney looked up and down the broad, quiet streets. "Across here," he ordered, and led the time traveler toward the edge of the park. "We can't go in the main entrance. There might be cops." "Cops?" "Policemen, law enforcement officers. We'll just walk down here a way and then hop over the wall. Trust me," said Mooney in the voice that had put frozen food lockers into so many suburban homes. The look from those pale eyes was anything but a look of trust, but Harse didn't say anything. He stared about with an expression of detached horror, like an Alabama gentlewoman condemned to walk through Harlem. "Now!" Mooney whispered urgently, and over the wall they went. They were in a thicket of shrubs and brush, snow-laden, the snow sifting down into Mooney's neck every time he touched a branch, which was always, he couldn't avoid it. They crossed a path, and then a road, long, curving, broad, white, empty, down a hill onto another path. Mooney paused, glancing around. "You know where you are going?" "I think so. I'm looking for cops." "None in sight?" Mooney frowned. What the devil did the police think they were up to? They passed laws. Why weren't they around to enforce them? Mooney had his landmarks well in mind. There was the drive, and there was the fork he was supposed to be looking for. It wouldn't be hard to find the path into the Vale. The only thing was, it was kind of important to Mooney's hope of future prosperity that he find a policeman first, and time was running out. He glanced at the luminous dial of his watch, self-winding, shock-proof, non-magnetic. The man in the hotel's jewelry shop had assured him only yesterday that he could depend on its timekeeping as on the beating of his heart. It was nearly 1:15. Come along, grumbled Harse. Mooney stalled. I think we better go along this way. It ought to be down there. He cursed himself. Why hadn't he gone in the main entrance, where there was sure to be a cop? Harse would never have known the difference, but there was the artist in him that wanted the thing done perfectly, and so he had held to the pretense of avoiding police, had skulked and hidden, and now, "Look," he whispered, pointing. Harse spat soundlessly and turned his eyes where Mooney was pointing. Yes, under a distant light, a moving figure swinging a nightstick. Mooney took a deep breath and planted a hand between Harse's shoulder blades. "Run!" he yelled at the top of his voice, and shoved. He sounded so real, he almost convinced himself. "We'll have to split up. I'll meet you there. Now run!" Chapter 6. Oh, clever Mooney. He crouched under a snowy tree, watching the man from the future speed effortlessly away in the wrong direction. The cop was hailing him, clever cop. All it had taken was a couple of full-throated yells, and at once the cop had perceived that someone was in the park. But cleverer than any cop was Mooney. Men from the future? Why, thought Mooney contentedly, no Miss Mayor Hauser of the suburbs would have let me get away with a trick like that to sell her a freezer. There's going to be no problem at all. I don't have to worry about a thing. Mooney can take care of himself. By then he had caught his breath, and time was passing. He heard a distant, confused yelling. Harse and the cop? But it didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was getting to the nexus point at 1:01. He took a deep breath and began to trot. Slipping in the snow, panting heavily, he went down the path, around the little glade, across the covered bridge. He found the shallow steps that led down to the vale. And there it was below him, a broad space where walks joined, and in the space a thing shaped like a dinosaur egg, rounded and huge. It glowed with a silvery sheen. Confidently, Mooney started down the steps toward the egg and the moving figures that flitted soundlessly around it. Harse was not the only time-traveler, Mooney saw. Good, that might make it all the simpler. Should he change his plan and feign amnesia, pass himself off as one of their own men? Or... A movement made him look over his shoulder. Somebody was standing at the top of the steps. "Hell's fire," whispered Mooney. He'd forgotten all about that aboriginal law, and here above him stood a man in a policeman's uniform, not staring down with pale eyes. No, not a policeman. The face was Harse's. Mooney swallowed and stood rooted. "You!" Harse's savage voice came growling. "You are to stand still?" Mooney didn't need the order. He couldn't move. No 20th century cop was a match for Harse, that was clear. Harse had bested him, taken his uniform away from him for camouflage, and here he was. Unfortunately, so was Howard Mooney. The figures below were looking up, pointing and talking. Harse from above was coming down. Mooney could only stand and wish that he were back in Seabright, living on cookies and stale tea. Wish he had planned things with more intelligence, more skill, perhaps even with more honesty, but it was too late for wishing. Harse came down the steps, paused a yard from Mooney, scowled a withering scowl, and passed on. He reached the bottom of the steps and joined the others waiting about the egg. They all went inside. The glowing silvery colors winked and went out. The egg flamed purple, faded, turned transparent, and disappeared. Mooney stared, and, yelling a demand for payment, ran stumbling down the steps to where it had been. There was a round, thawed spot, a trampled patch, nothing else. They were gone. Almost gone, because there was a sudden bright wash of flame from overhead, cold, silvery flame. He looked up, dazzled. Over him the egg was visible as thin smoke, hovering. A smoky, half-transparent hand reached out of a port. A thin, reedy voice cried, "I promised you, pay!" And the silvery dispatch case sort of thing, the survival kit, dropped soundlessly to the snow beside Mooney. When he looked up again, the egg was gone for good. He was clear back to the hotel before he got a grip on himself, and then he was drunk with delight. Honest Harse, splendidly trustable Harse. Why, all this time Mooney had been so worried, had worked so hard, and the whole survival kit was his after all. He touched it gingerly before picking it up, but it didn't shock him. Clearly the protective devices, whatever they were off. He sweated over it for an hour and a half, looking for levers, buttons, a slit that he might pry wider with the blade of a knife. At last he kicked it and yelled past endurance, "Open up, damn you!" It opened wide on the floor before him. "Oh, bless your heart!" cried Mooney, falling to his knees to drag out the string of wampum. The little mechanical mice, the viewing machine sort of thing. Treasures like those were beyond price. Each one might fetch a fortune, if only in the wondrous new inventions he could patent, if he could discover just how they worked. But where were they? Gone. The wampum was gone. The goggles were gone. Everything was gone. The little flat canisters, the map instruments, everything but one thing. There was, in the corner of the case, a squarish, sharp-edged thing that Mooney stared at blindly for a long moment before he recognized it. It was a part, only a part, of the jointed construction that Harse had used to rid himself of undesirables by bathing them in blue light. What a filthy trick! Mooney all but sobbed to himself. He picked up the squarish thing bitterly. Probably it wouldn't even work, he thought. The world a ruin around him. It wasn't even the whole complete weapon. Still... There was a grooved, saddle-shaped affair that was clearly a sort of trigger. It could move forward or it could move back. Mooney thought deeply for a while. Then he sat up, held the thing carefully away from him with the pointed part toward the wall, and pressed, ever so gently, pressed forward on the saddle-shaped thumb trigger. The pale blue haze leaped out, swirled around, and, not finding anything alive in its range, dwindled and died. Aha, thought Mooney, not everything is lost yet. Surely a bright young man could find some use for a weapon like this, which removed, if it did not kill, which prevented any nastiness about a corpse turning up, or a messy job of disposal. Why not see what happened if the thumb piece was moved backward? Well, why not? Mooney held the thing away from him, hesitated, and slid it back. There was a sudden shivering tingle in his thumb, and the gadget he was holding running all up and down his arm, a violet haze very unlike the blue, and licked soundlessly forth, not burning but destroying as surely as flame ever destroyed. For where the haze touched the gadget itself, the kit, everything that had to do with the man from the future, it seared and shattered. The gadget fell into white crystalline powder in Mooney's hand, and the case itself became a rectangular shape traced in white powder ridges on the rug. "Oh, no," thought Mooney, even before the haze had gone. "It can't be." The flame danced away like a cloud, spreading and rising. While Mooney stared, it faded away, but not without leaving something behind. Mooney threw his taut body backwards, almost under the bed. What he saw he didn't believe. What he believed filled him with panic. No wonder Harse had laughed so when Mooney asked if its victims were dead, for there they were, all of them. Like gin out of a jar, human figures gelled and solidified where the cloud of violet flame had not at all diffidently rolled. They were alive, as big as life, and beginning to move, and so many of them, 3, 5, 6. The truck driver, yes, and a man in long red flannel underwear who must have been the policeman, and Uncle Lester, and the bartender's brother, and the chambermaid, and a man Mooney didn't know. They were there, all of them, and they came toward him, and oh, but they were angry. End of Survival Kit by Frederick Pohl. Recording by David Loving. www.davidaloving.com.
There is a Reaper by Charles V. DeWet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There is a Reaper by Charles V. DeWet. Doctors had given him just 1 month to live, a month to wonder what comes afterward. There was one way to find out. Ask a dead man. The amber brown of the liquor disguised the poison it held, and I watched with a smile on my lips as he drank it. There was no pity in my heart for him. He was a jackal in the jungle of life, and I was one of the carnivores. It is the lot of the jackals of life to be devoured by the carnivore. Suddenly the contented look on his face froze into a startled stillness. I knew he was feeling the first savage twinge of the agony that was to come. He turned his head and looked at me, and I saw suddenly that he knew what I had done. "You murderer!" he cursed me, and then his body arched in the middle, and his voice choked off deep in his throat. For a short minute he sat tense, his body stiffened by the agony that rode it, unable to move a muscle. I watched the torment in his eyes build up to a crescendo of pain until the suffering became so great that it filmed his eyes, and I knew that though he still stared directly at me, he no longer saw me. Then, as suddenly as the spasm had come, The starch went out of his body and his back slid slowly down the chair edge. He landed heavily with his head resting limply against the seat of the chair. His right leg doubled up in a kind of jerk before he was still. I knew the time had come. "Where are you?" I asked. This moment had cost me $60,000. 3 weeks ago the best doctors in the state had given me a month to live, and with $7 million in the bank I couldn't buy a minute more. I accepted the doctor's decision philosophically, like the gambler that I am. But I had a plan, one which necessity had never forced me to use until now. Several years before I had read an article about the medicine men of a certain tribe of aborigines living in the jungles at the source of the Amazon River. They had discovered a process in which the juice of a certain bush, known only to them, could be used to poison a man. Anyone subjected to this poison died, but for a few minutes after the life left his body, the medicine men could still converse with him. The subject, though ostensibly and actually dead, answered the medicine men's every question. This was their primitive though reportedly effective method of catching glimpses of what lay in the world of death. I had conceived my idea at the time I read the article, but I had never had the need to use it until the doctors gave me a month to live. Then I spent my $60,000, and 3 weeks later I held in my hands a small bottle of the witch doctor's fluid. The next step was to secure my victim, my collaborator, I prefer to call him. The man I chose was a nobody, a homeless, friendless non-entity picked up off the street. He had once been an educated man, but now he was only a bum, and when he died he'd never be missed. A perfect man for my experiment. I'm a rich man because I have a system. The system is simple. I never make a move until I know exactly where that move will lead me. My field of operations is the stock market. I spend money unstintingly to secure the information I need before I take each step. I hire the best investigators, bribe employees and persons in position to give me the information I want. And only when I am as certain as humanly possible that I cannot be wrong, do I move. And the system never fails. $7 million in the bank is proof of that. Now, knowing that I could not live, I intended to make the system work for me one last time before I died. I am a firm believer in the adage that any situation can be whipped, given prior knowledge of its coming, and, of course, its attendant circumstances. For a moment he did not answer, and I began to fear that my experiment had failed. "Where are you?" I repeated louder and sharper this time. The small muscles about his eyes puckered with an abnormal tension, while the rest of his face held its death frost. Slowly, slowly, unnaturally, as though energized by some hyper-rational power, his lips and tongue moved. The words he spoke were clear. "I am in a tunnel," he said. "It is lighted dimly, but there is nothing for me to see." Blue veins showed through the flesh of his cheeks like watermarks on translucent paper. He paused, and I urged, "Go on." "I am alone," he said. "The realities I knew no longer exist, and I am damp and cold. All about me is a sense of gloom and dejection. It is an apprehension, an emanation, so deep and real as to be almost a tangible thing. The walls to either side of me seem to be formed, not of substance, but rather of the soundless cries of melancholy of spirits I cannot see. I am waiting in the gloom for something which will come to me. That need to wait is an innate part of my being, and I have no thought of questioning it." His voice died again. "What are you waiting for?" I asked. "I do not know," he said, his voice dreary with the despair of centuries of hopelessness. "I only know that I must wait. That compulsion is greater than my strength to combat." The tone of his voice changed slightly. "The tunnel about me is widening, and now the walls have receded into invisibility. The tunnel has become a plain, but the plain is as desolate, as forlorn and dreary as was the tunnel, and still I stand and wait. How long must this go on?" He fell silent again, and I was about to prompt him with another question. I could not afford to let the time run out in long silences. But abruptly the muscles about his eyes tightened, and subtly a new aspect replaced their hopeless dejection. Now they expressed a black bottomless terror. For a moment I marvelled that so small a portion of a facial anatomy could express such horror. "There is something coming toward me," he said. "A beast of brutish foulness. Beast is too inadequate a term to describe it, but I know no words to tell its form. It is an intangible and evasive thing, but very real, and it is coming closer. It has no organs of sight as I know them, but I feel that it can see me, or rather that it is aware of me with a sense sharper than vision itself. It is very near now. O God, the malevolence, the hate, the potentiality of awful, fearsome destructiveness that is its very essence, and still I cannot move." The expression of terrified anticipation centred in his eyes lessened slightly, and was replaced instantly by its former deep, deep despair. "I am no longer afraid," he said. "Why?" I interjected. "Why?" I was impatient to learn all that I could before the end came. "Because," he paused, "because it holds no threat for me. Somehow, some day, I understand, I know, that it too is seeking that for which I wait." "What is it doing now?" I asked. "It has stopped beside me, and we stand together, gazing across the stark empty plain. Now a second awful entity, with the same leashed virulence about it, moves up and stands at my other side. We all three wait, myself with the dark fear of this dismal universe, my unnatural companions with patient, malicious menace. Bits of," he faltered, "of, I can name it only, aura, go out from the beasts like an acid stream and touch me, and the hate and the venom chill my body like a wave of intense cold. Now there are others of the awful breed behind me. We stand waiting, waiting for that which will come. What it is I do not know." I could see the pallor of death creeping steadily into the last corners of his lips, and I knew that the end was not far away. Suddenly a black frustration built up within me. "What are you waiting for?" I screamed, the tenseness and the importance of this moment forcing me to lose the iron self-control upon which I have always prided myself. I knew that the answer held the secret of what I must know. If I could learn that, my experiment would not be in vain, and I could make whatever preparations were necessary for my own death. I had to know that answer. "Think, think," I pleaded. "What are you waiting for?" "I do not know." The dreary despair in his eyes, sightless as they met mine, chilled me with a coldness that I felt in the marrow of my being. "I do not know," he repeated. Yes, I do know." Abruptly the plasmatic film cleared from his eyes, and I knew that for the first time since the poison struck, He was seeing me clearly. I sensed that this was the last moment before he left for good. It had to be now. "Tell me, I command you," I cried. "What are you waiting for?" His voice was quiet as he murmured softly, implacably, before he was gone. "We are waiting," he said, "for you." The end. End of There Is a Reaper by Charles V. de Wet. Recording by Hihikiti.
Traveling Companion Wanted by Richard Wilson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Loving. Traveling Companion Wanted by Richard Wilson. To share exp, relieve at wheel, must be able to drive under grit pressure, in return tramps dozen mi or so under ocean bottom. You remember Regan. He's the man who fell overboard in a spacesuit and found that there really is a passage to India. It winds down from the Champion Deep in the Atlantic and comes out somewhere off Bombay. It took Regan a week to pop in one end of that underworld river and emerge at the other. He was delirious when he bobbed to the surface and was picked up by the Chinese motor ship. Starved, of course, had to spend a long time in the hospital after he'd been transferred to shore. The newspapers and radio and television made quite a thing of it. Reporters managed to interview Regan while he was still weak and maybe talking a little crazy. They got together afterward and agreed among themselves on what parts to leave out. Then Regan sold the first-person rights to a syndicate. He insisted on writing the installments himself, but a lot was edited out while the staff writer was redoing it. I didn't hear Regan's unpublished story till I met him in the bar at the Palmer House in Chicago. He'd been attending a geophysical meeting that I'd had to cover, and we'd both got bored with it about the same time. I thought I recognized him from his pictures and said so. Regan seemed glad to have a non-long-hair to talk to, and he talked. You know why Regan had been wearing a spacesuit in the first place? He'd become something of a hero on the return trip of one of the Earth-Mars hops after a meteor struck. Regan went out through the airlock to make repairs. It was his job as chief of maintenance. Patched up the hole and went back in. Routine, he said. But the skipper messaged a report to Earth, and when the spaceship reached the way station to take on landing fuel, the press was waiting for it. The photographers were along and they wanted Regan to reenact the repair scene. He didn't want to, but the skipper insisted because it would be good public relations. So Regan climbed into the spacesuit again and took along his mobile repair gear and tinkered away on the hull while the photog snapped away from a patrol boat. That was when the repair unit went out of whack. Its mobility factor wasn't supposed to do anything more than move him around on the hull to wherever he had to go. He'd worked with it 100 times in test sessions and once in reality, and had always been a lamb. But this time it went all screwy and shoved him off the hull. In some way, one of the conduits wrapped itself around his arms like an octopus, pinning them so he couldn't reach the controls. And in some other way, the tiny rocket engine zipped over to full power and plunged him down toward the Earth. If it had headed him out toward space, it would have been all right. The patrol boat could have overtaken him in a few hours at most and hauled him aboard. But Regan was heading earthward, and soon he was down where the traffic's pretty congested. The patrol boat made some valiant efforts, but after a couple of near misses with transcontinental rockets, it gave up. Better to lose one person than a couple of hundred. Radio messages were sent to low-flying craft and ships at sea. These didn't do any good, except that a trawler was able to spot the position where Regan, in his spacesuit, smacked the water and went under. The trawler didn't have a radio transmitter. It waited a while, and when nothing came up, it put about for land. A day later, the spot where Regan had gone down was alive with would-be rescue ships, submarines, and diving equipment. But Regan never came up. Not in that ocean, at any rate. I knew this story pretty well, so Regan didn't elaborate on it. He'd blacked out, anyway, soon after he hit the atmosphere, and didn't come to till he was close to smacking the surface. That's when it began to get interesting. You've seen enough undersea movies to know what the ocean is like, so we won't go into that. This is what happened when Regan got down to what should have been the bottom. There was a big crater there, with the bottom stretching away in all directions from the cavity, but the hole itself kept going down. Funnel-shaped, Regan said. He could see it quite clearly because he was plunging into it head down. The tentacles of the conduit were still wrapped around his arms, and the Mobility Gadget's rocket was naturally working almost as well underwater as it had in space. After a while it got dark, with Regan still zipping along into the depths of the funnel. He'd long since passed the stage of being merely worried. Now he was scared. By this time it was entirely black, but Regan could sense that he was being carried along swiftly. Not because he thought it would do any good, but because he had to do something, Regan experimented with his feet. He found that after some backstretching calisthenics, he was able to bring his right boot up near his waist. Maneuvering it with total disregard for his sacroiliac, Regan managed to hook the boot under one of the coils the conduit had made around him. Gradually he was able to loosen it enough to give his left arm some play, and from there it was relatively simple. He switched off the rocket engine, switched on his headlamp, and looked around. Regan said it was quite a sight, in a reverse sort of way. Nothing anywhere. With the rocket turned off, he kind of floated around aimlessly, going nowhere in particular. He should have been going up, but that didn't happen. He swirled like a lazy eddy, a school of things that were caricatures of fish, big, white, revolting things, swished over and puckered blindly into his faceplate, then went away. Otherwise, there was nothing. Regan was pretty discouraged. By this time, he'd been in a slow spin for so long that he had no idea which way was up. He had the equipment for getting up. There were about 200 hours of fuel in the rocket engine strapped to his back, but no way seemed any better than another. He remembered that the funnel had steadily narrowed, and so he tried experimental bursts from the engine to see if he could reach one of the sides. Eventually, he got to something that wasn't water. It was a sort of mud. Regan studied the markings on it for a possible clue. No go. Regan was a spaceman, not an oceanographer. So, since it was better than doing nothing, Regan got himself into a drift parallel with the mudslide and switched on his rocket. He whizzed along at a good rate, staying close to the mud wall, but not knowing whether he was going down, up, or around in circles at the same depth. After what he judged to be some hours of this, the mud began to be streaked with a gray substance, and still farther along, it appeared to become rock. Regan didn't know whether this was good or bad. More hours went by, apparently. Regan was still wearing a watch, but it was hidden under the heavy sleeve of his spacesuit. He dozed off, he said, and when he snapped back into consciousness, he noticed that there was another wall, far off, opposite the one he was rocketing along. It was gray, too, as far as he could make out in the light of his headlamp, which was weak over distances. What woke him up fully was something that went skimming past him at a much greater rate than his own. It was a cask, its wood brown as if from long submersion, and its hoops rusted into redness. The cask was turning lazily end over end, but it outdistanced him and disappeared ahead as he watched. It had been traveling out in the middle of the passage. Regan pondered this for a while, and then reasoned that there was a swift current, swifter in the middle even than his rocket propulsion at the side of the channel. He worked himself out toward the center, then switched off his rocket experimentally. By watching the rock side of the passage, he was able to gauge that he was moving much faster. The watching, however, had a hypnotic effect on him, and Regan felt himself dozing off. He tried to fight it, but reasoned finally that there wasn't much point, so he turned off his headlamp and let himself go to sleep. It felt weird when he woke up. He was hot and sweating. He remembered instantly where he was. It was no comfort to him. He felt entirely hopeless, even more so than if he'd been marooned in space. At least there was traffic out there. Here there was just himself, with a wooden cask up ahead and nightmarish fish somewhere behind. He also felt weak. Spacesuits come equipped with water, of course, if they're the repair variety, and Regan drank sparingly through the tube at the base of his faceplate, but his suit carried no rations, so he tried to ignore his hunger. He drowsed again and switched off his headlamp. This became a pattern for him, a semi-conscious nightmare of smooth, eerie motion, punctuated with sips at his water supply and hopeless watching through the faceplate, blinking away the sweat. Regan talked to himself, he said, and sometimes sang to keep himself sane in the silence and loneliness. It probably helped, although some of his talk was pretty idiotic. It was after one of his dozes, whose duration he had no way of measuring even by his thirst and hunger, which were constant, that he awoke to something new. Automatically he switched on his headlamp, then switched it off again, realizing what the newness was. The passage he was being washed through was no longer dark. There was a radiance in the water now. Regan twisted himself around to see what the light came from. Up ahead, apparently. As it got stronger, his eyes began to ache. It was a gorgeous ache, Regan said, and he stared ahead almost hypnotized. He made an effort and focused on the walls of the passageway he was being thrust along. They were white with streaks of black in them like marble, but without marble's glossy hardness. He could see all parts of the tunnel now. It was roughly circular and had narrowed to a diameter of about 200 feet. Regan could only suppose that he was nearing the surface, that he'd been sweeping through some U-shaped fissure, and he adjusted himself kinesthetically to the theory that he was now traveling up instead of down. This took a lot of doing and occupied his mind. His spirits soared with his imagined ascent, and he could visualize himself traveling faster and faster until, with a pop, he would be thrust into the air and fall back to float on the surface. Regan wanted most desperately to be able to look at the sky again. It would be kind to see land, too, but a ship or a plane would do temporarily. He was half lost in this reverie when he had to make a second adjustment. Remember, he thought he was going up, as from the bottom of a well. Therefore, he was puzzled, as the radiance increased to daylight strength, to see one wall of his tubular, water-filled prison darken to deep green, while the other turned to sort of blue-white pink. He was moving in the same swift rush of current, his body positioned so that he was facing the green half. He twisted as if to face the opposite way in an elevator, and then became giddy when the entire concept of his surroundings did a 90-degree flop. In that split second, Regan realized that he wasn't traveling vertically, but horizontally. The well he had pictured himself in now took on the aspect of a river with the bright blend of colors, the sky, and the deep green riverbed. The banks of the river were above him. Regan gave himself a tiny rocket assist to rise. He wasn't at all prepared for what he saw. Far away, beyond the green plain through which the river was racing, was a city. Unmistakably, it was a metropolis of man, not towering or turreted, but massive and with a relative newness which spoke of life. And as he had this thought, he could see other smaller dwellings closer by, one-storied and circular in a variety of colors. He noted then that the level of the river was higher than that of the land, that the marble-like banks which channeled the racing water had become a transparent, glass-like substance which rose and curved in a seemingly endless archway. The torrent completely filled the half-transparent tube, flowing smoothly so that he almost had the sensation of flying above the ground. Regan maneuvered toward the top, and from there he saw the road. It paralleled the river and ran in a straight line as far as he could see. While he watched, a vehicle sped along it from behind, paced beside him, and then pulled ahead. The driver was only vaguely visible, but he had a reassuringly human appearance. The man in the car, which was a three-wheeled box-like affair of brilliant yellow, looked neither left nor right. Regan yelled instinctively and waved. The cumbersome motion turned him over on his back. Opportunistically, he studied the sky from his new position, but could make nothing of it. There were no clouds, only the blue-white-pink brightness that seemed to extend to infinity. Something flashed across his field of vision. Regan caught only a glimpse of it, then reasoned that it must have been a bridge spanning the enclosed river. He twisted himself around to a prone position and tried to think constructively. Somewhere there had to be an exit to this land. For his sake there had to be, although of course this guaranteed nothing. But surely these people made use of this abundant supply of water. It would be fresh and good to drink after its long passage through the earth, despite its source in the salt ocean. They would use it for irrigation, probably, and perhaps somewhere it was channeled for transportation of a more comfortable kind than his own. And they might use it for power. Certainly its rushing strength would be tapped. This thought scared him. He pictured a giant hydroelectric plant into which he would be swept and in the bowels of which his body would be mangled by the blades of a turbine. He had to slow his mad passage. He maneuvered the equipment attached to his spacesuit and pointed the rocket exhaust ahead of him. He flicked on the power and felt his speed being cut. The powerful current pressed from behind him like a live thing, but the rocket thrust was strong too. His progress slackened to the pace of a canoe. Balancing himself behind the makeshift braking apparatus was difficult, both because the torrent threatened constantly to turn him end for end, and because his strength was only a memory of itself. But somehow Regan managed to achieve an equilibrium which allowed him to look about and reassure himself that the city was still there. Its position had shifted on the horizon to a point slightly behind him, but there apparently was no end to the expanse of this underground world. The road was there too, still parallel to the roofed-over river. A surge of hope went through him as he spotted a man walking along the road. Regan braked himself still further until his speed matched that of the man. The man's costume was a brief one, knee-length trousers, a vest-like garment over a white skin, and sandals, so apparently the climate was tropical. Regan stared hard at the man, mutely begging him to turn. Both Regan's hands gripped the rocket tube. He didn't dare let go to wave. Then, as though he had been reached telepathically, the man looked in Regan's direction. Regan couldn't make out his expression, but apparently it was one of disbelief. The man stopped, took an indecisive step, and then ran toward the river. He jogged alongside it, and now Regan could see his face clearly. It was an intelligent face, round, broad-nosed, the eyes almond-shaped, and the hair abundant and black. The man's body was stocky and powerful, graceful as he ran beside the tubed-in river. He waved and smiled, and Regan hoped his own answering smile was visible behind the faceplate of his spacesuit. Regan doubted that telepathy had anything to do with making the man notice him originally. Nevertheless, he thought furiously, "How do I get out of here?" The response was made more to Regan's obvious predicament than because of the thought transference, he was sure. At any rate, the man pointed, then raised a head. Regan lost sight of him for an agonizingly long minute or two, and then saw him again, standing and pointing up. Another bridge was spanning the river. The man gestured to it emphatically, then pointed ahead and held up 2 fingers. Alternately, he pointed to the bridge and gestured with his fingers. Regan decided that this meant there would be some sort of help for him at the second bridge beyond. He nodded his head vigorously. The man seemed to see the motion. He nodded and smiled. Regan cut the power of the rocket engine and let the current speed his journey. The man outside increased his own pace, and when another bridge swept overhead, he nodded and held up 1 finger. Regan trembled with relief at this confirmation of the pantomimed message. He fought back the weariness that had begun to creep over him again, and clung doggedly to the rocket, whose exhaust regulated his speeds to that of the running man. Regan thought the bridge would never be reached. He felt supremely weary. He was sopping wet, his eyes kept going out of focus, his throat ached, and his head was throbbing with jagged pains. It took all his waning strength to cling to consciousness. Finally, the bridge was in sight, then overhead. The running man pointed up. Beyond the bridge, the glass-like covering ended. Regan was out of the tunnel. The river widened now, and its velocity eased, but the current was still a powerful one. Regan pointed the rocket tube so that it thrust him upward. His rubber and steel-clothed head broke the surface. He felt a surge of freedom. In his joy, Regan lost control of the rocket brake and was twisted crazily about. Instinctively, he shut off the power. He was swept ahead. As the river whirled him forward, he saw the man on the bank point ahead to the right, wave him on, and gesture that he would catch up later. It was with relief that Regan let himself be carried forward by the strong current. He was traveling out of the mainstream now. In a few minutes the river was so broad that he seemed to be barely moving, but this was merely an illusion of contrast. Then Regan saw the mesh fence. It was a giant strainer across the river, apparently fashioned to prevent debris from being carried into the structure which straddled the river beyond, without doubt the hydroelectric plant whose existence he had dreaded. Regan was swept into the fence. It gave, cushioning the shock, and he pulled himself along it toward the bank. He reached it, but lacked the strength to pull himself onto land. Nearby, hugging the mesh fence, was the cask which had passed him back in the dark of the tunnel. Just as Regan was passing out, he saw the stocky man in the knee-length shorts come into sight, running as fast as he could make his legs pump. When Regan came to, he found himself being carried on the back of an open truck. He was lying there like a sack of cabbages, being bounced around as the truck sped over a bumpy road. His undersea friend was squatting next to him on the bed of the truck, holding onto the side to keep from being jolted off. He smiled when he saw that Regan had regained consciousness and patted the chest of the spacesuit. He pointed in the direction the truck was going, but Regan was flat on his back and weak and couldn't turn to look. The jolting was making him sick. The road became smoother, and soon they entered the city. Regan said it was the damnedest place he ever saw. Everything looked like a beehive. He meant that literally, he said. All the buildings were circular, with doors down at the base and no windows. They were all different sizes and all colors. Some of the bigger ones towered up pretty high, but just how high was hard to say. They weren't built in stories, but in one continuous curving line from bottom to top. The truck would pass through a square or a park now and again, and the buildings in the distance looked like a mass of soap bubbles, all pastel colors under that blue-white-pink sky. The truck stopped in front of a big yellow beehive. Now that he was close and not being jolted around, Regan could see that the building was constructed of a kind of oversized bricks about a foot square. They weren't joined with mortar as far as he could tell. Apparently their own weight and shape held them together as they rose up and formed a dome. And the color was within the bricks, not painted on. Two men, taller than his friend, came out of the building carrying a plank. They loaded Regan onto it and carried him stretcher fashion into the building. The friend tagged along behind. There was a sort of anteroom inside, with a man at a desk. The bearers stopped while the man took down a gadget that looked like a chessboard with buttons and pushed down half a dozen of them. Then he held out the board to Regan's friend, who pushed down some of the buttons in a different combination. After that, the little friend went away, first patting Regan on the chest and smiling. Regan was carried into a rotunda in the center of the building. The floor rose and took them to the top level. The bearers carried him off to the side, and he saw the floor drop down again. They took him to a windowless room which had light radiating from the walls, and dumped him off the plank stretcher onto a high stone table. Regan climbed down. He supposed they were being as gentle as possible, considering his great weight in the spacesuit. Regan's weight also manifested itself to him. He felt the heaviness of a person who's been buoyed up for a long time in water, but is now on land. All this happened, except for the clank as he was set down, in complete silence. He was entirely isolated from outside sound, of course. He lay there feeling less sick, but still hot and dizzy, trying to compose his stomach. After a while he felt calm enough to drink a little water through the tube inside the faceplate. A rotund man wearing a kind of white tunic came into his field of vision. Regan could see him only from the waist up. Like the friend he had met at the river, this man had abundant black hair, but his face was fat, with puffy cheeks and sagging jowls. He was much older. His hands were pudgy. He waggled them in what might have been a gesture of delight or greeting. It was hard to say which. His expression was one of pleasure. He stood at Regan's side and smiled at him. His hands felt over the headpiece of the spacesuit, then went thumping down the rest of it. "I'll be out of the damn thing soon," Regan thought. But apparently it was too much for the fellow. Regan tried to gesture to the fastening on the back of his neck to show how it was done, but he was unable to raise his arms. He realized then how exhausted he was. The rotund man in the tunic patted him on the chest. It seemed to be a universal gesture, and went away. Regan felt at peace in the room. He felt that now he was going to be taken care of, and that everything somehow was going to be all right. He went to sleep. He woke up ravenously hungry. He seemed to be alone in the room. His encased body felt as heavy as the whole world. He tried to raise up to bring his mouth to the water tube. He couldn't. He cried out in a voice that was weak even inside the confines of his suit. No one could possibly have heard, and no one came. He tried to raise his arm. The muscles strained and quivered. By using all his strength, he was able to lift it a few inches above the table. Then the arm fell back on the stone with the barest tap of sound. The jovial fat one reappeared. He was carrying a metal box with 2 dials on it and wires coming from it, which ended in kinds of suction cups. He stuck one of the cups to Regan's faceplate, fastened another one to his ear, and twirled a dial. "Please get me out of this suit," Regan said. The man's face lit up with pleasure. He nodded and patted the chest of the suit. Then he spoke. The language was a guttural, fast-paced one. Regan had never heard anything like it. "Please," he said, "please get me out." The man continued to smile. He beckoned, and 2 other men appeared. They took turns listening to Regan plead to be released. They smiled, too, though obviously none of them understood a word. Without gestures, it was impossible for Regan to convey his plight. They stood around him, chattering in their outlandish tongue. Others joined them. They all had the same look about them, friendly, smiling faces, and hands that patted him on the chest. It became a confused nightmare as still others streamed in, as if he were the main attraction in a 50-cent tour. But apparently there was method in their milling around. They measured him from top to toe, from side to side, in circumference and in depth. They used steel tapes and calipers and jotted down their findings in little books or punched them out on button-studded chessboards. They wheeled in a huge contraption, which must have been a camera, and clicked it at him from every angle. They lifted his arms and legs and chattered with excitement to see how peculiarly he bent at the joints. It was as if Regan were a new kind of animal that had swum into their ken and which they were classifying, or which they would classify at their leisure after they had measured it in all possible ways. They kept it up for an eternity and a half. Regan's vision got hazy, his throat burned, and his stomach ached in irregular spasms. He was barely conscious when the 2 bearers came back in, loaded him on the plank, and took him out into the rotunda. The throng of scientists followed. The floor-wide elevator sank to the main level, and they all went out into the street. A big, rectangular, doorless, bus-like vehicle was standing there. The bearers, with a great deal of effort, propped Regan up in the front seat. His head lolled back inside the suit. The shift in position blacked him out temporarily. He came out of a period of nausea to hear himself saying, over and over, "You open it at the back of the neck. I'd do it myself if I could move my arms. You open it at the back of the neck." The bus was in motion. It rumbled through the streets among the pastel beehives. In Regan's state, there were so many bouncing balloons being pointed out by madmen in white smocks in a caricature of a vehicle under an impossible sky. They eventually reached a kind of park or estate. Shrubs and trees were neatly set out, and a big golden beehive stood at the end of a long drive. They took him inside, half fainting, sweating, gibbering to himself. Through a half-dozen anterooms they went, to what could only have been a throne room. It was sumptuously hung with tapestries. There were guards standing at a post, and a thick carpet laid to a dais on which there were two huge chairs. A tall, slender, dark-haired man sat in one of them. The other was empty. There was a confused kind of ceremony in which everyone got down on one knee before the man on the throne, and a ridiculous struggle began to get Regan into a semblance of the same position. The king, or whatever he was, gestured, and Regan found himself being dragged up on the dais and set on the other's throne. Then the nightmare took a turn for the worse. From an anteroom came a procession of women bearing gifts. They were the first women Regan had seen in this underground world, but he was less interested in them than in what they carried. Food. Baskets of fruit. Platters of meat. Cups of liquids. The smiling creatures curtsied before the thrones and set out the feast in front of Regan. One of them, dressed in a single pale blue garment belted at the waist, laid a basket of fruit in his lap. Regan began to quiver in a fever of frustration. It got worse when, at a sign from the king, everyone helped himself to some of this or that, raised it to Regan in a kind of toast, and began to eat. If any of them noticed that Regan didn't join them, they were polite enough not to take offense. The feast over, everyone went for an after-dinner ride. The king went too, riding in a richly draped palanquin on wheels ahead of the squared-off bus. This was the royal tour. Points of interest were visited. Regan's bleary eyes and uncomprehending brain half-observed gardens, factories, schools, a sporting event, a parade, a farm, and dozens of examples of the culture of the world of people who were kindly starving him to death. In his semi-delirium, he once reproached himself for being such an unappreciative guest, and wondered what they must think of this emissary from outside who was such a cumbersome clod. He had come to them in the strange trappings he apparently preferred, so how could he blame them for respecting his costume and leaving it to him to wear it or remove it as he chose? In his own world, he wouldn't strip a visitor or skin a stray dog. A bump in the road and the shudder it gave the bus jolted his eyes fully open. Ahead was the hydroelectric plant spanning the river. They were going to show the king where Regan had come from. The procession pulled over to the bank next to the mesh fence, which screened debris from the water flowing into the plant. On the bank lay his mobility unit, which apparently had been detached before they trucked him into the city originally. The king got out of his palanquin and examined it curiously. Then he got back in, and they drove along the bank to the other side of the hydroelectric plant. The river continued its swift passage, apparently unslowed by the drain on it. Regan thought the river looked tremendously inviting. In its depths he could be free of the well-meaning crowd of sightseeing guides. The river represented peace, an end to being shown around, measured, observed, exhibited, and tantalized. In it he could die calmly without any frustrating diplomacy. A bridge spanned the river below the plant. By the gestures of the scientists, he gathered that they were going to cross over to see interesting things which lay across the river. The bridge was a narrow wooden one. Parallel to it was the stone framework of an unfinished replacement. They proceeded slowly over the rickety, railless bridge. The approach to it was banked, so that Regan was tilted in his seat toward the outside. The bus leveled off as it reached the wooden planking, and Regan tilted the other way. A loose plank under a wheel sent him swaying back again. With all his remaining strength, he leaned with the tilt. It was just enough to send him off balance. They reached out to pull him back, but it was too late. He was out of the bus and dropping the short distance to the water. The current was so swift that he went only a little way under, then bobbed up and was rushed along, turning over and over. As he revolved, he caught glimpses of consternation on the bridge. He saw the bus back off and race along the road on the bank, hands waving out of it, but it couldn't catch up with him. He was moving too fast. The even motion of the river was soothing. Regan took a swallow from his tube and relaxed. There was a dull ache in his stomach, but no more stabbing spasms. Maybe he was dying. He didn't care. Regan knew he was in a hospital even before he opened his eyes. The ether and disinfectant smell told him that. It was taking an effort to thrust his eyelids up. He moved his arms and felt them close to his body. He raised one hand to his face and rubbed his closed eyes. Of course they'd have got him out of the spacesuit. He opened his eyes. A brown-faced man was leaning over the bed. He was wearing a white smock and had a fountain pen in the breast pocket. Beyond the man, the doctor, there was a window. A perfectly ordinary window through which Regan could see the sky, a blue sky with white clouds in it. The doctor smiled at Regan and said in English, "How do you feel, son?" Regan tried to speak, but couldn't. "This is Bombay," the doctor said. "Bombay, in India. It must be quite a surprise to you, but I'm glad to say you'll be all right." "What?" Regan asked vaguely. "It's strange, of course," said the doctor. "You should be on the other side of the world, by all that's natural. We communicated with the American authorities when we saw your identification. It is extremely odd. Still, here you are, and you will be well quite soon, too. But—" Regan began. Then he gave up. He said nothing more until after he'd eaten and slept, and the doctor asked him if he felt strong enough now to see the reporters. "Two more, sir?" the bartender at the Palmer House asked. I nodded. "Naturally, they thought I was delirious," Regan said, "or had been. They had to accept the fact that I'd been through the Earth, not through the center of it or anywhere near it. They tell me that's practically solid nickel or molten or whatever. But there was no disputing that I'd gone down in the Atlantic and come up in the Indian Ocean. They'd seen me go down, and they'd seen me come up, and obviously I'd been somewhere in the interval. I hadn't walked, that was for sure. They credited my story of the underground river. The Greeks had a word for it, they tell me. The Greeks thought the Alpheus River wandered down under the Adriatic and came up in Sicily. I don't know much about their river, but mine apparently follows the Earth's curve, maybe a dozen miles below the surface. But nobody wanted any part of my story of the city and the king and the beehive houses and the rectangular bus. Delirium, they said. Oh, they were kind about it, but they said it. So did the geophysical boys upstairs in their 8-syllabled way. The bartender brought fresh highballs, but Regan still held the glass the old drink had been in. He put it on its side on the bar and stared at the open end. I got the image, a tunnel filled with rushing water, a tunnel under the world. Regan almost echoed my thoughts. "Tunnel under the Antarctic," he said half to himself. "That's where it must have been, that city, down there, deep under the ice. Used to be tropics, you know." "The Antarctic?" I said. "Before the ice came, before the Earth's axis shifted. Those people, they didn't evacuate, I guess. They went underground. Funny they should have built themselves houses the same shape as those of the Eskimos who stayed above ground in the north, like igloos. But probably that's just coincidence. You don't find igloos in the tropics. I guess their beehive houses are naturally influenced by the cavern they live in, their little universe." Regan looked up. He grinned and set the empty glass upright on the bar. "I've had a lot of time to think about it. They're awfully nice people, all of them. I could have had a wonderful time if I'd been able to climb out of that damn spacesuit. In time, I could even have communicated with them passably well. Good-looking women, too." He looked at me speculatively. He opened his mouth as if to speak again, then smiled and shook his head. I said it for him. "You're going back." "Yes," he answered. "Yes, I'm going back. I know the coordinates of the entrance to the passageway and its dimensions and the kind of equipment I'll need. Nothing elaborate. In another year or so, I'll have enough saved up, I think. Get myself a little space launch, one of the smaller ones, lifeboat size. Fit it out with food and water, and some picture books, of course, to show them what it's like where I come from. I'd take somebody along with me if I could find anyone who wanted to go, and who believed me." "I believe you," I said, "but—" "Sure, you'd be crazy to go. Wife and kids. I've got none of that. Mostly what I want to do, I guess, is prove those long beards upstairs are cockeyed." "I hope you do. Maybe you'll let me write about it when you get back." "It'll be a good story," Regan assured me. "I'll be waiting for it," I promised. That was 5 years ago. 4 years ago, Regan went, as he said he would. He went alone in a little space launch. I'm still waiting to write the end of the story. End of Traveling Companion Wanted by Richard Wilson. Recording by David Loving. www.davidaloving.com.
With the Night Mail, a story of 2000 AD by Rudyard Kipling. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Adrian Stroat, Turks and Caicos Islands. With the Night Mail, a story of 2000 AD by Rudyard Kipling. At 9 o'clock of a gusty winter night, I stood on the lower stages of one of the GPO outward mail towers. My purpose was a run to Quebec in postal packet 162 or such other as may be appointed, and the Postmaster General himself countersigned the order. This talisman opened all doors, even those in the dispatching caisson at the foot of the tower, where they were delivering the sorted continental mail. The bags lay packed close as herrings in the long grey underbodies which our GPO still calls coaches. 5 such coaches were filled as I watched, and were shot up the guides to be locked onto their waiting packets 300 feet nearer the stars. From the dispatching caisson, I was conducted by a courteous and wonderfully learned official, Mr. L. Geary, second dispatcher of the Western Route, to the captain's room. This wakes an echo of old romance, where the male captains come on for their turn of duty. He introduces me to the captain of 162, Captain Purnell, and his relief, Captain Hodgson. The one is small and dark, the other large and red, but each has the brooding sheathed glance characteristic of eagles and aeronauts. You can see it in the pictures of our racing professionals, from L.V. Rauch to little Ada Worley, the fathomless abstraction of eyes habitually turned through naked space. On the notice board in the captain's room, the pulsing arrows of some 20 indicators register, degree by geographical degree, the progress of as many homeward-bound packets. The word Cape rises across the face of a dial. A gong strikes. The South African mid-weekly mail is in at the Highgate receiving towers. That is all. It reminds one comically of the traitorous little bell which in pigeon fanciers' lofts notifies the return of the Homer. "Time for us to be on the move," says Captain Purnell, and we are shot up by the passenger lift to the top of the dispatch towers. Our coach will lock on when it is filled and the clerks are aboard. Number 162 waits for us in slip E of the topmost stage. The great curve of her back shines frostily under the lights, and some minute alteration of trim makes her rock a little in her holding down slips. Captain Purnell frowns and dives inside. Hissing softly, 162 comes to rest as level as a rule. From her North Atlantic winter nose-cap, worn bright as diamond with boring through uncounted leagues of hail, snow, and ice, to the inset of her 3 built-out propeller shafts is some 240 feet. Her extreme diameter, carried well forward, is 37. Contrast this with the 995 of any crack liner, and you will realize the power that must drive a hull through all weathers at more than the emergency speed of the cyclonic. The eye detects no joint in her skin plating save the sweeping hair crack of the bow rudder, Magniac's rudder, that assured us the dominion of the unstable air, and left its inventor penniless and half-blind. It is calculated to Castelli's gull-wing curve. Raise a few feet of that all but invisible plate 3/8 of an inch, and she will yaw 5 miles to port or starboard ere she is under control again. Give her full helm, and she returns to her track like a whiplash. Cant the hull forward, a touch on the wheel will suffice, and she sweeps at your good direction, up or down. Open the complete circle, and she presents to the air a mushroom head that will bring her up, all standing within a half mile. "Yes," says Captain Hodgson, answering my thought. "Castelli thought he'd discovered the secret of controlling aeroplanes when he'd only found out how to steer dirigible balloons. Magniac invented his rudder to help war boats ram each other. and war went out of fashion, and Magniac went out of his mind because he said he couldn't serve his country anymore. I wonder if any of us ever know what we're really doing. If you want to see the coach locked, you'd better go aboard. It's due now, says Mr. Geary. I enter through the door amidships. There is nothing here for display. The inner skin of the gas tanks comes down to within a foot or two of my head and turns over just short of the turn of the bilges. Liners and yachts disguise their tanks with decoration, but the GPO serves them raw under a lick of grey official paint. The inner skin shuts off 50 feet of the bow and as much of the stern, but the bow bulkhead is recessed for the lift shunting apparatus as the stern is pierced for the shaft tunnels. The engine room lies almost amidships. Forward of it, extending to the turn of the bow tanks, is an aperture, a bottomless hatch at present, into which our coach will be locked. One looks down over the combings 300 feet to the dispatching caisson, whence voices boom upward. The light below is obscured to a sound of thunder as our coach rises on its guides. It enlarges rapidly from a postage stamp to a playing card, to a punt, and last a pontoon. The two clerks, its crew, do not even look up as it comes into place. The Quebec letters fly under their fingers and leap into the docketed racks, while both captains and Mr. Geary satisfy themselves that the coach is locked home. A clerk passes the waybill over the hatch combing. Captain Purnell thumb marks and passes it to Mr. Geary. Receipt has been given and taken. "Pleasant run," says Mr. Geary, and disappears through the door, which a foot-high pneumatic compressor locks after him. Captain Hodgson opens the great colloid underbody porthole, through which I watch million-lighted London slide eastward as the gale gets hold of us. The first of the low winter clouds cuts off the well-known view and darkens Middlesex. On the south edge of it I can see a postal packet's light ploughing through the white fleece. For an instant she gleams like a star ere she drops toward the Highgate receiving towers. "The Bombay mail," says Captain Hodgson, and looks at his watch. "She's 40 minutes late." "What's our level?" I ask. 4,000. Aren't you coming up on the bridge?" The bridge, let us ever bless the GPO as a repository of ancientest tradition, is represented by a view of Captain Hodgson's legs, where he stands on the control platform that runs thwartships overhead. The bow colloid is unshuttered, and Captain Purnell, one hand on the wheel, is feeling for a fair slant. The dial shows 4,300 feet. "It's steep tonight," he mutters as tier on tier of cloud drops under. "We generally pick up an easterly draught below 3,000 at this time of year. I hate slathering through fluff." "So does Van Cutsum. Look at him hunting for a slant," says Captain Hodgson. A fog light breaks cloud 100 fathoms below. The Antwerp night mail makes her signal and rises between two racing clouds far to port, her flanks blood red in the glare of Sheerness double light. The gale will have us over the North Sea in half an hour, but Captain Purnell lets her go composedly, nosing to every point of the compass as she rises. 5,000, 6,800. The dip dial reads ere we find the easterly drift, heralded by a flurry of snow at the 1,000-fathom level. Captain Purnell rings up the engines and keeps down the governor on the switch before him. There is no sense in urging machinery when Aeolus himself gives you good knots for nothing. We are away in earnest now, our nose notched home on our chosen star. At this level the lower clouds are laid out, all neatly combed by the dry fingers of the east. Below that again is the strong westerly blow through which we rose. Overhead, a film of subtly drifting mist draws a theatrical gauze across the firmament. The moonlight turns the lower strata to silver without a stain, except where our shadow underruns us. Bristol and Cardiff double lights, those statelily inclined beams over Severn Mouth, are dead ahead of us, for we keep the southern winter route. Coventry Central, the pivot of the English system, stabs upward once in 10 seconds its spear of diamond light to the north, and a point or two off our starboard bow, the Leek, the great cloud breaker of St. David's Head, swings its unmistakable green beam 25 degrees each way. There must be half a mile of fluff over it in this weather, but it does not affect the leak. Our planet's overlighted, if anything, says Captain Pennell at the wheel, as Cardiff Bristol slides under. I remember the old days of common white verticals that'd show 2,000 or 3,000 feet up in a mist, if you knew where to look for 'em. In really fluffy weather they might as well have been under your hat. One could get lost coming home then, and have some fun. Now it's like driving down Piccadilly. He points to the pillars of light where the cloud breakers bore through the cloud floor. We see nothing of England's outlines, only a white pavement pierced in all directions by these manholes of variously coloured fire. Holy Island's white and red, St. Bees interrupted white, and so on, as far as the eye can reach. Blessed be Sargent, Arends, and the Dubois brothers, who invented the cloud breakers of the world whereby we travel in security. "Are you going to lift for the Shamrock?" asked Captain Hodgson. Cork light, green, fixed, enlarges as we rush to it. Captain Pennell nods. There is heavy traffic hereabouts. The cloud bank beneath is streaked with running fissures of flame where the Atlantic boats are hurrying Londonward, just clear of the fluff. Mail packets are supposed, under the conference rules, to have the 5,000-foot lanes to themselves, but the foreigner in a hurry is apt to take liberties with English air. Number 162 lifts to a long-drawn wail of the breeze in the fore-flange of the rudder, and we make Valencia, white, green, white, at a safe 7,000 feet, dipping our beam to an incoming Washington packet. There is no cloud on the Atlantic. The faint streaks of cream round Dingle Bay show where the driven seas hammer the coast. A big SATA liner is diving and lifting half a mile below us in search of some break in the solid west wind. Lower still lies a disabled Dane. She is telling the liner all about it in International. Our general communication dial has caught her talk and begins to eavesdrop. Captain Hodgson makes a motion to shut it off, but checks himself. "Perhaps you'd like to listen," he says. "Argyle of St. Thomas," the Dane whimpers. "Report owners 3 starboard shaft collar bearings fused. Can make Flores as we are, but impossible further. Shall we buy spares at Fayal?" The liner acknowledges and recommends inverting the bearings. The Argyle answers that she has already done so without effect, and begins to relieve her mind about cheap German enamels for collar bearings. The Frenchman assents cordially, cries "Courage, mon ami," and switches off. Their lights sink under the curve of the ocean. "That's one of Lunt and Bleemer's boats," says Captain Hodgson. "Serves 'em right for putting German Campos on their thrust blocks. She won't be in Fayal tonight. By the way, wouldn't you like to look around the engine room?" I've been waiting eagerly for this invitation, and I follow Captain Hodgson from the control platform, stooping low to avoid the bulge of the tanks. We know that Fleury's gas can lift anything, as the world-famous trials of '89 showed, but its almost indefinite powers of expansion necessitate vast tank room. Even in this thin air, the lift shunts are busy taking out 1/3 of its normal lift, and still 162 must be checked by an occasional down-draw of the rudder, or our flight would become a climb to the stars. Captain Pennell prefers an overlifted to an underlifted ship, but no two captains trim ship alike. "When I take the ship," says Captain Hodgson, "you'll see me shunt 40% of the lift out of the gas and run her on the upper rudder, with a swoop upwards instead of a swoop downwards, as you say. Either way will do. It's only habit. Watch our dip dial. Tim fetches her down once every 30 knots as regularly as breathing." So is it shown on the dip dial. For 5 or 6 minutes the arrow creeps from 6,700 to 7,300. There is the faint zzz of the rudder, and back slides the arrow to 6,500 on a falling side of 10 or 15 knots. "In heavy weather you jockey her with the screws as well," says Captain Hodgson, and unclipping the jointed bar which divides the engine room from the bare deck, he leads me onto the floor. Here we find Fleury's paradox of the bulk-headed vacuum, which we accept now without thought, literally in full blast. The 3 engines are HT&T assisted vacuum Fleury turbines running from 3,000 to the limit, that is to say, up to the point when the blades make the air bell. cut out a vacuum for themselves precisely as overdriven marine propellers used to do. 162's limit is now on account of the small size of her 9 screws, which, though handier than the old colloid Thelusons, bell sooner. The midships engine, generally used as a reinforce, is not running, so the port and starboard turbine vacuum chambers draw direct into the return mains. The turbines whistle reflectively. From the low-arched expansion tanks on either side of the valves descend pillar-wise to the turbine chests, and thence the obedient gas whirls through the spirals of blades with a force that would whip the teeth out of a power saw. Behind is its own pressure, held in leash or spurred on by lift shunts. Before it, the vacuum where Fleury's ray dances in violet-green bands and whirled tourbillons of flame. The jointed U-tubes of the vacuum chamber are pressure-tempered colloid. No glass would endure the strain for an instant. And a junior engineer with tinted spectacles watches the ray intently. It is the very heart of the machine, a mystery to this day. Even Fleury, who begat it, and unlike Magniac, died a multi-millionaire, could not explain how the restless little imp shuddered in the U-tube can, in the fractional fraction of a second, strike the furious blast of gas into a chill greyish-green liquid that drains, you can hear it trickle, from the far end of the vacuum through the eduction pipes and the mains back to the bilges. Here it returns to its gaseous, one had almost written sagacious, state and climbs to work afresh. Bilge tank, upper tank, dorsal tank, expansion chamber, vacuum main return as a liquid, and bilge tank once more is the ordained cycle. Fleury's ray sees to that, and the engineer with the tinted spectacles sees to Fleury's ray. If a speck of oil, even the natural grease of a human finger, touch the hooded terminals, Fleury's ray will wink and disappear and must be laboriously built up again. This means half a day's work for all hands and an expense of £170 to the GPO for radium salts and such trifles. Now look at our thrust collars. You won't find much German compo there. Full jewelled, you see, says Captain Hodgson as the engineer shunts open the top of a cap. Our shaft bearings are CMC, Commercial Minerals Company, stones, ground with as much care as the lens of a telescope. They cost £37 apiece. So far we have not arrived at their term of life. These bearings came from number 97, which took them over from the old Dominion of Light, which had them out of the wreck of the Perseus aeroplane in the years when men still flew linen kites over thorium engines. They are shining reproof to all low-grade German ruby enamels, so-called Bort facings, and the dangerous and unsatisfactory alumina compounds which please dividend-hunting owners and turn skippers crazy. The rudder gear and the gas lift shunt, seated side by side under the engine room dials, are the only machines in visible motion. The former sighs from time to time as the oil plunger rises and falls half an inch. The latter, cased and guarded like the U-tube aft, exhibits another Fleury ray, but inverted and more green than violet. Its function is to shunt the lift out of the gas, and this it will do without watching. That is all. A tiny pump rod wheezing and whining to itself beside a sputtering green lamp. 150 feet aft down the flat-topped tunnel of the tanks, a violet light, restless and irresolute. Between the two, like ill baskets laid on their side, accentuate the empty perspectives. You can hear the trickle of the liquefied gas flowing over the vacuum of the bilge tanks, and the soft gluck-glock of gas locks closing as Captain Purnell brings 162 down by the head. The hum of the turbines and the boom of the air on our skin is no more than a cotton wool wrapping to the universal stillness, and we are running an 18-second mile. I peer from the fore end of the engine room over the hatch combings into the coach. The male clerks are sought in the Winnipeg, Calgary and Medicine hat bags, but there is a pack of cards ready on the table. Suddenly a bell thrills. The engineers run to the turbine valves and stand by, but the spectacled slave of the ray in the U-tube never lifts his head. He must watch where he is. We are hard braked and going astern. There is language from the control platform. "Tim's sparking badly about something," says the unruffled Captain Hodgson. "Let's look." Captain Pennell is not the suave man we left half an hour since, but the embodied authority of the GPO. Ahead of us floats an ancient aluminium-patched twin-screw tramp of the dingiest, with no more right to the 5,000-foot lane than has a horse cart to a modern town. She carries an obsolete barbette conning tower, a 6-foot affair with railed platform forward, and our warning beam plays on the top of it as a policeman's lantern flashes on the area sneak. Like a sneak thief, too, emerges a shock-headed navigator in his shirt sleeves. Captain Pennell wrenches open the colloid to talk with him man to man. There are times when science does not satisfy. "What under the stars are you doing here, you skyscraping chimney sweep?" he shouts as we two drift side by side. "Do you know this is a mail lane? You call yourself a sailor, sir? You ain't fit to peddle toy balloons to an Eskimo. Your name and number. Report and get down, and be—" "I've been blown up once," the shock-headed man cries hoarsely as a dog barking. "I don't care 2 flips of a contact for anything you can do, postie." "Don't you, sir? But I'll make you care. I'll have you towed stern first to Disco and broke up. You can't recover insurance if you're broken for obstruction. Do you understand that?" Then the stranger bellows, "Look at my propellers. There's been a wallywah down under that has knocked us into umbrella frames. We've been blowing up about 40,000 feet. We're all one conjurer's watch inside. My mate's arm's broke, my engineer's head's cut open, my ray went out with the engine smashed, and for pity's sake, give me my height, Captain. We doubt we're dropping." 6,800. Can you hold it?" Captain Pennell overlooks all insults and leans half out of the colloid, staring and snuffing. The stranger leaks pungently. "We ought to blow into St. John's with luck. We're trying to plug the fore-tank now, but she's simply whistling it away," her captain wails. "She's sinking like a log," says Captain Pennell in an undertone. "Call up the Banks Mark boat, George." Our dip dial shows that we, keeping abreast the tramp, have dropped 500 feet the last few minutes. Captain Pennell presses a switch and our signal beam begins to swing through the night, twizzling spokes of light across infinity. "That'll fetch something," he says while Captain Hodgson watches the general communicator. He has called up the North Banks Mark boat a few hundred miles west and is reporting the case. "I'll stand by you," Captain Pennell roars to the lone figure on the conning tower. "Is it as bad as that?" comes the answer. "She isn't insured, she's mine." "Might have guessed as much," mutters Hodgson. "Owner's risk is the worst risk of all." "Can't I fetch St. John's?" "Not even with this breeze?" the voice quavers. "Stand by to abandon ship. Haven't you any lift in you, fore or aft?" "Nothing but the midship tanks, and they're none too tight. You see, my ray gave out and—" He coughs in the reek of the escaping gas. "You poor devil." This does not reach our friend. "What does the Mark boat say, George?" "Wants to know if there's any danger to traffic. Says she's in a bit of weather herself and can't quit station. I've turned in a general call, so even if they don't see our beams, someone's bound to help, or else we must. Shall I clear our slings? Hold on, here we are. A planet liner too. She'll be up in a tick." "Tell her to have her slings ready," cries her brother captain. "There won't be much time to spare. Tie up your mate," he roars to the tramp. "My mate's all right, it's my engineer. He's gone crazy." "Shunt the lift out of him with a spanner. Hurry." "But I can make St. John's if you'll stand by." "You'll make the deep, wet Atlantic in 20 minutes. You're less than 5,800 now. Get your papers." A planet liner eastbound heaves up in a superb spiral and takes the air of us humming. Her underbody colloid is open and her transporter slings hang down like tentacles. We shut off our beam as she adjusts herself, steering to a hair over the tramp's conning tower. The mate comes up, his arms strapped to his side, and stumbles into the cradle. A man with a ghastly scarlet head follows, shouting that he must go back and build up his ray. The mate assures him that he will find a nice new ray already in the liner's engine room. The bandaged head goes up, wagging excitedly. A youth and a woman follow. The liner cheers hollowly above us, and we see the passengers' faces at the saloon colloid. "That's a good girl. What's the fool waiting for now?" says Captain Pennell. The skipper comes up, still appealing to us to stand by and see him fetch St. John's. He dives below and returns, at which we little human beings in the void cheer louder than ever, with the ship's kitten. Up fly the liner's hissing slings. Her underbody crashes home and she hurtles away again. The dial shows less than 3,000 feet. The mark boat signals we must attend to the derelict, now whistling her death song as she falls beneath us in long sick zigzags. "Keep our beam on her and send out a general warning," says Captain Pennell, following her down. There is no need. Not a liner in air but knows the meaning of that vertical beam, and gives us and our quarry a wide berth. "But she'll drown in the water, won't she?" I ask. "Not always," is his answer. "I've known a derelict up-end and sift her engines out of herself and flicker round the lower lanes for 3 weeks on her forward tanks only. We'll run no risks. Pith her, George, and look sharp. There's weather ahead." Captain Hodgson opens the underbody colloid, swings the heavy pithing iron out of its rack, which in liners is generally cased as a settee, and at 200 feet releases the catch. We hear the whir of the crescent-shaped arms opening as they descend. The derelict's forehead is punched in, starred across and rent diagonally. She falls stern first, our beam upon her, slides like a lost soul down the pitiless ladder of light, and the Atlantic takes her. "A filthy business," says Hodgson. "I wonder what it must have been like in the old days." The thought had crossed my mind too. What if that wavering carcass had been filled with international-speaking men of all the internationalities, each one of them taught, that is the horror of it, that after death he would very possibly go for ever to unspeakable torment. And not half a century since, one knows now that we are only our fathers re-enlarged upon the earth, I say, ripped and rammed and pithed to admiration. Here Tim, from the control platform, shouts that we are to get into our inflators and to bring him his at once. We hurry into the heavy rubber suits, and the engineers are already dressed, and inflate at the air pump taps. GPO inflators are thrice as thick as the racing man's flickers and chafe abominably under the armpits. George takes the wheel until Tim has blown himself up to the extreme of rotundity. If you kicked him off the CP to the deck, he would bounce back. But it is 162 that will do the kicking. "The mark boat's mad, stark raving crazy," he snorts, returning to command. "She says there's a bad blowout ahead and wants me to pull over to Greenland. I'll see her pitched first. We wasted an hour and a quarter over that dead duck down under, and now I'm expected to go rubbing my back all round the pole. What does she think a postal packet's made of? Gummed silk? Tell her we're coming on straight, George." George buckles him into the frame and switches on the direct control. Now under Tim's left toe lies the port engine accelerator, under his left heel the reverse, and so with the other foot. The lift shunt stops stand out on the rim of the steering wheel where the fingers of his left hand can play on them. At his right hand is the midships engine lever ready to be thrown into gear at a moment's notice. He leans forward in his belt, eyes glued to the colloid, and one ear cocked toward the general communicator. Henceforth he is the strength and direction of 162, through whatever may befall. The Banks mark boat is reeling out pages of ABC directions to the traffic at large. We are to secure all loose objects, hood up our Fleury rays, and on no account to attempt to clear snow from our conning towers till the weather abates. Underpowered craft, we are told, can ascend to the limit of their lift, mail packets to look out for them accordingly. The lower lanes westward are pitting very badly, with frequent blowouts, vortices, laterals, etc. Still the clear dark holds up unblemished. The only warning is the electric skin tension. I feel as though I were a lace-maker's pillow, and an irritability which the gibbering of the general communicator increases almost to hysteria. We have made 8,000 feet since we pithed the tramp, and our turbines are giving us an honest 210 knots. Very far to the west an elongated blur of red, low down, shows us the North Bank's mark boat. There are specks of fire round her rising and falling, bewildered planets about an unstable sun, helpless shipping hanging on to her light for company's sake. No wonder she could not quit station. She warns us to look out for the backwash of the bad vortex in which, her beam shows it, she is even now reeling. The pits of gloom about us begin to fill with very faintly luminous films, wreathing in uneasy shapes. One forms itself into a globe of pale flame that waits shivering with eagerness till we sweep by. It leaps monstrously across the blackness, alights on the precise tip of our nose, pirouettes there an instant, and swings off. Our roaring bow sinks as though that light were lead, sinks and recovers to lurch and stumble again beneath the next blowout. Tim's fingers on the lift shunt strike chords of numbers, 147, 246, 753, and so on, for he is running by his tanks only, lifting or lowering her against the uneasy air. All three engines are at work, for the sooner we have skated over this thin ice, the better. Higher we dare not go. The whole upper vault is charged with pale krypton vapours, which our skin friction may excite to unholy manifestations. Between the upper and the lower levels, 5,000 and 7,000 hints the mark boat, we may perhaps bolt through if our bow clothes itself in blue flame and falls like a sword. No human skill can keep pace with the changing tensions. A vortex has us by the beak, and we dive down a 2,000-foot slant at an angle, the dip dial and my bouncing body record it, of 35. Our turbines scream shrilly. The propellers cannot bite on the thin air. Tim shunts the lift out of 5 tanks at once and by sheer weight drives her bullet-wise through the maelstrom till she cushions with a jar on an upgust 3,000 feet below. "Now we've done it," says George in my ear. "Our skin friction that last slide has played old Harry with the tensions. Look out for laterals, Tim. She'll want some holding." "I've got her," is the answer. "Come up, old woman." She comes up nobly, but the laterals buffet her left and right like the pinions of angry angels. She is jolted off her course in 4 ways at once, and cuffed into place again, only to be swung aside and dropped into a new chaos. We are never without a corpuscent grinning on our bows, or rolling head over heels from nose to midships, and to the crackle of electricity around and within us is added once or twice the rattle of hail that will never fall on any sea. Slow we must, or we may break our back, pitch-poling. "Air's a perfectly elastic fluid," roars George above the tumult. "About as elastic as a head sea off the fast net, ain't it?" He is less than just to the good element. If one intrudes on the heavens when they are balancing their vault accounts, if one disturbs the high gods' market rates by hurling steel hulls at 90 knots across tremblingly adjusted electric tensions, one must not complain of any rudeness in the reception. Tim met it with an unmoved countenance, one corner of his under lip caught up on a tooth, his eyes fleeting into the blackness 20 miles ahead, and the fierce sparks flying from his knuckles at every turn of the hand. Now and again he shook his head to clear the sweat trickling from his eyebrows, and it was then that George, watching his chance, would slide down the life rail and swab his face quickly with a big red handkerchief. I never imagined that a human being could so continuously labour and so collectedly think as did Tim through that hell's half hour when the flurry was at its worst. We were dragged hither and yon by warm or frozen suctions, belched up on the tops of wallywas, spun down by vortices and clubbed aside by laterals under a dizzying rush of stars in the company of a drunken moon. I heard the rushing click of the midship engine lever sliding in and out, the low growl of the lift shunts, and, louder than the yelling winds without, the scream of the bow rudder gouging into any lull that promised hold for an instant. At last we began to claw up on a cant, bow rudder and port propeller together. Only the nicest balancing of tanks saved us from spinning like the rifle bullet of the old days. "We've got to hitch the windward of that mark boat somehow," George cried. "There's no windward," I protested feebly. where I swung shackled to a stanchion. "How can there be?" He laughed. As we pitched into a 1,000-foot blowout, that red man laughed beneath his inflated hood. "Look," he said, "we must clear those refugees with a high lift." The Mark boat was below and a little to the southwest of us, fluctuating in the centre of her distraught galaxy. The air was thick with moving lights at every level. I take it most of them were trying to lie head to wind, but, not being hydras, they failed. An under-tanked Marabi boat had risen to the limit of her lift and, finding no improvement, had dropped a couple of thousand. There she met a superb Waliwa and was blown up, spinning like a dead leaf. Instead of shutting off, she went astern and naturally rebounded as from a wall almost into the Mark boat, whose language, RGC took it in, was humanly simple. "If they'd only write it out quietly it'd be better," said George in a calm, as we climbed like a bat above them all. "But some skippers will navigate without enough lift. What does that Tad boat think she is doing, Tim?" "Playing kiss in the ring," was Tim's unmoved reply. A Transasiatic direct liner had found a smooth and butted into it full power, but there was a vortex at the tail of that smooth, so the TAD was flipped out like a pea from off a fingernail, breaking madly as she fled down, an orbit over-ending. "Now I hope she's satisfied," said Tim. "I'm glad I'm not a Mark boat. Do I want help?" The CG dial had caught his ear. "George, you may tell that gentleman with my love, remember, George, that I do not want help. Who is the officious sardine tin?" "A Rimouski droga, on the lookout for a tow." "Very kind of the Rimouski droga. The postal packet isn't being towed at present." "Those drogas will go anywhere on a chance of salvage," George explained. "We call them kittiwakes." A long-beaked, bright steel 90-footer floated at ease for one instant within hail of us, her slings coiled ready for rescues, and a single hand in her open tower. He was smoking. Surrendered to the insurrection of the airs through which we tore our way, he lay in absolute peace. I saw the smoke of his pipe ascend untroubled ere his boat dropped, it seemed, like a stone in a well. We had just cleared the Mark boat and her disorderly neighbours when the storm ended as suddenly as it had begun. A shooting star to northward filled the sky with the green blink of a meteorite dissipating itself in our atmosphere. Said George, "That may iron out all the tensions." Even as he spoke the conflicting winds came to rest. The levels filled. The laterals died out in long easy swells. The airways were smoothed before us. In less than 3 minutes the covey around the Mark boat had shipped their power lights and whirred away upon their businesses. "What's happened?" I gasped. The nerve storm within the vault tingle without had passed. My inflators weighed like lead. "God, He knows," said Captain George soberly. "That old shooting star's skin friction has discharged the different levels. I've seen it happen before. Phew, what a relief. We dropped from 10 to 6,000 and got rid of our clammy suits. Tim shut off and stepped out of the frame. The Mark boat was coming up behind us. He opened the colloid in that heavenly stillness and mopped his face. "Hello, Williams," he cried. "A degree or two out of station, ain't you?" "Maybe," was the answer from the Mark boat. "I've had some company this evening." "So I noticed. Wasn't that quite a little draught?" "I warned you. Why didn't you pull out round by Disco? The eastbound packets have. Me? Not till I'm running a polar consumptive sanatorium boat. I was squinting through a colloid before you were out of your cradle, my son." "I'd be the last man to deny it," the captain of the Mark boat replies softly. "The way you handled her just now. I'm a pretty fair judge of traffic in a vault flurry. It was 1,000 revolutions beyond anything I've ever seen." Tim's back supples visibly to this oiling. Captain George on the CP winks and points to the portrait of a singularly attractive maiden pinned up on Tim's telescope bracket above the steering wheel. I see. Wholly and entirely do I see. There is some talk overhead of coming round to tea on Friday, a brief report of the derelict's fate, and Tim volunteers as he descends. "For an ABC man, young Williams is less of a high-tension fool than some. Were you thinking of taking her on, George? Then I'll just have a look around that port thrust. Seems to me it's a trifle warm. And we'll jog along." The Mark boat hums off joyously and hangs herself up in her appointed eyrie. Here she will stay, a shuttleless observatory, a lifeboat station, a salvage tug, a court of ultimate appeal come meteorological bureau for 300 miles in all directions, till Wednesday next when her relief slides across the stars to take her buffeted place. Her black hull, double conning tower and ever-ready slings represent all that remains to the planet of that odd old word authority. She is responsible only to the aerial board of control, the ABC of which Tim speaks so flippantly, but that semi-elected, semi-nominated body of a few score persons of both sexes controls this planet. Transportation is civilization, our motto runs. Theoretically, we do what we please so long as we do not interfere with the traffic and all it implies. Practically, the ABC confirms or annuls all international arrangements and, to judge from its last report, finds our tolerant, humorous, lazy little planet only too ready to shift the whole burden of private administration on its shoulders. I discussed this with Tim sipping mate on the CP while George fans her along over the white blur of the banks in beautiful upward curves of 50 miles each. The dip dial translates them on the tape in flowing freehand. Tim gathers up a skein of it and surveys the last few feet, which record 162's path through the volt flurry. "I haven't had a fever chart like this to show up in 5 years," he says ruefully. A postal packet's dip dial records every yard of every run. The tapes then go to the ABC, which collates and makes composite photographs of them for the instruction of captains. Tim studies this irrevocable past, shaking his head. "Hello, here's a 1,500-foot drop of 85 degrees. We must have been standing on our heads then, George." "You don't say," George answers. "I fancied I noticed it at the time." George may not have Captain Pennell's cat-like swiftness, but he is all an artist to the tips of the broad fingers that play on the shunt stops. The delicious flight curves come away on the tape with never a waver. The mark boat's vertical spindle of light lies down to eastward, setting in the face of the following stars. Westward, where no planet should rise, the triple verticals of Trinity Bay, we keep still to the southern route, make a low lifting haze. We seem the only thing at rest under all the heavens, floating at ease till the earth's revolution shall turn up our landing towers. And, minute by minute, our silent clock gives us a 16-second mile. "Some fine night," says Tim. "We'll be even with that clock's master." "He's coming now," says George over his shoulder. "I'm chasing the night west." The stars ahead dim no more than if a film of mist had been drawn under unobserved, but the deep air boom on our skin changes to a joyful shout. "The dawn gust," says Tim. "It'll go on to meet the sun. Look, look! There's the dark being crammed back over our bow. Come to the after colloid. I'll show you something." The engine room is hot and stuffy. The clerks in the coach are asleep, and the slave of the ray is near to follow them. Tim slides open the aft colloid and reveals the curve of the world, the ocean's deepest purple, edged with fuming and intolerable gold. Then the sun rises, and through the colloid strikes out our lamps. Tim scowls in his face. "Squirrels in a cage," he mutters. "That's all we are, squirrels in a cage. He's going twice as fast as us. Just you wait a few years, my shining friend, and we'll take steps that will amaze you. We'll Joshua you. Yes, that is our dream, to turn all earth into the Vale of Ajalon at our pleasure. So far, we can drag out the dawn to twice its normal length in these latitudes, but some day, even on the equator, we shall hold the sun level in his full stride." Now we look down on a sea thronged with heavy traffic. A big submersible breaks water suddenly. Another and another follow with a swash and a suck and a savage bubbling of relieved pressures. The deep-sea freighters are rising to lung up after the long night, and the leisurely ocean is all patterned with peacock's eyes of foam. "We'll lung up too," says Tim. And when we return to the CP, George shuts off, the colloids are opened, and the fresh air sweeps her out. There is no hurry. The old contracts, they will be revised at the end of the year, allow 12 hours for a run which any packet can put behind her in 10. So we breakfast in the arms of an easterly slant which pushes us along at a languid 20. To enjoy life and tobacco, begin both on a sunny morning half a mile or so above the dappled Atlantic cloud belts, and after a volt flurry which has cleared and tempered your nerves. While we discussed the thickening traffic with the superiority that comes of having high-level reserve to ourselves, we heard, and I for the first time, the morning hymn of a hospital boat. She was cloaked by a skein of ravelled fluff beneath us, and we caught the chant before she rose into the sunlight. "O ye winds of God," sang the unseen voices, "bless ye the Lord. Praise him and magnify him for ever." We slid off our caps and joined in. When our shadow fell across her great open platforms, they looked up and stretched out their hands neighbourly while they sang. We could see the doctors and the nurses and the white button-like faces of the cot patients. She passed slowly beneath us, heading northward, her hull wet with the dews of the night, all ablaze in the sunshine. So took she the shadow of a cloud and vanished, her song continuing, "O ye holy and humble men of heart, bless ye the Lord, praise him and magnify him for ever." She's a public lunger, or she wouldn't have been singing the Benedicite, and she's a Greenlander, or she wouldn't have snow blinds over her colloids, said George at last. She'll be bound for Frederickshaven or one of the glacier sanatoriums for a month. If she was an accident ward, she'd be hung up at the 8,000-foot level. Yes, consumptives. Funny how the new things are the old things. I've read in books, Tim answered, that savages used to haul their sick and wounded up to the tops of hills because microbes were fewer there. We hoist them into sterilized air for a while. Same idea. How much do the doctors say we've added to the average human life of a man? 30 years, says George with a twinkle in his eye. Are we going to spend all of them up here, Tim? Flap along then. Flap along. Who's hindering? The senior captain laughed as we went in. We held a good lift to clear the coastwise and continental shipping, and we had need of it. Though our route is in no sense a populated one, there is a steady trickle of traffic this way along. We met Hudson Bay furriers out of the Great Preserve, hurrying to make their departure from Bona Vista with sable and black fox for their insatiable markets. We overcrossed Keewatin liners small and cramped, but their captains, who see no land between Trepassey and Blanco, know what gold they bring back from West Africa. Transasiatic directs we met, soberly ringing the world round the 50th meridian at an honest 70 knots, and white-painted Ackroyd and Hunt fruiters out of the south fled beneath us, their ventilated hulls whistling like Chinese kites. Their market is in the north among the northern sanatoria, where you can smell their grapefruit and bananas across the cold snows. Argentine beef boats we sighted too, of enormous capacity and unlovely outline. They too feed the northern health stations in icebound ports where submersibles dare not rise. Yellow-bellied ore flats and Ungava petrol tanks punted down leisurely out of the north like strings of unfrightened wild duck. It does not pay to fly minerals and oil a mile farther than is necessary, but the risks of transshipping to submersibles in the ice pack of Nain and Hebron are so great that these heavy freighters fly down to Halifax direct and scent the air as they go. They are the biggest tramps aloft except the Athabasca grain tubs, but these last, now that the wheat is moved, are busy, over the world's shoulder, timber lifting in Siberia. We held to the St. Lawrence. It is astonishing how the old waterways will pull us children of the air, and followed his broad line of black between its drifting ice blocks, all down the park that the wisdom of our fathers... But everyone knows the Quebec run. We dropped to the heights receiving towers 20 minutes ahead of time, and there hung at ease till the Yokohama Intermediate packet could pull out and give us our proper slip. It was curious to watch the action of the holding down clips all along the frosty river front as the boats cleared or came to rest. A big hamburger was leaving Pont Levis, and her crew, unshipping the platform railings, began to sing Elsinore, the oldest of our chanties. You know it, of course. Mother Rugan's tea house on the Baltic, 40 couple waltzing on the floor, and you can watch my ray, for I must go away and dance with Ella Swain at Elsinore. Then, while they sweated home the covering plates, nor, west from Sourabaya to the Baltic, 90 knot an hour to the score. Mother Rugen's tea house on the Baltic, and a dance with Ella Swain at Elsinore. The clips parted with a gesture of indignant dismissal, as though Quebec, glittering under her snows, were casting out these light and unworthy lovers. Our signal came from the heights. Tim turned and floated up, but surely then it was with passionate appeal that the great tower arms flung open. Or did I think so, because on the upper staging a little hooded figure also opened her arms, wide towards her father? In 10 seconds the coach with its clerks clashed down to the receiving caisson. The hostlers displaced the engineers at the idle turbines, and Tim, prouder of this than all, introduced me to the maiden of the photograph on the shelf. "And by the way," said he to her, stepping forth in the sunshine under the hat of civil life, "I saw young Williams in the mark boat. I've asked him to tea on Friday." End of With the Night Mail, a story of 2000 AD, by Rudyard Kipling. Read by Adrian Stroat, Turks and Caicos Islands.